that you do not look sloppy. Test your internet facilities beforehand by ensuring that your microphone, speakers, headphones, and internet connectivity are in place. Blur your background or use a decent one by ensuring that your room or chosen background does not have distracting features. Find a quiet or private space by ensuring that your area is not vulnerable to unnecessary noise. Observe proper cueing and timing by ensuring that you get the right verbal and nonverbal cues when requesting to be recognized for a question or comment. Speak only when recognized by ensuring that your microphone and camera are turned off unless authorized. Demonstrate active engagement by ensuring that you manifest active listening and balanced communication, especially during a conversation. Show reverence and appreciation for the presenter by ensuring that you give the presenter your full attention. Finally, be grateful for the opportunity by ensuring that you imbibe a positive vibe throughout the activity and being thankful for whatever takeaway you get out of the experience. Your meaningful and wonderful experience in today's activity is important to us. Thank you. Hi. For all of us to make the most of today's activity and have a wonderful experience, the following perfect 10 suggestions on proper etiquette in video conferencing are offered. Condition yourself for the activity by ensuring that you are prepared and available for active engagement. Dress properly for the affair by ensuring that you do not look sloppy. Test your internet facilities beforehand by ensuring that your microphone, speakers, headphones, and internet connectivity are in place. Blur your background or use a decent one by ensuring that your room or chosen background does not have distracting features. Find a quiet or private space by ensuring that your area is not vulnerable to unnecessary noise. Observe proper cueing and timing by ensuring that you get the right verbal and nonverbal cues when requesting to be recognized for a question or comment. Speak only when recognized by ensuring that your microphone and camera are turned off unless authorized. Demonstrate active engagement by ensuring that you manifest active listening and balanced communication, especially during a conversation. Show reverence and appreciation for the presenter by ensuring that you give the presenter your full attention. Finally, be grateful for the opportunity by ensuring that you imbibe a positive vibe throughout the activity and being thankful for whatever takeaway you get out of the experience. Your meaningful and wonderful experience in today's activity is important to us. Thank you. Hi. For all of us to make the most of today's activity and have a wonderful experience, the following perfect 10 suggestions on proper etiquette in video conferencing are offered. Condition yourself for the activity by ensuring that you are prepared and available for active engagement. Dress properly for the affair by ensuring that you do not look sloppy. Test your internet facilities beforehand by ensuring that your microphone, speakers, headphones, and internet connectivity are in place. Blur your background or use a decent one by ensuring that your room or chosen background does not have distracting features. Find a quiet or private space by ensuring that your area is not vulnerable to unnecessary noise. Observe proper cueing and timing by ensuring that you get the right verbal and nonverbal cues when requesting to be recognized for a question or comment. Speak only when recognized by ensuring that your microphone and camera are turned off unless authorized. Demonstrate active engagement by ensuring that you manifest active listening and balanced communication, especially during a conversation. Show reverence and appreciation for the presenter by ensuring that you give the presenter your full attention. Finally, be grateful for the opportunity by ensuring that you imbibe a positive vibe throughout the activity and being thankful for whatever takeaway you get out of the experience. Your meaningful and wonderful experience in today's activity is important to us. Thank you. Hi. For all of us to make the most of today's activity and have a wonderful experience, the following perfect 10 suggestions on proper etiquette in video conferencing are offered. Condition yourself for the activity by ensuring that you are prepared and available for active engagement. Dress properly for the affair by ensuring that you do not look sloppy. Test your internet facilities beforehand by ensuring that your microphone, speakers, headphones, and internet connectivity are in place. Blur your background or use a decent one by ensuring that your room or chosen background does not have distracting features. Find a quiet or private space by ensuring that your area is not vulnerable to unnecessary noise. Observe proper cueing and timing by ensuring that you get the right verbal and nonverbal cues, requesting to be recognized for a question or comment. Speak only when recognized by ensuring that your microphone and camera are turned off unless authorized. Demonstrate active engagement by ensuring that you manifest communication. Show reverence and appreciation for the presenter.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to remind everybody that we are about to start our MANCOM. So may I request everybody to kindly settle down and be glued to your gadgets or to your laptops or computers now. Because in meanwhile, we are going to start our division management committee meeting.
Good morning.
Kusog ka lang. Kusog ka lang.
Morning, Sir Jong.
Be happy in the moment. That's enough. Each moment is all we need and not more. A quote from Mother Teresa. My respect to our school's division superintendent, Dr. Edalberto Leones of Linares, Cecil 5. To our ASDS, Dr. Rosemary Tolod Macesar. To the two chiefs of the functional divisions, Dr. Maria Eva Saire Edon of the CID and Dr. Maria Carmela Tumpong Ablin of the SGOD. Administrative Officer 5, Sir Armando B. Pasok. Education Program Supervisors, Public Schools District Supervisors, Section Heads, and personnel of the CID, SGOD, and OSDS. Coordinating Principals, School Heads, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is the third Division Management Committee meeting for the calendar year 2022. To start with our program, let us now sing the Philippine National Anthem, to be followed by a prayer.
اللهم يا من على العرش استوى، يا من خلق فسوى وقدر فهدى وأعطى كل شيء خلقه ثم هدى، يا من أضحك وأبكى وأمات وأحيا وأسعد وأشقى وأوجد وأبلى ورفع وخفض وأعز وأذل وأعطى ومنع ورفع ووضع، سبحان من شق البحار وأجرى الأنهار وكور النهار على الليل والليل على النهار، يا من هدى من ضلاله وأنقذ من جهاله وأنار الأبصار وأحيا الضمائر والأفكار. اللهم وفقنا لهداك واجعل عملنا في رضاك. اللهم آت نفوسنا تقواها وزكها أنت خير من زكاها أنت وليها ومولاها اللهم حبب إلينا الإيمان وزينه في قلوبنا وكره إلينا الكفر والفسوق والعصيان واجعلنا من الراشدين يا رب العالمين.
Once again, a pleasant morning to each and everyone. We are all gathered for our third Division Management Committee virtual conference. And to call the roll of our participants today, let us now welcome our Administrative Officer for the HRMO of the division, Sir Warnie B. Idrea. Sir?
Thank you, Sir Giovanni. Thank you, and good morning. My respect to our First Division Superintendent, Sir Edelberto Plenaria. Sir, good morning. To our Assistant Course Division Superintendent, Ma'am Rosemary Tulud Masisar. Ma'am, good morning. To the two Chief of CID and SGOD Division, Ma'am Eva Sairi Idon. Ma'am, good morning. As well as the Ma'am Maricar Ablin Tumpong Ablin. Chief, good morning. And to the rest, section heads, my co-section heads, and to my dear administrators, good morning and welcome to this third division man committee for July 26, 2022. The checking of the attendance will be in this manner. Public course district supervisors and or and absent or only name those heads, school heads under your jurisdiction. Those who are absent or on leave. So only two remarks, acceptable remarks, on leave and absent. No coming or no going. What is this? No uh, on the way. Only two remarks is acceptable. Kerang signal. Okay, let's start with the Bacolod District. Ma'am Josephine, ma'am, good morning.
Good morning, Sir Warney. All 16 school administrators and including myself are all present in Bacolod District. Good morning, sir.
Okay, ma'am, thank you, ma'am. Bacolod District, all present. For Baloi, for Baloi, anybody from Baloi? Okay, proceed to Baroy. Baroy District.
Sir Warney, I'm trying to contact Ma'am Daod pa.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Copy. For let's proceed to Baroy. Baroy District. Okay. No sounds from Baroy. Kapatagan. Kapatagan. Anybody
Good morning,
from
sir.
Kapatagan?
For Kapatagan, the 34 school heads are present.
Okay, Sir Erwin, thank you. Kauswagan. Mr. Maglangit.
Yes, sir. Good morning. For Kauswagan District, out of 13 school heads, all are present. Thank you.
Do you have cluster, sir? Just include your cluster, sir, para isa na lang.
Yes, sir. For Tubod Municipality, that includes Tubod East and Tubod West, we are all present. 29 school heads are on the platform now. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you, sir. For Kulambugan,
Reset na nato.
from AP,
Reset lang
to AP, Kulambugan.
Sir Warren, good morning. For Baroy, Sir Warren.
Yes, ma'am.
For Baroy, Sir Warren, sorry no, nakamuted ko ganina, Sir Warren. For Baroy District, Sir Warren,
District in charge.
including secondary school heads.
Warning. So all present, ma'am.
Yes, sir. 2 are joining from MS Teams and the rest are joining in YouTube, via YouTube.
Sir Warns, Dr. Daod is still trying to reconnect. Kaya nawala daw iyang internet a while ago. But she's present.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. How about Kulambugan? Lala.
Sir Wani, good morning. For Lala North, South, and Central districts, all are present, including the 8 AOs.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much, Ma'am Arlene Carbonera of Lala. For Linamon.
Sir Warren, good morning. For Linamon,
good morning.
8 out of 8, all are present. And for Matungao District, 12 out of 12. Thank you, and good morning again.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Magsaysay? How about Magsaysay? Okay, for Maigo. Maigo District.
Hey, sir, good morning. Sir Warning.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
All out of 13 school heads, one is on leave on travel abroad, and all are present. 12 are present rather. We are here in the library hub. All administrators. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Munay District. Ma'am Fatima Asong for Munay and Puna Piaga po. Okay, I think Muna is not yet ready or not yet in the platform. So let's proceed to Nunungan District. Nunungan District. Anybody from Nunungan?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Nunungan District, 12/12. Others are watching via MS Teams and others are nasa YouTube, sir.
And this includes national high school, ma'am?
Sir? Dili maklaro, sir.
Including na ang
sir?
high school ani sa ang okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, nag-watch po sir ang school heads designated sa newly open schools.
Okay, ma'am. Thank
They
you
are
very
also
much.
watching, sir.
Sir Juan,
For pag-sikat.
Sir Juan, good morning. Magsaysay ni Sir Juan na off akong mic kanina, dili ko kasulod.
Sige, sir.
For Magsaysay District, 9 out of 9 school heads are present, including 2 high school and including 3 administrative officer 2. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Thank you.
Good morning, Sir Warren. Good morning.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am
Yes,
Pat?
sir. Yes, sir. Good morning. Actually, sir, 8 o'clock ready na ko, but sorry to say that this is the third MANCOM that permi na lang naka-off ako ang mic. So, sige ko request. I hope lang unta sa roll call i-available na unta ang mic. Sorry to say, pinsa man ganyang operator, permanente na lang ko di matawag dayon. But
Okay,
anyway, good morning and assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. For Munay District, sir, supposed to be there are 16 school heads, but Tambo Elementary School is not yet replaced, so there are 15, but out of 15, City Nela Sarip is on maternity leave. All the rest have confirmed their attendance, except I have not seen the confirmation of Idna Lindao and Mrs. Munalawan Balabagan and Asnia Manangulo. But anyway, I will notify you, sir, if they are already around. I requested other school heads to call them up. For Ponapiaga po, sir, all are tuning in. One is via YouTube, Hijara Sanggulingan, but all the rest are in this MS Teams. So, one is on maternity leave. Nalimot ko, Saima Samporna, but she is replaced or represented by her trusted teacher, Saima Makadaag. That's all, sir. Thank you and good morning.
Okay, ma'am. So just a clarification, ma'am. For Munay, ma'am, one on leave, on maternity leave.
Yes,
and
sir.
the 2 others, Nalindao and Balabagan is not yet around.
Yes, sir. And Aslia Mananggolo. But anyway, sir, I will text you if they are already in.
Okay, ma'am. Just an information, we have to check ang attendance at one time only. So if they are not around, then they are considered absent. Just advise them to file a leave for tomorrow. Failure to file a leave tomorrow, they will be marked absent for this one. Because actually, this is an announced activity. And yes, it is presumed that everybody is already prepared, and it is presumed also that they are aware on this activity.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Noted. Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Proceed, sir.
Okay, sir. Good morning for the District of Balambugan. 12 out of 14. Mr. Camilo Benosa of Karumatan, as retired from service effective last week. And also Gagis, effective January 31, 2022. And for the District of Sultanaga, Mapuro, sir, all are gathered in one.
Sir Juan, isa na lang, sir. Please, nana si mo nalawan, sir, og siyas niya man ang gulo. Sorry, sir. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Please those students, ma'am, for next time. Please be on time, ma'am, because again, this is a so it is presumed that everybody must be
Yes,
the
sir.
respective places or that at the platform. Sir AP, can you hear me,
Yes,
sir?
sir. Thank you.
I just have some clarification in relation to the attendance of Sir Camilo Vainosa, because as far as this office is concerned, the effectivity of the retirement of Mr. Camilo will be on August 1.
Sir Warnie,
So,
good morning.
Yes, ma'am.
Am I heard? This is
Ma'am
Ma'am
Daod?
Daod. Yes, good
Okay,
morning, sir, and good
ma'am.
morning, everyone. Am I heard, sir? Nawala akong
Okay,
internet.
ma'am.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Reporting the attendance for Balu ES, 13 out of 13 are virtually present and they are on the YouTube. For Balu West, we have 14 school heads and they are all present virtually. And then for Pantaw Ragat, 15 out of 15 are on board via YouTube. Thank you, sir, and good morning.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. As Mr. AP, Sir Lito, diti ka madungog ka ganina. Can you please Sir AP?
Yes, sir. Yeah, sorry. Regarding the attendance of Mr. Camilo Bainosa, I think he's enjoying his remaining service credits for the leave, sir. That's why he's not joining the MANCOM this sir.
Naasya, sir.
Sir,
Present si Sir Camilo.
As an information, Mrs. Ma'am, Mr. Camilo Vainosa is entitled
Present
for
si Sir
service
Camilo,
credits.
sir. Nasa YouTube.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I just want to make clarification.
Attendance is 12.
Mr. Camilo, as school head, is not entitled for service credits.
Okay, sir.
I just want to make clarity. Sige.
Sir. Okay, I will proceed to Isindi, sir. Okay,
Proceed,
for
sir.
the district of Isindi. Okay, for Isindi, 32 out of 34, sir. 2 are on leave. Ma'am Hanimi Kanyiti and Mr. Amin Marabong, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sir Let's. So is Indy 32 out of 34, 2 on leave. For Pantaw Ragat.
Sir, for Pantaw Ragat, morning again, once again. For Pantaw Ragat, we have 15 school heads and they are all virtually present via YouTube. Reporting.
Okay,
Pantaw
thank you,
Ragat.
ma'am. Thank you very much, Ma'am Daud. For Pantar District. Pantar District. Okay, I just call you later back. Salvador. How about Salvador?
Good morning po. I heard.
Okay, Sir Juan.
This
For
is Jacqueline
Salvador,
Pak
Coach
po.
Mintian Singadari are all present, sir.
Okay, Salvador, copy? Yes, ma'am. Antar.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sir Warren, andito po
Yes,
ako,
ma'am.
Pantar.
Mm-hmm.
For Pantar, they are all present virtually via YouTube. Only Kamarudin Mato and I are in MS Team po. Lahat po present.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am Jam.
Thank you po.
For Sapat? Sapa District.
Thirteen out of 13 present tenan, all in one in YouTube, and the rest are all here at NS team. Morning po.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much and good morning. For Taguluan? Taguluan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Sir Edria, and to everyone. For Taguluan District, 12 out of 12 school heads are all tuning in via YouTube and MS Teams, plus one teacher in charge of the Annex School of Malimbato PS. Present mi tanan, sir. Maing buntag.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Thank you. Good morning.
Welcome,
And last but not the least, the Tangkal District. Tangkal District. Anybody from Tangkal?
Good morning,
Sir
sir.
Warren?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. This is Juhaira Aitago, representative from Tangkal District. Kay nakalib si Madam Mamilawan Iskali. On behalf of Tangkal District, all school heads, 6 out of 6 are present, Sir Warnie.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir Warrens, for the information of everybody, Ma'am Kali is on sick leave. She's, I think, still in the hospital.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Noted, ma'am. So the attendance for this MANCOM, there are on leave and on travel abroad, Maigo, 1. Maternity leave for Munay, 1. And Una Piaga po on maternity leave also 1. And is in D, 2 administrators are on leave. Were on leave. Person of Ma'am Hanimi Kanyete and Amin, Sir Amin. And for Tangkal, 1 Mrs. Kali is on sick leave. So, majority of the school and administrators are present. Thank you.
Okay, just a gentle reminder, participants, please remember our virtual etiquette for trainings and webinars. So I would like to remind everyone to be dressed appropriately, be aware of your surroundings, so minimize distractions, mute your microphone when you are not talking. So if ever you want to raise a question, click the virtual hand raise. You can find that at the top of your Windows screen, or you can type in your queries at our chat box in MS Teams. We will also entertain questions from you right after the talks before this activity will end. So participants, please stay seated and stay present, and allow some grace if there are technical glitches or connectivity problems. Sir Jong.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Jen. And so with that, may now call in our leader of our division, Schools Division Office of Lanao del Norte, to call the order of this third Division Management Committee virtual conference. Sir Eddie, good morning po.
Good morning, Jungjong. Thank you so much. Thank you, Warnie, for calling the roll. And with my due respect to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tulod Masisar, the two chief, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and Dr. Meraiba Sairi Idon, with all the personnel in the division office, school heads in attendance, elementary and secondary. Upon hearing the calling of the roll, and it so appears that only a few of the participants for this MANCOM are on leave or not around for some other reasons, I'll now hereby declare the meeting, the attendance to be in quorum, and that the meeting is now in order. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you so much, Sir Eddie. We'll hear from you later. And now, to present to us the agenda for our third Division Management Committee meeting, let us all give a virtual round of applause to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tolod Masesar. Good morning, ma'am. Rose?
Okay, happy Tuesday morning to all of us. Welcome to our third Division Management Committee meeting, or MANCOM. So, of course, I would like to greet our beloved Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edalberto Opinaria, our Chief of the SGOD, Dr. Maria Carmela Tumpong Ablin, our Chief of the CID, Dr. Maria Eva Saire Idon, our EPSS, PSDSS, of course, our section heads here in the division office. We have Sir Armando Pasok, who's on leave, sick leave rather. Ako nang na-mention nun. And then of course we have our cashier, Ma'am Maria Mapandi, our budget officer, Ma'am Inday Padayhag, our accountant, Sir Tor Aurelio Ardon, our supply officer, Ma'am Cherry Beth Gupit, our HRMO, Sir Warnie Edria, our records officer, we have Ma'am Lonila Tata Buhawi, our legal officer, Attorney Myra Flor, Armas, who's on leave, but I think she's listening right now. Who else? Did I miss anybody? And of course, our school heads, both in the elementary and secondary. So although we are supposed to have this meeting face-to-face, but due to the busy schedule of the division office personnel, especially our top-level officials, so we are having this virtual meeting instead of the face-to-face. But hopefully, our next MANCOM meeting will be face-to-face. But nevertheless, we are here to discuss about very important matters regarding especially the opening of classes and other important matters which you, our dear school heads, our supervisors, and section heads in the division must know. So I hope that you will really listen to all the speakers today, because what we will be discussing is very very important. Just like in our previous MANCOMs, we only discuss those that are very important. But of course, those things that are not important, not that so important, urgent, we can always disseminate that to you um, through our Facebook, official Facebook page, or through memos. Anyway, so I hope that everybody will really listen in this virtual platform, will really stay until we sign off this afternoon, so that you will be updated on what's important in our department, in our division today. So once again, welcome and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Rose. Mabuhay po kayo. And now, friends, ladies and gentlemen, we are here to listen to a message from a man who has led us to a multitude of accomplishments through a solid direction and, of course, through a strong leadership in a span of 3 years. Ladies and gentlemen, our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edalberto Leones Aplinaria, CESO 5.
Hello, John. Thank you so much for that. Actually, I was listening to you and I was laughing. I thought to myself, iba talaga si Jungjong mag-introduce. Well, thank you so much, Jong. It really kept my heart warm. And again, my due respect to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tolud Masisar, our two chief, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin from the School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Maria Iba Sairi Idon from the Curriculum Implementation Division, all the personnel from the OSDS with our EO5, Armando Pasok, who requested me that he has to attend to his health personally. And that is why I requested Mr. Warner Adria to call on the roll. Our cashier, Ms. Maria Mapandi, our records officer, Ms. Lunela Buhawi, our budget officer, Ms. Emily Padayhag, our accountant, Mr. Tur Ardon, our supply officer, Chiri Beth Gopit, and of course, our HRMO, Mr. Warni Adria, all our public schools district supervisors in attendance, all our education program supervisors in attendance, personnel from the School Governance and Operations Division, as well as other personnel from the USDS, and as well as from the CID. School heads, both elementary and secondary, and other non-teaching personnel and the respective school districts. To all of you, good morning. The agenda supposed to be is to be presented, no? But I was listening to ASDS, and she told us that there are only a few of the things that we are about to talk in today's MANCOM, and those are the most important things that we are here to discuss on. Actually, during our top level meeting yesterday, I informed them that there are only 4 important topics that we'll be discussing today that really relates to your work as school heads and supervisors, of course, in the field. First, we'll be discussing about the end of school year activities by our CID chief, Dr. Mirai Basairi Idon. These matters will really remind you of the most important things that we need to do, given that our teachers are now on their vacation, and it is only us, the school heads, who are left to attend to the concerns of our schools. The next The next important topic also that we'll be discussing is on the latest teaching positions executive order signed by the former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte before he left office. And that executive order is the approval of the staffing pattern that deals on the teaching profession. All of you should take note because there are new terminologies that all of you should know. especially those in the for our teachers, no, for our teachers, because before we have only teacher 1, teacher 2. Now this time we will be having teacher 3, teacher 4, teacher 5, teacher 6, teacher 7. Okay, and each position has a corresponding salary grade, and so you should know on that and take note. The same with our school heads also. There will be new nomenclatures as regards to the possession, and that's part of that executive order that will be discussed to us by our top level personnel after my time. The next important topic that we'll be discussing also is on the latest approval from the Department of Budget and Management about the maintenance and other operating expenses, or MOOE, excuse me, MOOE. No, be informed that before we are restricted as to the spending of our MOE, and that is, I think, up to 15,000 only. Okay, you know that beyond 15,000, we cannot purchase that out of MOE. This time, the amount is already extended up to 50,000. But you are given the caution that we can only do so upon careful analysis and careful understanding of the guidelines on how to go on with that MOOE spending. And that will be discussed to us by our budget officer, Miss Emily Padayhag, today. So all school heads, please take note so that you will be guided accordingly. Also, another topic, most important topic also, is our guidelines for enrollment. Okay, the guidelines for enrollment is a department order signed and issued by our no less than the Vice President of the Philippines, our Secretary, Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte. Those are the 4 important topics that we'll be learning today, and I hope you will focus your time and attention learning on those, because I am supposed, as I have said, and as informed to us by our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, that this MANCOM today is supposed to be done face to face. But we cannot call you on one venue, so we have to split you. The same procedure before, Region 1 and Region 2, but then time is of no luxury to us, given that we are so busy. The same way also that you will be busy for the preparation for the Brigada Escuela, as well as for the enrollment, which started when the enrollment started. It started last July. Nasa nagsugod na to enrollment? Anybody?
Yesterday, sir.
Yesterday, sir.
Yesterday.
Yesterday, sir. Yesterday.
Yes, July 25.
Very good. That's July 25, and that was yesterday. Okay? So, and it will end until August
26, sir. 26.
26,
22.
22, August 22.
Yes, sir. 22.
August 22.
22.
Okay. Okay, August 22. Take note of those dates, no? Those are very important, and we should be guided, no? And our work. Okay?
22.
Then, August 22, yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much for those who answered the question. Again, my dear friends, we are here to learn for more. And with this, I am informing each and everyone that we have a new secretary. And our new secretary has, I should say, a strong personality. No, strong personality. Magmotor ako na siya. And she declared during her talk with our beloved provincial governor, Governor Imelda Quebranza de Mapuro, that she wanted to visit Lanao del Norte. So at any given time, magbisita siya diri. Then, wata kabalo, kay magmotor ra ba na, mukalit nag-abot sa imong eskwelahan. Then, pag abot, di ka kabantay kay dugay na mupuwas o helmet. Pag sulod sa imong opisina, Wa ka diha, pagpuha siyang helmet, makurat na imong staff diha, kaya pa maklaro si Vice President, ang problema wa kaila imong staff po diha, unsaon na lang ug wa ka diha sa imong opisina. Okay? Di ko tubag anang sitwasyon na, unsaon na to na. But the fact is, she wanted to visit Lano del Norte and all of us should be ready. And my advice is, the best advice that I can give you is, be always in your office if you are not having an official business outside of your office. Kung wa ka importante nga business outside, stay in your office. Kaya basi mo kalit og abot diri sa ato. Remember, our province, we have no airport, but we have different adjacent airport, no? We have one from Pagadian, dali ra kayo makaabot na sa ato. Napunta sa Usamis, napunta sa Lagindingan. Uta kabalo, mo agi, mukalit ra nag-abot na to. Na basig magkapuliki, tagkadipo-dipo panubag kung wala ta. Okay? I am issuing this warning to all the school heads. Kinara ba school head po nga kuan, PC per me. When I ask the teachers where your school head, di katubag si teacher. Dayon, ang saligando, motubag og lahi. Ang sunod, dili, dito paingon si ma'am. Diri paingon si sir. Dito si sir. Naglibog na ko ahang tinuod nga tubag. Pantayan na nato ron ha. Kay, lisod kong mapikita na kay. Again, our secretary is our vice president of the Philippines. Di na to naman basta-basta. Okay? Then, also, before I will end up my talk today, as I have said, let us learn everything today, especially when our chief of the school governance and operations division will discuss on the enrollment procedure because there are new terms of those personnel who will be involved in enrollment. Nanatay focal person ron, nga wa takadungog sukad sa una, and there are new terms karon pa gipagawas. Before the time of Secretary Liling, the term is face-to-face. This time karon in person na pud ilang gigamit nga term. Okay? Aside from that, there are other terms that we need to be acquainted, and so the best option is for you to listen very well. Okay? Then final. There will be movement of all officials in the field. And that means all school heads, all supervisors, we should have a new and first mandate given that nahuman na itong election o new mandate na punta ron in every district. Okay? And this is a healthy practice because new school heads, new school assignment would give you a fresh new mandate, and that means a new and invigorated leadership is at hand when we are assigned in a new place. Okay? So buckle up and be ready and let us listen so that by the time you will be reassigned, you are already equipped with the knowledge, the skills that are very important, especially the 4 important things that we will be discussing today. Just enjoy your stay in your school. Make the best preparation that you can have so that by the time when you will say goodbye to your school, then the one who will take your place will say, you are indeed a good leader. So you prepared your school and you are the best that that school have. And the new leader to be assigned will be also challenged how to work on the best way that he can so that the leadership, the good leadership that you have shown in that school will also be shown by him, or even he can do better than you do. Okay? Again, I wish you luck and let's enjoy the day. Ayaw seryosuha ang order sa transfer kay wa pa ko mamirma. But what is important is prepare yourself and learn everything. Okay? I wish you luck and good morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sir Eddie, for that heartwarming message and reminder for all of us. May you continue to shine bright in your undertakings as our passionate and goal-driven leader here in the Division Office. And now for the CID updates and concerns, we will now hear from our CID Chief, Dr. Maria Eva Sairi Edon. And we will also be updated with the SJOD activities, programs, and projects. And this will be presented by our SJOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmela Tumpong Ablin.
My peace and felicitations to our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Edelberto L. Oplinaria, CESO 5, to our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Rosemary Tolod Macesar, and of course, the all OSDS personnel, to my partner, SGOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and all SGOD personnel, to all CID personnel and section heads, all school heads and teachers, a happy day, everyone. Let me now present to you, for a while, Sir Flor, please allow me to share my presentation. Sir Flor. Kang Dr. Barazona, since I don't have an internet in my office, please go, Sir Flor. Thank you. Thank you. Sige din. Okay, give me a few seconds. Pero i-open sa siya para. Okay, share. Pero siguro, hindi ko. Yes, yes, no. Yes, no. Video. Can you now see my slides? Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, once again, allow me to present to you DepEd Order number 25 series of 2022 on the end of school year activities. No, this is actually an amendment to DepEd Order number 13 series of 2018 on the guidelines in the conduct of summer classes and remedial instruction. Okay, so again, this is DepEd Order number 25, series of 2022, the title of which is Implementing Guidelines on the Conduct of Remedial and Advancement Classes during summer for the K-12 Basic Education Program. Again, this is an amendment to DepEd Order number 13, series of 2018. DepEd Order number 13, series of 2018 is titled Implementing Guidelines on the Conduct of Remedial and Advancement Classes during summer for the K-12 Basic Education Program. And since we are not enjoying summer now because of the change of our schedule of classes, then we call it end of school year classes. DepEd Order number 25, series of 2022 states that the Department of Education issues the amendment to DepEd Order number 13, series 2018, titled implementing guidelines on the conduct of remedial and advancement classes during summer for the K-12 basic education program to assist schools in identifying learners who are most in need of instructional support and layout mechanisms by which remedial classes during summer can be maximized to address learning gaps brought primarily by the abrupt pedagogical shift due to the pandemic. DepEd Order Number 13 Series of 2018 used the term summer classes as learners had previously attended school during the hot, dry season of April and May. However, the schedule of remedial classes for school year 2021-2022 falls from July to August. So the term summer classes shall be amended to end of school year classes. Number 3, EOSY classes refer to both remedial and enrichment classes. I repeat, this is for emphasis. The end of school year classes refer to both remedial and enrichment classes offered within a prescribed number of days during the school break of each school year. It is a structured instructional or formal learning experience in a public or private elementary or secondary school with the approval of the school's division superintendent. That is why we ask you to submit to us your plan of action and your proposal for approval by our school's division superintendent. So to recall, DepEd Order Number 13 Series of 2018 has this rationale. Number 1, the implementation of the K-12 curriculum by the Department of Education ensures that every learner has to complete the basic quality education with the necessary competencies and skills for higher education and or for the world of work or for entrepreneurship. As such, DepEd recognizes the need to offer classes during summer to ensure continuous regular moving up of a learner from one level to the next grade level. Number 2, this policy aims to standardize the offering of summer classes and to provide appropriate directions to all elementary and secondary schools in both public and private sectors. The conduct of classes during summer shall provide opportunities for remediation through tutorial or coaching of learners with learning gaps or subject area deficiency. Classes during summer may also be conducted for advancement of subjects, particularly for those senior high school learners with work immersion in the succeeding semester. Number 3, the scope. The different provisions of this policy are applicable to grades 4 to 12 in both public and private elementary and secondary schools offering classes during summer. This will provide appropriate directions to all personnel of DepEd at the different levels of governance policy. The operational definition of the following terms are as follows. A, summer class, any structured instructional or formal learning experiences offered by a public or private elementary or secondary school during summer break with the approval of the school's division superintendent. Note that the term summer class is amended or has been amended to end of school year class based on DepEd Order Number 25 Series of 2022, Item Number 2. Again, it's already now end of school year classes. B, remedial. Any form of organized instructional interventions given to a learner during summer class to address his or her learning gaps or subject area deficiency, The remedial can be made in form of tutorial, mentoring, coaching, or other ways of delivering the organized learning experiences. C. Advancement. Any subject area offered during summer class to be taken by a senior high school learner with work immersion in the succeeding semester. Again, this is for senior high school, no? The advanced subjects are those that are left together with the work immersion. This is to give the learner time to focus on his or her work immersion during the semester. Number 9, enrichment classes refer to any form of organized instructional interventions given to learners from grade 1 to grade 2 who received a grade ranging from 75 to 79 in any learning area to improve their level of attainment of the prescribed learning competencies and fully prepare them for transition to their next grade level. Learners undergoing enrichment programs shall be provided with additional learning opportunities through tutorials, mentoring, coaching, or other ways of delivering organized learning experiences. Later, after my presentation, I will be requesting Dr. Carol Balwit to present to us our divisional activities during the end of school year classes. Okay, so number 5, the DepEd hereby issues these policy guidelines to ensure standard practices in offering classes during summer. This policy affirms the department's commitment in ensuring that all learners will complete basic quality education. Classes are offered during summer to address the learner's learning gaps or failure, deficiencies due to change of track or specialization and or transfer from one school to another, or to allow for an advanced subject for those senior high school learners with work immersion in the succeeding semester or school year. The learning standards of the K-12 curriculum shall be any class to be offered during summer. Number 8, the readiness of the school to offer classes during summer shall be considered, especially the necessary resource requirements, such as subject area, specialist, or teacher to handle a specific learning area, classroom and laboratories, instructional materials, and others. The principle of cost effectiveness shall always prevail in the evaluation of requests for offering classes during summer, and the learning profile of enrollees in any class during summer classes shall serve as basis for planning and designing learning experiences. Later also, Dr. Balwit will present to us our plans, no, for the summer remedial classes for reading. And there's going to be an activity wherein our learners will be able to also present how far they have learned, no, in their instruction in reading. Then, number 11, the school shall submit a letter of request. This is very clear in this memorandum. Actually, I know that you have read this already because we have given you copies some weeks ago, no? So this is now the instruction. The school shall submit a letter of request to offer remedial or advancement classes during summer to the school's division office not later than the 3rd week of July that precedes the summer term. The school's division superintendent shall approve the request based on the result of the evaluation. Okay. Then we have the school's request to offer classes during summer shall include the following documents. List of students will take up remedial or advancement classes during summer. List of least mastered competencies of the learner on the subject area where he or she failed to be prepared by the subject area teacher as part of the endorsement for summer classes. There shall be a minimum of 10 learners in grades 4 to 10 and in any of the core subject areas in the senior high school. However, for any of the major subjects under the senior high school, a minimum of 8 is allowed. Otherwise, learners will be referred to nearby schools offering classes during summer or during the end of school year. In cases where no school offers classes during summer or end of school year in any learning area, the schools division office must provide alternative measures to address learners' needs. Tentative list of learning area or areas to be offered and schedule of classes approved by the school head, written consent of parents or guardians whose learners will attend the end of the school classes, list of teachers and the subjects that they will teach during the end of school year classes. Then, eligible learners for summer or end of school year classes. The learners who are allowed to enroll in classes during summer are the following: learners from public schools and those from the private schools who would like to transfer in public schools eventually after the end of school year classes are the primary recipients of classes offered in public schools. A learner from public school may be allowed to enroll the end of school year classes in a government recognized private school and should be allowed to enroll upon return to his or her public school. Then we have section 7, eligible learners for summer or end of school year classes. Just please don't be confused, ha? Summer is just similar to end of school year classes, but since I am presenting the two DepEd orders to just make a comparison and to relate the two DepEd orders to each other, then just please don't be confused. Number 14 of the enclosure to DO 13 Series 2018 shall be amended as follows. So this is now the amendment, no, for DO 13. Grades 1 to 10 learners who failed in not more than 2 learning areas at the end of the school year, despite the educational interventions given. Grades 1 to 11 learners who got a grade ranging from 75 to 79 described as fairly satisfactory based on DepEd Order Number 8 Series of 2015 on policy guidelines on classroom assessment for the K-12 basic education program in any learning area shall attend enrichment classes instead of remedial classes, as the latter is designed for those learners who failed in not more than 2 learning areas. The conduct of enrichment classes is one of the strategies in the learning recovery plan of the department. This is also one of the strategies indicated in the learning recovery plan of DepEd Region 10. And of course, we also have this part, no, in our learning recovery plan for the division of Lanao del Norte. They are designed to improve learners' level of attainment of the most essential learning competencies, or MELCs, to ensure the readiness for transition to the next grade level. Their grade shall no longer be recomputed, as their attendance shall be voluntary with due consent from their parents or guardians.
Iba, here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There's a question in the chat box.
Yes, sir.
From Christine Cabenas. Please address that as before you go on. Kaya basi malimtan na to ne. Can you read that?
For a while, Sir Hack, I cannot see the chat box. I'll try to check. I'll try to check the chat box because my presentation is on the screen. I cannot see Palayo ko check.
Kita ni boring ni mo nga laptop dia palibutan awa.
Good morning.
Sige, sige.
Good morning. Relative to the EOSY activities, section 11.2, what shall be submitted instead of the list learn competencies if the school is conducting reading remediation? Thank you.
Okay, so the question is, what shall be submitted, no?
Instead of the list learned competencies if the school is conducting reading remediation.
Okay, if the school is conducting reading remediation, and that means to say that they don't have students who have failed in the subjects, no, who are into the summer classes per se, yun, they will have to submit the list of learners with the corresponding reading level. No? This is for reading remediation. List of learners, ma'am, grade level, and the reading level of the learners. Okay, I hope that Ma'am Christine, are you there? I hope that you are there. Again, ma'am, list of learners, their grade level, and the reading level of the learners who will be undergoing the reading remediation. Because after the intervention, after the remedial reading classes, we will be having some competitions that will be later presented by Ma'am Palwit. Okay? So, thank you very much. Okay, so thank you po, Ma'am Christine.
Okay, positive. Thank you so much, Kristen Cabana.
Okay,
I really
thank you, Sir
appreciate
Eddie.
to ask questions, especially intelligent questions such as this one. Thank you so much, Christine. Go ahead, Ev. You just
Okay, thank you, Sir Eddie. Okay, so let me now proceed. Just please type in your questions in the chat box. I have asked Dr. Tabar to check from time to time so that we can address right away your queries. Okay, let me now proceed. So we are now in item number 15. Senior high school learners who failed in any learning area or areas at the end of the first or second semester, or those learners who have any deficiency due to change of specialization or track after a year. Also, those senior high school learners who failed a prerequisite subject. Actually, this is just a review. No, we have been doing this since 2018, no, during the conduct of our summer classes, and I'm very sure that the school heads, no, handling the senior high school are very familiar with this guideline. Number 16, incoming grade 12 learners who will undertake work immersion in the succeeding semester shall be allowed to take 2 to 3 advanced subjects during summer so that more attention or focus shall be given to their work immersions. Learners from grades 4 to 12 with special educational needs or LSENs shall be allowed to attend classes during summer to catch up with their learning deficiencies. Okay, so please take note of this, ha? And then for our assessment of learning, the assessment of learning for classes during summer shall be based on the following provisions. The learner shall undergo formative and summative assessment as per DepEd Order Number 8 Series of 2015 entitled Policy Guidelines on Classroom Assessment for the K-12 Basic Education Program. The final grade for summer classes is the remedial class marked DCM? DCM, no? RCM. The average of the final grade at the end of the school year is the RCM. In the RCM, or remedial class mark, is the recomputed final grade, or RFG. The learner shall obtain a RFG of at least 75 or higher to be promoted to the next grade level or semester. Please take note of this. And by the way, I'm very happy to inform our schools division superintendent that looking at the CMSS, I have seen great improvement with the grades, average grades of our learners. That is based on the report through the CMSS. So daghang salamat mga school heads and teachers for working very hard to improve on our outcomes, learning outcomes. Question.
A question from Elisaida Ada. Is there a service credit earned by the teachers who are on reading remediation and enrichment, ma'am?
Okay. For that question, I will be answering that later because there's a provision that will tell us about the provision of service credits. Ma'am, adapt. Later lang ha, ma'am. So let me just proceed. However, if the RFG of the learner is below 75, he or she shall be reassessed immediately by the subject teacher. So take note mga school heads ha, if the RFG of the learner is below 75, there must be an immediate reassessment by the subject teacher to determine the least mastered competencies or learning gaps. This is very, very important. The results of the reassessment shall serve as basis for planning and designing an immediate instructional intervention to ensure the transition of that learner to the next grade level or semester. If ever the learner still fails in the instructional intervention, he or she is allowed to enroll in the next grade level in the succeeding school year with continuous provision of tutorial services. So take note of this because there are teachers who would just say, ay, papasaro na lang di nato ni sila tanan. No? But then this guideline clearly states that the teacher should give an immediate reassessment and provide immediate instructional intervention to help the student transition from that grade level to the next grade level. Okay, so wala tayo mahimo mga ma'am ha, because this is indicated in DepEd Order number 13 series of 2018. Number 20, a certificate of recomputed final grade or RFG to be given to the learner signed by the concerned teacher and approved by the school head or principal, which shall be presented upon enrollment to the next grade level or in the next semester. Okay, so I know that you are very familiar with this daily time allotment, okay, for our summer classes or end of school year classes. Then, for grades 11 to 12, an 80-hour per subject for core curriculum subjects, applied track subjects, and specialized subjects are allotted 2 hours per subject for 6-week period. Okay? So, klaro kaayo ha, nga 6 weeks ni siya. Okay? Then, hapit na ko mahuman. Further, Section 9, Daily Time Allotment, Paragraph 23 shall be amended as follows. This is now another amendment of DepEd Order number 13, and now it's going to be end of school year classes shall be done from Mondays to Fridays. The delivery mode of instruction shall preferably be face-to-face, particularly for those schools that have participated in the implementation of the progressive expansion of face-to-face classes. Parents' consent. Klaro kaayo ni diri ha. Please be very conscious about this kay para dili ta magka-problema. Parents' consent shall be required before the learner participates in the end of school year classes. However, depending upon the alert level of the area, schools may opt for a combination of face-to-face classes and modular or online learning. Educational television and radio-based instruction shall be used to supplement other learning delivery modalities. Okay? So since we have already produced the video lessons and we have already distributed English learning kits and a lot more materials, no instructional materials, there's no reason for us not to be able to have our end of school year classes. Okay, and that's thanks to our schools division superintendent for initiating those production of materials. Then, number 6, an individual learning monitoring plan. Okay, suggested strategies in implementing distance learning delivery modalities for school year 2020 to 2021 must be prepared by teachers handling remedial and enrichment classes. Actually, our division, through our division reading focal person, the person of Dr. Carol Balwit, has already prepared the learning monitoring plan and the remedial reading program plan of action for this school year. The one-size-fits-all approach is discouraged. So dili ta magpareha because we know for sure that you have your own innovations and you have your own strategies to address the learning needs of your learners, no? Especially for remedial reading and for remedial classes, as it does not address the learner's unique and diverse needs. So, meaning, each school should be able to prepare, no, the plan of action for our remedial classes and remedial reading program during the end of the school year. Okay, for end of school year activities. The end of school year classes for school year 2021-2022, consistent with DO 29 series of 2021, school calendar and activities for school year 2021 to 2022 states that remedial, enrichment, and advancement classes for public schools shall start on July 24, 2022, Monday, and end on August 12, 2022. I would like to congratulate the schools that have already posted on Facebook, no, their activities, no, school activities, and I'm very proud that I have also shared your pictures via our LDN Curriculum Implementation Division Facebook page. This schedule may be adjusted in schools where the regional or schools division offices declared class suspension due to an increase in COVID-19 cases in their areas as provided for in DMCI 2022-009, reiterating the policy on academic ease and allowing the suspension of classes and other teaching-related activities in the midst of the surge in COVID-19 cases, as long as the adjusted schedule does not fall short of the required 6-week period as indicated in DO 13 Series 2018. However, learners who received a grade ranging from 75 to 79 shall attend enrichment classes for 15 days only, from Mondays to Fridays within the identified duration of end of school year classes. Okay, teaching assignment, benefits and restrictions. The teaching assignment and benefits of teachers will handle classes during summer shall, number 24, the school head principal shall be responsible in identifying the expert teacher who will handle or teach one specific subject during summer classes. Master teachers or regular teachers and can handle classes during summer. are preferred to handle classes during summer.
During summer.
Number 25, teaching load or assignment shall only be assigned to teachers from the school that offers classes during summer. No part-time teachers from other schools, public or private, are allowed to handle summer classes. The concerned teacher shall be responsible in issuing the certificate of recomputed final grade approved by the school head or principal and shall submit it to the division office as attachment to both Form 137 and the school form number 5 or SF5. Let's just check because there has already been some modifications in the school forms. So ato lang ni i-check if these are the same forms that we will be using. Okay? Teachers will handle, kini na ang answer of the question, no, by Ma'am Adap, no? Ma'am Adap, this is now the answer to your question. This is item number 27. Teachers will handle classes during summer shall earn service credits equivalent to the total number of hours of actual teaching divided by 8 hours, but shall not exceed 15 days, which is the maximum number of days of service credits earned in a year, except in cases authorized by the Secretary upon the recommendation of the Regional Director. Refer to the provisions of DepEd Order Number 53, Series 2003, known as Updated Guidelines on Grant of Vacation Service Credits to Teachers. The request for service credit shall be addressed to the school's division superintendents for its approval. The approval of the request for the grant of service credits shall be made with the following supporting documents: duly signed daily time record and accomplishment report. No service credits shall be granted to teachers who handle summer classes in the event that honorarium or remuneration shall be given. Okay, naamang nakabara diri sa ako. Okay, next, monitoring and evaluation. The school head is primarily responsible for ensuring that classes during summer shall be maximized to address the intention. Class observations are strongly encouraged to ensure that teaching and learning are maximized during summer classes. The school head shall submit to the division office a report on the conduct of classes, certificate of recomputed final grade, Form 137 and school form number 5 or SF5 not later than 10 days from the last day of summer classes or the end of school year classes. The school's division superintendent or representative shall monitor and evaluate the conduct of summer classes. Monitoring and supervision reports shall be submitted to the regional director not later than 25 days after the last day of summer classes. Now, listen, mga kapatid, according to our regional supervisor, no, our chief of the CLMD, the regional office will conduct the monitoring and evaluation anytime, no, during the end of school year, no, to monitor our school end of school year activities. Okay, so please lang kanang naang just be always ready for the monitoring and evaluation to be conducted by our regional supervisors. And of course, just to remind you again of the statement, no, of our schools division superintendent that our vice president, DepEd Secretary Sara Duterte, since she's still very young, parehan ako, achar, kanang abtik pa kayo na siya, ganahan na siya magsuroy-suroy, magmotor-motor, and who knows, she will be in Lanao del Norte without us knowing it, and she'll be in our school. Ang timingan wala ta dito. Kadako sa ato ang kulba, our heart yun na. So please lang, kanang be very conscious, no? And please be on time, no, in reporting to your respective schools. Ayaw na kaayo pag kung sige tag-absent, di na kayo mag-absent mga ma'am o sir, maluoy ta kay Basin kita po ay ma-timingan. Okay? The Bureau of Learning Delivery shall monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of this policy for continuous improvement of its implementation. Okay, so for the effectivity, this order shall be implemented in all public, elementary, and secondary schools nationwide for school year 2021 to 2022. Private schools are allowed to make necessary adjustments in accordance with their context, subject to the approval of their respective SDS. All other provisions stated in DepEd Order 13 Series 2018 shall remain effective unless otherwise amended by subsequent DepEd issuances. Any question? Is there a question?
From Jonathan,
From Sir Jonathan.
Ma'am Eds, good AM. I submitted already a proposal 2 weeks ago, and until now, I don't know if that proposal was approved or not.
Okay.
However, we started the summer class just yesterday till August 12, 2022. Would that be okay if we continue even if our proposal is not yet returned to us?
Sir Hanog, we will check on that. Actually, I have already assigned mga proposals from different districts. We will check kung asa na ang imong proposal and we will try our best to process that as soon as possible so that that will be approved by our schools division superintendent. Pero padayon lang sir, because we will try our best to have that approved right away. Salamat sir. Who else? Another question.
Christine Cabuenas.
Ma'am Christine, good morning ma'am.
What is the content of the accomplishment report for schools conducting reading remediation for the E of school heads?
Okay, ma'am. That will be answered by our reading expert here, Dr. Carol Balwit, because she's going to also present to us, discuss to us the division-based initiative for the division activities during the end of school year. Next question, please. Ma'am Apat, Dr. Apat is raising her hand. Dr. Apat, good morning. Mamilu? Okay, so any other questions or clarifications before I end this presentation?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am Chief.
Yes, ma'am. Morning.
My concern, ma'am. My concern is we submitted already our proposal, but before I read the memo about the EOSY classes, I already submitted our plan to revive the summer reading camp. So I didn't look into the memo for EOSY, but this is our plan to offer summer reading camp. Now my question is, since our proposal is 1 month before the implementation, that's why when I submitted my proposal, the implementation is scheduled August 11. And if it will be considered that it is our summer or EOSY classes, now the implementation is August 11 because of that policy in the division nga kung proposal is 1 month before. So what will I do? Shall I consider this as our summer, our EOSY class, or reviving the summer reading camp is different? That is school-based, Ma'am Chief.
Yes, Ma'am Mamilu. Actually, part of the activities of our regional-based end of school year activities is our reading remediation classes during the end of school year. So that is part, I think this is actually institutionalized because this is a reading program. Sagdi lang, I will have to discuss this matter with our school division superintendent our ASDS and of course our SGOD chief, no, to so that we can give you the answer right away, no? So I'll call you,
Yes, Chair.
Mami Lu, and I'll check also the one that you submitted. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Salamat.
From Sindaw kasi.
Ma'am Sindaw. Ma'am Cindy, good morning.
Ma'am Eva, pwede ang kinder mag-undergo summer about letter sound lang.
Okay, for kindergarten, ako much to my desire that you include the kindergarten learners if the parents will allow them. So please, if you would like to include the kindergarten learners, secure the parents' permit, no, parents' consent, no, so that we are sure that the parents will allow the learners. Ganahan kay ko because they are, for sure they will be ready for grade 1, di ba, Ma'am Cindy?
Yes, Ma'am Ev.
Okay, sige. Thank you, Ma'am. And of course, ang IATF ha, palihog. Who else?
Yes,
Napay question? Sir Elver?
Ma'am Ev, good morning.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Ma'am Ev, naay question diri ni Ma'am Christine Cabuenas.
Oo,
what is the content of the accomplishment report for schools conducting reading remediation for the M&A of school heads? Thank you. Ma'am, I would like to answer this, ma'am, if my answer also is correct.
Yes,
regarding
sir.
the question of Ma'am Christine, kay mo po niya po ang gikuan, ma'am. Gihuna-huna. For the accomplishment report, Ma'am Ev, we ask teachers to attach their activity on the EOSY classes in daily EOSY. And then at the end of the EOSY classes, I ask them the Ma'am Ev, the impact of the reading program by the school, whether there is an increase or eradication of the frustration level of the struggling learners. So am I correct, Ma'am Ev, of that answer?
Yes, sir. And actually, si Dr. Balwit will also give you the complete list of required documents to be part of your accomplishment report. Si Dr. Balwit na ang muhatag ana later because she will have her time for the division initiated activities for our learning recovery program.
Okay, Ma'am Ev. Thank you, Ma'am Ev.
Salamat.
Thank you so much.
Napay question? Gipaningot na biapod ko man? Ilahan na nakuan. Okay, so I think there's no more question. Allow me now to turn you over to Dr. Balwit for the continuation of this presentation. Daghang salamat mga kapatid, stay safe and maayong buntag.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Maria Eva. Can we have now Dr. Carol Balwit? Carol, are you ready? Carol, are you with us?
Third floor. Nag-open tray naman ko. Nag-open tray. Ana?
Lang question mo. Namin ko lang isa. Nag-clash. 2 hours. Lagi siya. Ganito ka ng taas na. Kulang i-skip mo lang na ko itong na-discuss nimo. Oo. Nag-slide na. Ay, okay. Thank you. Okay, to our schools division superintendents, right, Alberto Eloclinaria, our assistant schools division superintendent, Ma'am Rose Macesar, to our SGOD chief, Ma'am Ablin, and to our CID chief, Ma'am Eva, and to everybody who are attending this, MANCOM, good morning. Now, let me share to you the division memorandum number 334 series 2022, the conduct of end of school year classes for school year 2021-2022. Okay, the conduct of end of school year classes this school year is from July 24, 2022 to August 12, 2022. So, it was amended already that instead of naming the activity summer reading class, so we'll have it end of school year classes. And the objectives, what? The slideshow na diri, sir. Right. Okay, wait, so. Okay. Share naman. And, hindi ako sa iyo.
Stop, stop. Stop presenting lang. Stop presenting.
Okay.
Ngayon, i-open to daan.
Ano this one?
I-open sa mo. I-open sa siya, i-open ang PowerPoint. Open na. Sige, balik dito sa Steam. Steam. Balik na yun. Share screen din.
Kani? Sure na naman. Ikaw, gusto ma'am. Ma'am, Carol, kanya na lang sa Ma'am Carol. Ay, sige ma'am. Sure.
Share screen lang.
Share screen na, wala po.
I-stage yun ito. I-stage yun kanina. Kailangan mo i-stage yun. Hindi ka niya wait. Para mawala na. I-stage yun lang.
Okay.
Wala, presenting. Gini ang signal. Pag-yapon.
Okay. Stop presenting na lang. Okay.
All right, so we'll have our SGOD chief first. we'll just get back to Dr. Carol Balwit as she is preparing her presentation. So once again, friends, ladies and gentlemen, to update us with all of the concerns from the School Governance and Operations Division, let us all give a virtual round of applause to our amazing SGOD Chief, Dr. Maria Carmela Tompong Ablin. Take it away, Chief.
Thank you, Attorney.
Good.
A pleasant morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings of peace and solidarity from the office of the SGOD. So before anything else, I want to tell you that let me finish first my presentation. Then if you have questions, just raise your hand and post it in the box if you want, because I will entertain questions after my presentation. Okay, so once again, good morning. This is the SGOD updates during our 3rd Division Management Committee meeting. Okay, the first responsibility of a leader is to define reality. The last is to say thank you. And between, the leader is a servant, by Max Whitney. Yes. Sa kajot. Kajot tayo, gikuha na ni Sir Bridge. Ganito ang nangyari. Okay na? Floor? Hello, Floor? Okay, so once again, good morning. So I will start my presentation with this. The first responsibility of a leader is to define reality. The last is to say thank you. In between, the leader is a servant, by Max Whitney. Okay, I will start with the special programs and projects. This is under Ma'am Arlene, Dr. Arlene Manginsay. Under Ma'am Arlene is Dimple Cabases and Alva Joy Mogot. This office would like to thank the following school principals for allowing their student leaders to attend the Philippine Youth Convergence 2022, held on June 15 to 17, 2022 at Puerto Princesa, Palawan City. We have Pablo Binisnisan, the principal of Brit Magaliano from Lala National High School. The principal also of LDN and CHS is Ma'am Anisa Sinal, represented by Christine Lori Tagakay and Kent Martorillas. Then another principal to Kapatagan National High School, Sir Rodolfo Villarosa, represented by J. Mark Angelo Caputi and Rialyn Batican. So thank you very much. Then we have Gender and Development, the accomplishment report for the 2021 GOD projects. We have pictures of the projects before, during, and after. The deadline of the said accomplishment report was last March 25, 2022. That is Division Memorandum number 060 series of 2022. But there are still schools that have no certificate of completion for the 2021 GOD project. Submit letter of explanation for not submitting report on time. Gender and Development, again, still under this issue. The following are the documents needed in securing the 2022 GOD project certificate of completion. We have narrative report with pictures of the project, that is before, during, and after the project implementation. Then liquidation report with complete attachments and approved program of works. We have OR, PR, RFQ, back resolution, PO, abstract of canvas, delivery receipt, and approved 2022 GOD project proposal and program of works. Then we have the GOD projects for calendar year 2022, repair of hand washing facilities of gendered comfort rooms. Strictly no construction and repair of DepEd Watson. The following are the required documents to be attached in the proposal: 2021 GOD Project Certificate of Completion, Program of Works for the 2022 GOD Project, with market analysis of the prices. Labor cost is 30% and hauling cost is 10% of the total material cost. Pictures of the gendered CR or hand washing facilities to be repaired. Hand washing facilities to be repaired must be located in the school entrance. Then we have the approved 2022 project proposal as of June 23, 2022. So until now, we have elementary 68 schools. For secondary, including the integrated schools, is 21 schools. Note, deadline of the approval of the 2022 GOD project proposal will be on September 30, 2022. Then we have also school sports. There will be a sports training of coaches and officiating officials on September 22 to 25, 2022. Details of the training will be announced through a division memorandum. So, but before anything else, I would like to announce to you that we have also top schools that submitted the different programs in under Ma'am Arlene. We have the Sports and Campus Well Programs Action Plan. We have for elementary, Ma'am Liangan East Elementary School, Dinaig Elementary School, Alfredo Hinobatin ES, Balili ES, and Karumatan ES. For secondary, mo na sila ang top 5 nga nagkano-uptick ni submit sa ilang report sa action plan. For secondary, Pantor National High School, Bacolod Central Integrated School, Mahayahay IS, Salvador National High School, and Kahayag IS. Then we have also the Campus Well Program and Sports Accomplishment Report. For elementary, Kalilangan ES, Jose Balazo, Mamarinta, Baranja, and Basagad. Then for secondary, we have Kawit Oriental Integrated School. Then we have also submitted entries for the first virtual provincial meet. We have for elementary, Maranding Central Elementary School, Pendulunan ES, Baroy CES, Kapatagan CES, and F. Ilaya MES. For secondary, LNNCHS, Kapatagan National High School, Lala National High School, Bindi National High School, and Baloi National High School. We have also top 5 schools that have approved 2022 GOD project proposal. We have, the first one is Don Juan Diaz IS, Mahayahay IS, Dimayon ES, Kabasaran ES, and Dato Bibit Dalog ES. Secondary and integrated school, Pigkalawag IS, Bansarville National High School, Tumpol IS, Pagayawan IS, and Jeronima Cabrera National High School. We have also the top 5 school that submitted Women's Month Celebration Accomplishment Report. We have Esperanza Elementary School, Layangan East Elementary School, Bubong Paco, Primary School, Rawan Point ES, and Sumurang PS. For secondary and integrated school, we have Tagitik IS, M. Ismadi MIS, Bacolod Central IS, Matampay IS, and Binuni Dimulugan National High School. There are also top 5 schools that submitted GOD Focal Point System. For elementary, Daligdigan ES, Pangantapan PS, Baranja PS, Pibiliwanag MES, and Manan Asilawan ES. For integrated school and secondary, Chofila Quebranza National High School, Taguluan National High School, Binundi Dimulugan National High School, Salvador National High School, and Lala Proper IS. Now, we have also Certificate of Winning Codes, Leah Katubay, Fausto Albia Memorial Elementary School, first place softball elementary. Katong akong i-mention, please claim your certificate in the division office anytime to the office of Ma'am Arlene. Next, we will proceed to, before that, we will have also submission of Supreme Pupil Government Accomplishment Report. Still under ni Ma'am Arlene, we have the Duan ES, Magsaysay CES, Esperanza ES, Sultan Makalpang Permites, and Layangan East. Then also the submission of Supreme Student Government Accomplishment Report. We have the top 5 schools: Sultan Dimas Sangkay Manangulo IS, Pacalondo IS, Jeronima Cabrera National High School, Pantauragat Agro, and Balui National High School. The top 5 also submitted the ESO Accomplishment Report: Sultan Dimas Sangkay Manangulo IS, Dimayon ES, Matampay ES, Pantauragat CS, and Lumidong ES, Maliwanag PS, and Santa Cruz ES. Then the submission of Youth Formation Program implementation. We have Batangan ES, Pangaw ES, Jose Balaso Memorial, Pangi ES, Pagayawan IS, Jigo Patigayon, Paunapyagapo National High School, Jeronima Cabrera National High School, Sultan Dimas Sangkay Manangulo IS, and Pindolunan IS. Then there's also a timely submission of Youth Formation Program under Region 2, Ganina Region 1. We have Baroy Central Elementary School, Fausto Albia, Tubod Central, Magsaysay Central, and F. Ilaya Memorial Elementary School. Then they have also timely submitted of Youth Formation in Region 2, Sultan Ali Dimapuro Memorial IS, Kapatagan National High School, LNNCHS, Bansarville National High School, and Lala Proper Integrated School. Then for Student Government Accomplishment Report for Region 2, Tagitik IS, Carusa IS, LNN, Lanao del Norte Provincial Science and Technology High School, Bansarville, Salvador National High School, Chofilasi, Quebranza National, and PNHS. Then for Supreme Pupil Government Accomplishment Report, for during the election, we have the timely submission of report for Simpak Elementary School, Carusa IS, Abukay, Cancamo, Malingaw Central, Miguel Ismadi. Then for school organizational accomplishment report, we have Pedro Biliwanag, Darumawang Bukana, Sultanaga de Maporo, Pigkarangan, Bansarville National High School, Lalap Proper Integrated School, Lanao del Norte Provincial Science and Technology High School, and Rocco de la Cruz Integrated School. So, mao to ang mga schools nga on time nag-submit sa mga reports. Then we will proceed to planning and research under the OIC, Sir Bridget Abaloyo, Dr. Bridget Abaloyo, and Ma'am Christine Maramon. Now, I will discuss this morning the DepEd Order number 35, series of 2022. The guidelines on enrollment for school year 2022-2023 in the context of the reintroduction of the in-person classes. So we have, for number 1, in preparation for the opening of school year 2022-2023 on August 22, 2022, and in consideration of the easing of mobility restrictions, the Department of Education will be implementing the enhanced enrollment procedures that are reflective of the current health and safety situation in the country for school year 2022-2023, consistent with the DepEd Order number 034, series of 2022, or the school calendar and activities for the school year 2022-2023. The enrollment shall begin on July 25 as of yesterday to August 22, 2022. So yesterday we have a quick count, LIS quick count, and there are remaining schools who did not upload in the LIS quick count, and the Sir Alan Mansalidis called up last night nga there are still schools nga wala gyud nag-online yesterday, wala enrollment. We have for Bacolod, Kahayag IS, and Liangan East ES. So wala siya uploading sa atong LIS quick count. For Matunggaw, we have Sumurang PS and Pangi ES. For Munay, Tambo ES, Tamparan PS, and Munay Integrated School. For Kauswagan, Sultan Dimas Sangkay, Manangulo IS, Tacob ES, Kayuntor ES, and Jose Balaso ES. For Kapatagan, we have San Isidro ES, Cathedral Falls, Tipolo, Buena Vista, and Kikeps. For Kulambugan, there's only one, Manga Integrated School. For Sapad, Panuloon National High School, Panuloon ES, Pili PS, Sapad IS, and Katipunan ES. For Magsaysay, Sheikh Umar IS, Tambakon IS, Dato Bibit Dalog IS, and Tambakon Integrated School. For Puuna Piaga po, Pantaon PS, Puuna Piaga po National High School, Nunang PS, Formatan PS, Lumbak Ingod PS, Maliwanag PS, Mamarinta PS, and Nunungan PS. For Salvador, Salvador Central Elementary School, Pangantapan PS, Bulawon PS, Daligdigan PS, Mamaanon PS, and Mamanuan PS. For Nunungan, Taraka PS, Nunungan National High School, Nunungan PS, and Masibay IS. For SND, Tagulo ES, Dalama PS, Taraka PS, and SNDIS. For Maigo, we have Santa Cruz ES, Kulasihan ES, Maigo Central, Maigo National High School, and Maliwanag PS. For Tangkal, we have Sultan Lindungan PS, Sultan Mimbisa Lumabaw, Tangkal National High School, Tangkal Proper IPS, Banisilon Central, Bayabaw PS, Berwar IS, Sumurang PS. For Baloi, Bangko ES, Bubong Ulango PS, Baloi Central ES, Dato Timbol Ali IS, Maliwanag PS, and Matampay PS. For Linamon, Purakan ES, and Sambolon IS. For Baloy, Pindulunan PS, Prinsesa ES, Fausto Albia MES, and Limbuag PS. For Lala, Panataran ES, Esteban Inudio MES, Generoso Lapasaran Senior ES, Gumagamot ES, Magpataw ES, Santa Cruz Lower Elementary School. For Taguluan, Payawan ES, Taguluan IS, Taguluan National High School, and Quezar IS. For Tubod, Pigkarangan IS, Pedro Buca MES, Sergio Mata ES, Tubod Central ES, Bulod IS, Kalilangan PS, Malingaw Central Elementary School, and Pedro Buca MES. So kato nga mga school, I mentioned a while ago, mao to ang school nga wala nag-upload sa Quick Count LIS. Let's check your ICT. Next, in this slide, DepEd issues the enclosed enhanced policy guidelines restoring the in-person enrollment as provided in DO 003 series of 2018 and providing options for remote enrollment through various means that adhere to the minimum health and safety standards promulgated by the national government. These enhanced enrollment guidelines shall guide learners, parents, legal guardians, and teachers in the enrollment procedures for kindergarten, elementary, junior high school, and senior high school, including alternative learning system or ALS, for school year 2022-2023. State, local universities and colleges or SUCs and LUCs offering basic education and private schools are encouraged to adopt this policy to their specific context. These guidelines shall govern the school year 2022-2023 enrollment. For this purpose, provisions of DO 003 series of 2018 on the eligibility and documentary requirements, registration, tagging, and enrollment recording protocol shall remain in effect. So meaning to say, you go back to DO 003 series of 2018 kung unsa ang procedure nga naa dito. Then, these guidelines shall be posted at the DepEd website, and certified copies of this order shall be registered with the University of the Philippines Law Center of Office of the National Administrative Register, Diliman, Quezon City. The enrollment procedures, enrollment for school year 2022-2023 shall primarily be administered through the following: in-person enrollment. This may be done in the schools where parents and or learners can physically process the enrollment while observing minimum health and safety standards. Example of the minimum health and safety standards: wearing of face masks, temperature checks upon entry, availability of alcohols, and physical distance. So in the absence of face mask, so dili din sa sarili nga mag-face shield sila, pero kinahanglan naa sila face mask. So that is our minimum health and safety standards. Then the remote enrollment, this can be facilitated by filling out of the digital forms and sending it through the official email address of the school or through any of the available messaging platforms provided by the school. Now, next is enrollment through Dropbox forms. Parents, legal guardians, or the learners may fill out the forms in their homes and physically submit it through drop boxes in the schools where the learners are to be enrolled. Alternatively, schools may be established a drop box in front of the school in every barangay hall or any other visible location where parents and legal guardians can get the printed copy of the BEEF and submit the filled up form in the same drop box. The school enrollment focal person shall receive all submitted enrollment forms and turn them over to grade level coordinators if applicable, who shall then distribute them to prospective advisors. Prospective advisors shall encode the enhanced BEEF, that is Annex 1, in the LIS beginning school year BOSY facility and register the DOFA of the learner. So, klaro na ha? Klaro na yan. Then, we have specific instruction to parents and legal guardians and enrollees. For in-person enrollment, the parents or legal guardians of kindergarten, grade 7, and grade 11 learners shall communicate, reaffirm their intent to enroll their children to a school of their choice via physical enrollment and submission of the enhanced BEEF. Learners may also enroll themselves, provided that the enhanced BEEF are signed by their parent or legal guardian. Grades 1 to 6, grades 8 to 10, and grade 12 learners who have existing accounts in the LIS, example, have learner reference number or the LRN, will still need to update their information by filling out the enhanced BEEF. It is the responsibility of the concerned school personnel to ensure that the updated information is reflected in the LIS. Next, for remote enrollment email or any available messaging platform by the school, schools shall make the enhanced BEEF available both in digital and print format. The digital format of the enhanced BEEF shall be made accessible, downloadable from the websites of the central office, regional office, schools division offices, and schools. It shall also be made available in the LIS support page. Filled up digital copy of the BEEF shall be submitted through the official email address of the school, which shall be made available by the school authorities or through available messaging platforms by the school. For enrollment using drop boxes, alternatively, schools may establish a drop box in front of the school in every barangay hall or any other visible location where parents and legal guardians can get the printed copy of the BEEF and submit the filled up form in the same drop box. ROs and SDOs shall maintain or activate hotlines that they established during the last year's enrollment period. They can also set up other communication lines that are dedicated for Oplan Balikskwela, which help in disseminating information and responding to queries regarding enrollment procedures. Then, for us enrollees may communicate their intent to enroll via digital and or physical enrollment platforms established by schools and barangays with community learning centers or CLCs. Modified ALS Form 2, that is Annex 2, shall be used for this purpose. This form will be made available in digital and physical format. The summary of the ALS enrollment shall be submitted by its mobile teacher to the Education Program Specialist for ALS or EPSA. Protocol for Enhanced General Enrollment. This section guides teachers and school administrators in determining how to implement the enhanced general enrollment and provides procedures under major stages in this process. Pre-data collection, and data retrieval. For pre-data collection, designate school enrollment focal person or SEFP, grade level enrollment chair, and ALS enrollment focal person. School heads shall designate an SEFP who will oversee the overall conduct of enrollment in the school, whether in person or remote. For schools with a higher capacity to accept enrollees, a GLEC may be designated by the school head to facilitate the smooth implementation of enrollment procedure in their respective grade levels. The GLEC shall receive all enhanced BEEFs and turn them over to prospective class advisors. All schools are directed to receive all accomplished ALS enrollment forms in their locality. School heads may designate an AEFP, particularly in schools hosting a school-based ALS class. The designated AEFP shall receive all the accomplished ALS enrollment forms and shall coordinate with their division ALS focal person in processing the ALS enrollment forms. Now, we have also deadline for submission of documentary requirements. The deadline for the submission of documentary requirements under Section 5A of DO number 03-2018 shall be on October 31, 2022 for both public and private schools. Only schools under personnel shall transmit the learner's records whether internally, example, between a learner's previous and incoming class advisors, or externally, or between schools. Schools shall not compel learners and/or their parents, legal guardians to take responsibility in the transmission of school records. This is in accordance with DepEd Order number 54, series of 2016, or the guidelines on the request and transfer of learners' school records. Option to transmit electronic format scanned copy of credential document for specific grade levels. For grade 6, graduates and grade 10 completers who already enrolled in grade 7 and grade 11 respectively, transmission of the scanned copy of Form 137 or SF10 together with other supporting or attached document to the receiving school is an option, provided that the request was made through LIS portal, tracking transfer facility as instructed in DepEd Order 54, series of 2016. The DepEd Order number 54 is guidelines on the request and transfer of learners' school records. The school official email or school ID at deped.gov.ph shall be used in the sending, receiving of the records by both schools. The option to transmit the scanned credentials or documents through the official email instead of sending the hard copies of the documents is also applicable for kindergarten completers who opted to transfer and enroll to grade 1 in another school. ALS teachers may also use this option in sending electronic scanned copies of portfolio assessment, passer certificate for enrollment, and junior high school completers who enrolled in grade 7 and grade 11 respectively. The school ALS teacher who receives the scanned copy of the document is hereby reminded that there is no need for the originating school to compile the submission of the physical copies of the said requirements. Now, dissemination information and enrollment procedures. The DepEd shall disseminate the information on the enrollment procedures to the public through print, social media, radio, and television. Schools shall publish the contact number of schools and or designated teachers for queries and enrollment procedures. Parents, legal guardians, and learners may access and download the enhanced BEEF at the DepEd website or obtain copies of it from the school upon enrollment, while teachers may also download the said form from the Learner Information System or LIS. Now, encourage stakeholder participation. The active participation of stakeholders is crucial to the success of the enrollment process. DepEd shall exhaust all available means to engage stakeholders from information dissemination to the actual conduct of the enrollment. Parents, legal guardians shall be encouraged to proactively communicate with school authorities during the enrollment period. So you can connect your barangay, you can connect your municipal, magrekorida ba mo diha, basta na agyoy stakeholders participation para madali atong enrollment. Then we have data collection and reporting. Learners and or their parents or legal guardians shall use printed enhanced BEFs as the main document for enrollment in their school of choice. However, schools may also adopt various means in the collection of enhanced BEAFs. Now, under data collection reporting, we have the establishment of digital and physical platforms. Schools shall provide specific instructions to guide the submission of the enhanced BEEF by the parents, legal guardians, and all prospective enrollees, especially transferees, kindergarten, balik-aral, and ALS learners who obtain it from enrollment vaults or kiosks. Then, under data collection and reporting, we have also the enrollment quick count reporting. So, a while ago, gibasa na ko ang mga schools nga wala pa naka-early quick enroll. There will be a daily reporting of enrollment. So, meaning to say, nganong zero inyong enrollment yesterday, nga we started our enrollment yesterday. So, we have 100 plus schools nga wala pa nakasulod sa atong LIS quick count. So, ang summary result of enhanced BEF and ALS modified AF2 from the start of enrollment period until 1 month after the opening of classes using the quick count facility in LIS. Meaning to say, kung wala mo atong 100 ka schools, zero inyong enrollment yesterday. Bisa na lang ang tag 1, bisa na lang ang tag 2, basta na dyan siya enrollment as of yesterday. So instruction and system tutorial guide will be made available through the LIS support tab. Then we have LIS encoding. So under LIS encoding as enrollment and tracking in LIS, following the same process in updating the enrollment status of learners at the beginning of school year or BOSY encoding. The enrollment status of learners in the school's registry shall be updated based on their SF9 or Learner's Progress Report Card. For this purpose, the class advisor shall encode collected learner data from the enhanced BEEF in the LIS. Public and private schools shall start their encoding, updating of the enhanced BEEF data in the LIS BOSY module starting the first week of opening of classes. All schools are directed to enroll all the learners who are attending classes. Then we have C2, transferred out from private school with unsettled financial obligation. For learners who transferred out from private schools but still have outstanding financial obligations, mao gid kanunay atong problema sa public schools, the receiving public school is instructed to accommodate the learner and assist the parent in the execution of an affidavit of undertaking as stipulated in DO number 3 series of 2018. So mobalik na punta sa DO number 3 series of 2018. The originating private school within 30 calendar days upon receipt of electronic notification of transfer through LIS portal. Tracking transfer facility is requested to review the validity of the request and take required action by confirming the transfer request and clicking the unsettled account checkbox to tag mark in the system that the learner is just temporarily enrolled in the current school. consistent with section BC of DO number 3. So take note, Ma'am Lydian. That is DO number 3 series of 2018, which states that such learners shall be required to submit an affidavit of undertaking signed by parent, guardian, in order to be temporarily enrolled. Next, transfer from ALS program to formal. The class advisor is directed to enroll the learners in LIS as soon as the latter starts attending classes. Enrollment, eligibility, and presentation of supporting documents as stipulated in DepEd Order Number 3, Series of 2018 is still applicable, except for enrollment that requires ALS and A&E certificate. Portfolio Assessment Certificate shall be used for school year 2022-2023. Then under C4, transfer from formal to ALS program or from ALS CLC to another CLC. The ALS teachers shall encode the learner's information in the LIS using the duly accomplished unsigned modified ALS Form 2 with supporting documents establishing the identity of the learner. Then we have C5 or the data retrieval. The central office shall retrieve new data pertaining to the enhanced BEEF from the LIS and process the results. ROs and SDOs shall also be given access and provide monitoring dashboard, keep an update to the new data and the process results in the quick count facility. Then last part is the data privacy. Number 1 is schools shall properly dispose of accomplished enrollment forms after the BOSY encoding in the LIS by using a shredder or any similar means that will ensure that the information of the learners will not be identified. Klaro na ha? Next, the data protection officer shall ensure DepEd's compliance with the requirements of Data Privacy Act during the enrollment process. The said officer may issue further guidelines as necessary. Then, regional directors, school division superintendents, and school heads shall act as data compliance officers at their respective levels of governance and ensure the protection of collected personal information. They may use the results of the enrollment to plan and develop interventions for their respective jurisdictions consistent with the requirements of the Data Privacy Act. The enhanced basic education enrollment form and the modified ALS enrollment form are attached to the DepEd Order Number 35, Series of 2022, which can be accessed at www.deped.gov.ph. Next, the Schools Division Office of Lanao del Norte is proud to announce the following researchers who successfully presented their completed researches during the recently concluded 2022 Regional Research Conference with positive feedback from the panel of reactors and professionals from the different universities in Region 10. We have Dyson Anthony Monter, muna ang iyang topic, and then Shahani Gaos. That is siya, video tutorial in mathematics is contribution to pupils' academic achievement. Then Clifton Duaves of Marcela Mabanta National High School, strengthening learner skills and earth science activities through video-based performance. Then we have the group presenters. They have effective of the dynamic opt interactive trend program as a supplement to the modular distance learning among sports track learners from Norman Holian Almerol, Zayon Kathleen Isik, and Christopher Jan Gaita of LNNCHS. Then we have another group from Lala National High School, Rosalie Saicon, Charmaine Marie Cortez, and Jessica Amakna of improving academic performance of selected senior high school students through contextualized digital resources. Then another group is Juliette Ann de la Cruz and Lord Gel Guerin, Project Cyberbullied No More, its contributions in reducing cyberbullying cases. Then we have also Ma'am Jennifer Intong from the division of from the SGOD, instructional supervision role of master teachers and learners academic achievement and correlation study. And we have also Sir Giovanni, yours truly, Ma'am Lady Ann and Ma'am Ivy, with challenges in the implementation of localized basic education learning continuity plan, a case in Lanao del Norte Division. Now, the Schools Division Office of Lanao del Norte would like to congratulate all school heads and SBI status 100%. So congratulations. Then we have also top performing school, elementary school category. We have for the effective management of school as manifested in timely uploading and appropriate data of the NSBI. We have first to upload Concepcion Elementary School, followed by Culamban Central Elementary School, Camp3 Elementary School, San Manuel Elementary School, and Calipapa Elementary School. We have also top 5 performing school for integrated school, still the same for NSBI. First to upload, Kalubi Integrated School, followed by Olango IS, Pacalondo Integrated School. The third and the fourth is Mamagom IS. Then the fifth is Kawit Oriental Integrated School. Then we have also the top 5 performing school in NSBI for secondary school. We have Salvador National High School, first to upload, Jigo Patigayo National High School, Teofila Quebranza National High School, Placida Miquiabas Memorial National High School, and Bansarville National High School. So congratulations, you may claim your certificate under the Planning and Research section. The Schools Division Office of Lanao del Norte would like to congratulate all public and private school heads, the BEIS status still 100%. Then we have top performing schools of the Basic Education Information System, or the BEIS. First to upload in elementary is Napu Elementary School, followed by Campo Islam Elementary School, Matampay Elementary School, then Dalama Central Elementary School, and Guillermo Abugan Memorial Elementary School. We have the top 5 performing school in integrated school, Miguel Ismadi Memorial Integrated School, second Maguindanao Integrated School, Pikalawag Integrated School, third, and Paunang Piaga po Central Integrated School, and the last one is Tambacon Integrated School. For secondary level, first to upload is Pantar National High School, Taguluan National High School, Linamo National High School, Jeronima Cabrera National High School, and Salvador National High School. Then we have for private school, we have MSU Baloy Community, Mary Ann Jesus School, then Lobak Institute, Our Lady of Lourdes Learning Place of Maigo, Buntilao Montessori Academic. Announcement. Enrollment period is July 25 to August 2022. And the Brigada Escuela will start on August 1 to 26, 2022. Then start of school year 22-2023 is August 22, 2022. Okay. So for monitoring and evaluation, we have Ma'am Ivy Humawan and Ma'am Lady Ann Cabahog. The submission of mid-year accomplishment report, July 29, 2022. That is the last day of submission. That is per division memorandum number 338 series of 2022. Submission of year-end accomplishment report will be on December 9, 2022. Per division memorandum number 338 series of 2022. We have still HRD updates. This is under Ma'am Jennifer Intong and Attorney Giovanni Pangasian. The orientation of the newly designated school heads will be on July 27, that will be tomorrow, to 29, 2022. Maybe it in an Alden's place in Tubod. Reminders to school heads. Per division memo number 173 series of 2022 titled Division Implementation of Induction Program for Beginning Teachers for School Year 2022, it is advised that the said program shall be implemented and will be accomplished until December 2022. Refer Division Memorandum number 282, series of 2022. The series of activities related to the implementation of induction program for beginning teachers for school year 2021-2022. Materials and slide presentation can be accessed through these links. The STIP course book, https://bit.ly/etip course book, or etip materials, https://bit.ly/enhanced TIP. We have year-end evaluation of Office Performance Commitment and Review Program, o the OPCRF, Division Memorandum Number 339, Series of 2022. For July 22, Humanani, Linamon, and Magsaysay, Kauswagan, and Bacolod. This next is August 1, 2022, Matunggaw, then Poona Piagapo, and in the afternoon, Baloi West. For August 2, Lala South and Central for in the morning, and Baroy and Bacolod in the afternoon. August 3, Sapad in the morning, and Lala North is in the east, and Tangkal in the morning. In the morning is Sapad and is in the east, and Tangkal. In the afternoon is Lala North. August 4, in the morning we have Pantar and Salvador, and in the afternoon is in the west. Pantar in the morning and is in the west in the afternoon. August 5, in the morning we have Salvador and is in the central, and in the afternoon Pantaw Lagat. For August 8, we have the Tubod East in the morning and Kapatagan East and Central in the afternoon. For August 9, in the morning is Munay, and in the afternoon is Kapatagan West. For August 10, Taguluan in the morning with Nunungan and Maigo in the afternoon. August 11, Kulambugan in the morning and Tubod West in the afternoon. Okay, we have also Executive Order number 174, establishing the expanded career progression system for public school teachers. Whereas Section 5, Article 14 of the Constitution provides that the state shall enhance the right of teachers to professional advancement and ensure that teaching will attract and retain its rightful share of the best available talents through adequate remuneration and other means of job satisfaction and fulfillment. Whereas Republic Act number 4670, or the Magna Carta for Public School Teachers, recognizes that the advancement in education depends on the qualifications and ability of the teaching staff, and declares it's a policy of the state to promote and improve the social and economic status of public school teachers, their terms of employment, and career prospects in order to attract and retain in the teaching profession more individuals with proper qualification. Whereas Executive Order number 500, Series of 1978, established a system of career progression and promotion for public school teachers that is focused on classroom effectiveness and attaches a premium to advancement in stature and composition of teachers while remaining in the classroom. Whereas the evolving character of the 21st century learners, the implementation of the K-12 reform, and the enactment of RA number 10968, which institutionalized the Philippine Qualification Framework, have brought significant developments in the national educational landscape. Whereas there is a need to revise and update the system of career progression for public school teachers that is anchored on the achievement of qualification and standards for teachers and school administrators in order to provide more opportunities for the professional growth and career advancement, and ensure that teachers are consistently motivated in providing quality education to learners. Whereas the Senate and House of Representatives Joint Resolution number 4, Series of 2009, authorized the President to modify the existing compensation and position classification system of civilian personnel. And whereas Section 17, Article 7 of the Constitution provides that the President shall have control of all executive departments, bureaus, and offices. Now, therefore, I, Rigo Roa Duterte, President of the Republic of the Philippines, by virtue of the powers vested in me by the Constitution and existing laws, do hereby order. This is section number 1. establishment of the expanded career progression system for public school teachers. The expanded career progression system for public school teachers is hereby established to promote professional development and career advancement among public school teachers and define the career lines of teachers within the public school system, specifically in the elementary and secondary levels, including the senior high school. The system shall complement the other career pathways for professional teachers outside the public basic education school system, as may be defined by the PRC, and provide for equivalence in duties, recognition, and compensation for teachers choosing a career line. Section 2, Classroom Teaching Career Line. The classes in the classroom teaching career line shall be as follows: Master Teacher 1, Master Teacher 2, Master Teacher 3, Master Teacher 4, Master Teacher 5. Advancement to the Master Teacher 1 position shall require the attainment of the minimum qualification prescribed for the position as defined by the Civil Service Commission and meeting the teaching proficiency level equivalent to career stage 3 or highly proficient of the Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers. Section 3, School Administration Career Line. So look at the difference. There are classroom teaching career line and school administration career line. The classes in the school administration career line shall be as follows: School Principal 1, School Principal 2, School Principal 3, and School Principal 4. That's advancement. School Principal 1 shall require the attainment of the minimum qualification still prescribed for the position as defined by the Civil Service Commission, meeting the desired proficiency level for school head as defined in the Philippine Profession Standards for School Heads, and passing the school head assessment, which shall be conducted for the purpose and administered by the Department of Education. In line with this, the incumbents of the following position may be promoted or reclassified for the above-mentioned school principal positions: Assistant School Principal 1, Assistant School Principal 2, and Assistant School Principal 3, who shall be provided with professional development interventions to equip them with the necessary competencies to be full-fledged principal, and shall be given priority in the promotion of reclassification to school principal position, subject to existing laws, policies, and regulation, and the guidelines to be formulated pursuant to this order. Next, Master Teacher 1, who are aspiring for a career in school administration, ibalhin siya, shall be classified upon promotion within the school administration group. In Section 4, equivalence of position. So remember, we have the classroom teaching career line and school administration career line. So there is an equivalence of position. The position in the classroom teaching career line shall be equivalent to the school administration career line, like as follows: Master Teacher 5, that is School Principal 4. Master Teacher 4, that is equivalent to School Principal 3. Master Teacher 3, that is equivalent to School Principal 2. And Master Teacher 2, that is equivalent to School Principal 1. Creation of additional position titles. Upon approval of this order, the Department of Budget and Management shall create the new position titles of teachers, like Teacher 4, Teacher 5, Teacher 6, and Teacher 7, and Master Teacher 5, and include the same in the inbox of occupational services, occupational groups, classes, and salary grades. Look at Section 5. The new position will be Teacher 4, Teacher 5, Teacher 6, and Teacher 7, and then additional Master Teacher 5. Section 6. Choice of career line. So there are two kinds of career line. I will repeat: classroom teaching career line and school administration career line. Choice of career line. The position of teacher 1 to teacher 7 shall form the base of the career system. Upon achieving the qualifications and proficiency level required for master teacher 1 under section 2 hereof, a teacher may choose to pursue the classroom teaching career line or the school administration career line. For this purpose, the CSC, DepEd, and PRC shall harmonize the qualification standards for teaching positions in the public school system, specifically in the elementary, secondary levels, including senior high school. A teacher pursuing a promotion to Master Teacher 2 shall continue upwards, pasaka, yung promotion pasaka, in the classroom teaching career line, while a teacher opting a career as school principal. So if gusto lang niya pasaka from teacher 1 up to master teacher, pasaka siya under classroom teaching career line. If a teacher opting a career as school principal 1 shall continue on upwards in the school administration career level. Pasaka gyapon siya pero na siya sa school administration career line. The switching from one career line to another shall be allowed provided that the individual possesses all the necessary qualifications and expected to competencies for the other career line. Both the master teachers and the school principals may be considered for promotion to the next higher position in the service. Section 7. Implementing rules and regulations within 90 days from the effectivity of this order. The CSC, DBM, DepEd, and PRC shall jointly formulate and issue the rules and regulation or the IRR necessary for the effective implementation of this order. Section 8, separability. If any part of or provision of this order is declared invalid or unconstitutional, other parts not affected thereby shall continue to be valid and subsisting. Section 9, repeal. All orders, rules, regulations, and issuances or parts thereof which are inconsistent with this order are hereby repealed or modified accordingly. For Section 10, effectivity. This offer shall take effect immediately after publication in the official gazette or in a newspaper of general circulation. Done in the city of Manila this 23rd day of June in the year of our Lord 2022 by the President and represented by the Executive Secretary Salvador Midiao. Okay, that's all about promotion. So the most prompt in the submission of training proposal, we have Palau Elementary School of Tubod East under HRD niya, then Lala National High School from Lala Central, Lala National High School, Salvador National High School, then Jeronima Cabrera National High School, and Pantar National High School. Okay, let's proceed to school health and nutrition section under Dr. Melvin Inerio, our officer in charge. We have the water sanitation and hygiene in school program, the massive online open course completers. We have accelerating wins, the participants 4, but the completers 3. For leading wins, participants 100, completers is also 100. Then we have this COVID-19 vaccination data of personnel. As of June 20, 2022, that is already 98.02. Non-teaching personnel eligible is 381. Then the COVID-19 first dose is 3, fully vaccinated 370. Total number of vaccinated personnel is 373. And the booster vaccine, 19 vaccine boosted is 62. For teaching personnel, the eligible population is 5,384 and first dose is 58. Fully vaccinated is 5,220. The total number of vaccinated personnel is 5,278 and boosted employees is 305. The total eligible, both non-teaching and non-teaching, is 5,765. First dose is 61. Fully vaccinated, 5,590. Total number of vaccinated personnel is 5,061 and COVID-19 vaccine boosted is 367. Then we have Learners Information System, tag COVID-19 vaccinated for learners from elementary 5 to 11 years old. Eligible population is 98,867. First dose is 1,893. The fully vaccinated is 1,039. The total number of vaccinated is for elementary 5 to 11 is 2,932, and the percentage is 2.37%. For junior and senior high school, that is 12 to 17 years old, that's the eligible population is 62,537. The first dose is 16,020. Fully vaccinated is 15,745. A total number of vaccinated learners is 31,765. That is 50.79%. So in total, there is 161 eligible population, 404. The first dose is 17,913. Fully vaccinated is 16,784. With a total of vaccinated learners is 34,697. And the percentage is 21.49%. So, LIS focal person, please be reminded to tag your COVID-19 vaccinated learners upon validation by your district and school nurse. Reminder ni sa atong LIS focal persons. Okay, so DepEd Lanao del Norte approved schools for the limited face-to-face classes as of July 13, 2022. For Balue, number of school 27, there are only 21 approved face-to-face. That is 77.8. Pantar, 15 and approved is 3. That is 20%. Pantauragat, 15 number of schools and approved is 15, 100%. Matunggaw is 12 and approved is 7. That is 58.3. For Linamon is 100%. For Taguluan, 100%. Pauna Piaga po is total number of schools 12 and only 2 got the seal of the limited face-to-face classes. That is 16.7. For Kauswagan, 100%. For Munay, total number of schools 15 and implementing limited face-to-face is 0. The percentage is 0. So Bacolod is 100%. Maigo, 100%. Tangkal, 100%. Kulambugan, 100%. Tubod, 100%. Magsaysay, 100%. Baroy, 100%. Lala, 100%. Salvador, 100%. For Sapa, there are total number of schools, 14, and approved F to F face-to-face classes is 13, a percentage of 92.9. For Nunungan, there are total number of school is 9 and limited face-to-face approved is 4 and a percentage of 44.4%. So mauna, only Munay, God 0, nga wala nakakuha og seal. Okay, so for Kapatagan, 34 schools and only 31 approved. There is a 91.2% lang ang Kapatagan. So SND is 33 schools, ang approved is 30. The percentage of 90.9. As of July 25, 2022, a total of 312 public schools and 20 private schools have been approved for the limited face-to-face classes. A total of 332 DepEd Lanao del Norte. So we are ready now for the opening of classes. So as part of the virtual meeting discussion with the field operations, it's emphasized by Secretary Vice President Sara Duterte, discrimination should be done to our unvaccinated teachers and learners during the enrollment of an actual in-person classes, provided, however, that everyone must observe the public health standards with protocols required by the IATF. It is encouraged, however, to put efforts in doing continuous education and persuasion about the wisdom of vaccination, both basic and booster doses. This is also another message from USIC Web C, as pronounced by President Bongbong Marcos in his persona on the return of full face-to-face classes. Let us prepare the following: the strategies and plans for safe return of in-person classes in different schools, then the status of vaccination among teachers, non-teaching personnel, and learners, and the third one, emphasized during the SONA, is plans to ramp up nurse vaccination in partnership with DOEDs and LGUs. Okay, let's proceed. Sa may gatabi, pwede ako sa, okay, social mobilization and networking. This is under Dr. Esmela Cusain and Daniel Dilona. So, for August 9, 2022, we have the kick-off ceremony, division level, Brigada Escuela, and it will be held at Kauswagan Central Elementary School. This is a division level activity. It will be on August 9, 2022. Okay, but before I will proceed to in the RRM 2022, so I will read to you the DPDS online early submission. For the month of January, we have Malingaw Central Elementary School, Dimayon PS, Batangan, Esperanza, and Baraazon. For month of February, under Mamaymay, we have Lanao del Norte National Comprehensive High School, San Juan PS, Kauswagan Elementary School, and Limwag PS, and Kalinaw Kalilintang Integrated School. For March, Pinuyat ES, Pinpin ES, Lanao del Norte National Comprehensive High School, and Minaulon Elementary School, Bulao PS. For month of April, Bagong Dawis Elementary School, Rupagan, Predikasyon Maghinay Tires, Pantar Central, Pedro Boca Elementary School. For the month of May, Matampay IS, Pedro Boca MES, Minaulon, Rupagan, and Baraason. For the month of June, Sultanaga de Mapuro Memorial Integrated School, Pedro Boca, Rupagan, Berwar, and Minaulon Elementary School. Then we will proceed to the DRRM. July 20, 2022 is National Disaster Resilience Month. With the theme, Sambayan ng Filipino, nagkakaisa tungo sa katatagan at maunlad na kinabukasan. Materials, start, design, desktop, wallpaper, Facebook cover photo, official music can be downloaded through the following link. It's https://bit.ly-30ESFDO. Rainy season preparations. Download and review DepEd Order Number 33 Series of 2021 or the School-Based Disaster Preparedness and Response Measure for tropical cyclones, flooding, and other weather-related disturbances and calamities. Then download and review RA number 10821 entitled Children's Emergency Relief and Protection Act. Section 5 states that only in cases where there is no other available place or structure which can be used as a general evacuation center may a school or child development center to be used as evacuation center. Laruhanin ninyo ha. RA number 10821. Kaya dali lang kita kanunay maglalis. Next, update and post-emergency hotlines. Maintain close coordination with the LGU for class suspension arrangement and mechanisms to be implemented. Maintain a database of contact number of parents or guardians to be contacted during emergencies. Okay, then closely monitor the latest weather update through a vital website and application in pag-asa.dost.gov.ph or thewindy.com. Request for cutting or pruning hazardous trees. Step 1. Prepare and submit a letter to SDS through the SGOD section. Then, take picture of the hazardous trees and attach it in the letter request. Next, prepare a program of work for the lumber proceeds, applicable only for big trees, and submit it to the division office through the RRM section. Bisan pa og nahayang ang kahoy through calamity, gihapon buhato nato ang step number 3. Step 4. Comply all the attachments to be given by the division office before endorsing the request to the SENRO. Step 5. Submit a copy of the letter response from SENRO to the DRRM. Now, lumber proceeds is strictly not for sale. Ang lumber nga nasa inyo ang mga schools is gamiton po nato sa improvement sa atong school. Dira lagi sa sulod sa school. Not for sale. Then we have the physical facilities section. Fencing the school, this is according to Governor Anging Quebranza de Mapuro. Fencing the school can ask cement from the provincial government and blocks for pathways, and they can, because they can ask this one from the GM powers. You can write a letter to our governor requesting cement or blocks para sa inyong pathway. But the requirement is the school should have an approved title. Write a letter addressed to our provincial government, attach the photocopy of the title of the school. Kanarag yun. So you can ask kung nag-fence mo sa eskwelahan, kung namoy blocks ng pathway niyo pangayoon, then write a letter to our provincial government. Okay, before I will end my topic this morning, I will share to you a story of the donkey and the tiger. The donkey told the tiger, the grass is blue. The tiger replied, no, the grass is green. The discussion became heated up, and the two decided to submit the issue to arbitration, and to do so they approached the Lion King of the jungle. Before reaching the clearing in the forest where the lion was sitting on his throne, the donkey started screaming, Your Highness, it is true that the grass is blue? The lion replied, True, the grass is blue. The donkey rushed forward and continued, The tiger disagrees with me and contradicts me and annoys me, please punish me. The king then declared, the tiger will be punished with 5 years of silence. The donkey jumped for joy and went on his way, content and repeating, the grass is blue. The tiger accepted his punishment, but he asked the lion, Your Majesty, why have you punished me? After all, the grass is green. The lion replied, In fact, the grass is green. The tiger asked, So why do you punish me? The lion replied, That has nothing to do with the question of whether the grass is blue or green. The punishment is because it is not possible for a brave, intelligent creature like you to waste time arguing with a donkey, and on top of that, to come and bother me with that question. The moral of the story, the worst waste of time is arguing with the fool and fanatic who doesn't care about truth or reality, but only the victory of their beliefs and illusions. Never waste time on discussions that make no sense. There are people who, for all the evidence presented to them, do not have the ability to understand, and others who are blinded by ego, hatred, and resentment. And the only thing that they want is to be right even if they aren't. When ignorance screams, intelligence shuts up. Your peace and tranquility are worth more. Огромное спасибо, Russians for thank you very much and good morning, everyone.
Огромное спасибо, Dr. Maria Carmela Tumpong Ablin. Thank you so much, Chief. Okay, so that concludes the presentation of our SGOD Chief and all of the updates and concerns regarding the programs, projects, and activities of the School Governance and Operations Division. And now let's go back to the CID, the Curriculum Implementation Division. Yes, Chief?
Sir Jong, may pa-add-on si Sir kang Ma'am Arlene. Sir Jong.
Okay
Hello.
po. Ma'am Arlene, take it away.
Sige, Sir Jong, can I just inform the field regarding on the registration of our GSP? This is just only to inform everyone for Bacolod District. There are only 104 for registered for our GSP. For Baloi East, 24. For Baloi West, 189. For Baroy North, 161. For 52. For Baroy South, 161. For Kapatagan Central, 36. Kapatagan East, 211. Kapatagan West, 86. Kausuwagan, 449. Ulambugan, 192. For Lala Central, 113. Lala North, 82. Lala South, 146. Linamon, 62. Magsaysay, 61.
For Maigo, 164. For Matunggaw, 201. For Munay, 74. For Pantauraga, 201. For Pantar, 28. For Pauna Piagapo, 51. For Salvador, 12. For Sapad, 99. For East Indy Central, wala. SND East, 4. SND West, 70. Taguluan, 222 for Taguluan. Tangkal, 79. Tubod East, 267. And Tubod West, 97. So a total of 3,537 for the elementary. For the secondary and integrated school, Binoni Dimuluga National High School, 9. Andres Bersalis, 9. Arsenio Quibranza, 19. Balui National High School, 9. Bansarville National High School, 125. For Diego Patigayo National High School, 106. For Diosdado Yap National High School, 9. For Jeronima Cabrera National High School, 198. Kalinaw Kalilintad, 9. Kapataga National High School, 36. Lala National High School, 29. Lala Proper Integrated School, 147. Lanao Norte Provincial Science and Technology High School, 27. Lianga National High School, 9. Linamon National High School, 52. LNCHS, 21. Magsaysay National High School, 9. Maigo National High School, 438. So far, Maigo ang pinakadaghan for the secondary and integrated school. Marcila Mabanta, 36. Matunggaw, nan. Munay, nan. Nununga National High School, nan. Panuloo National High School, nan. Panuloo National High School, there are 8. Pantaragat National High School, nan. Pantar National High School, 207. Placida Miquiabas, nan. Pauna Piagapo National High School, 61. Salvador National High School, 29. Sergio Siroales, 9. SNDIS, 42. Sultan Dimaporo MIS, 22. And Sultan Manangulo IS, 81. So that is for our Girl Scout of the Philippines. And we're hoping also that some of these schools who are not nag-register, even if it is voluntary, but we are requesting them to have a registration for our GSP and our BSP. So far, wala pa ang report sa BSP to follow na lang. Thank you so much, Sir Chong.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma'am Marlene, for those updates. We have question for Chief. Pwede ba daw mangayo sa presentation, Ma'am Arlene? Okay, wala kayo lang na kuha ang katong mga points.
I will just inform Chief Sir Jong for a while.
Okay, Ma'am Arlene, thank you so much. And so if you do have questions, reserve it later. Kay naamantay open forum later in the afternoon. So we'll have one more speaker to present her updates. So let's welcome back Dr. Carol Balwit. Carol, are you ready? Carol?
Yes, Jong. Yes, Jong, you can
Chief,
ask. Ready sila. Taman, Jong.
pwede ra, Chief? Pwede ra ang presentation?
Yeah, money na
I-share?
sila diri. Gusto sila.
Sige, sige.
I-share, sige. Bahala ka kung saan mo pag-share. Sa i-share lang to.
Okay, Chief.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Jong. Thank you, Attorney. Bye.
Okay, so let's welcome back Dr. Carol to present to us the content for year 2021-2022. Take it away, Dr. Carol.
Okay, good morning once again. So let me continue the discussion on conduct of end of school year classes for school year 2021-2022 based on Division Memorandum Number 334 series of 2022.
1 minute. 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 1 min
Okay, the conduct of end of school year classes is from July 24, 2022 to August 12, 2022. So that is 15 days. And the objectives of the EOSY are to provide opportunities for remediation through tutorial or coaching of learners with learning gaps or subject area deficiency. Conduct of activities for enrichment to improve learners' level of attainment of the most essential learning competencies or MELCs to ensure their readiness to the next grade level, and establish strong partnership with stakeholders for mobilizing support on additional resources for the conduct of the activities. So it is encouraged to tap our stakeholders for donors of materials for the successful implementation of our activities. Then the documents to be submitted, mo ni gipangutana ganina, list of learners in the frustration level, or list of learners for remediation, katong naay sa English, Science, and Math. Then list of learned mastered competencies of the learners in the subject area where he or she failed. Then end of school year class intervention plan. So this end of school year intervention plan, it is very important since this will be one of the documents to be submitted in the claim for service credits of teachers. If ever the namagitay activity nga for enhancement, so include also the list of learners who will be having their enhancement, those in the instructional or independent level learners. Then the end of school year accomplishment report be submitted on August 18 since tama naman siya sa August 12. So there is still time to prepare for the report. And the format of the report, we will be using the accomplishment report in the conduct of reading intervention. So I will just have a memo for this, but for the advanced info, the same ang iyang format sa katong-atong accomplishment report in the conduct of reading intervention. Okay, this was already discussed by Ma'am Chief Eva. The teachers will handle classes shall have service credits. So muna siya, DepEd Order number 53, series of 2003, known as Updated Guidelines on Grant of Education Service Credits to Teachers. Okay, guidelines in the conduct of EOSY. Okay. Eligible learners, so that was already discussed by Ma'am Chief or Chief Eva. Then this one also, this item. Okay, parents' consent shall be required before the learners can participate or attend in the classes. So even katong mga kindergarten na will be grade 1 this opening, so please encourage them to participate, or anybody, even if independent na siya, because we still have activities, we will provide activities, enhancement activities for them. Okay, end of school year classes shall be done from Mondays to Fridays for 4 hours, since we will be having our remediation and enrichment in reading, English, science, and mathematics. So that is 4 hours. So 1 hour per learning area. Okay, teachers shall implement the differentiated instructions throughout the duration of the classes, since activities for the different types of learners are to be provided. So this shall be reflected in the end of school year class intervention plan. So it was attached in the memorandum, the intervention plan, sample intervention plan, naka-specify dito ang activities for remediation and activities for enhancement para maklaro na daan sa atong plano. The teachers will be guided as to what are the activities to be implemented, to be enhancement activities. So nana siya dito, nakatouch na sa memorandum ang sample. But one of the principal kanang nag-contact sa kuat, informing me if they can improve nor enhance the intervention plan, especially katong sa class, kibali class program ninyo sa end of school year class, pwede, no, much better nga. According to her, it was Ma'am Felda, pwede ba ma-daily? Pwede kayo, as long as it can help, it can, yes, it can help the teacher, it can make the facilitation of the activities smoothly. Then the delivery mode of instruction shall preferably be face-to-face, particularly for those schools that have participated of the progressive expansion of face-to-face classes. Then, however, depending upon the alert level of the area, schools may opt for a combination of face-to-face classes and modular or online learning. Educational television and radio-based instruction shall be used to supplement other learning modalities. Okay. If ever, if there are learners who will not participate face-to-face no, sa atuang end of school year classes, you can still provide them enrichment activities, remediation activities through providing the printed materials, reading materials, or activity sheets for them. Teachers handling remedial and enrichment classes shall prepare the individual learning monitoring plan to address the learning gaps and deficiencies in the competencies level of each learner. So the one-size-fits-all approach is discouraged as it does not address the learner's unique and diverse needs. Activities shall be fun-filled, creative, interactive, and engaging. Thus, conducting activities shall not only be inside the classrooms but also be done outside. So, we have already done this many years ago. No, we had our summer reading camp, so this is not new to us. I know you can have more activities, more enjoyable, more creative activities for this end of school year class. Teachers shall utilize learning materials from LR Portal, DepEd Commons, eTulay, DepEd TV, audio-video lessons. Then the 1001 Nights books, katulang recipient ni siya from Save the Children, only recipient schools since wala pa man tayo permit to share this to other schools. And other teacher-made materials to enhance learning. Okay, we have also a Google Drive. No, I already asked the permit from Ma'am Connie to if we can share already the soft copy of our reading materials, the first 40 fuller lessons. First 40 fuller lessons nga among nahimo last July 6 to 8. So those lessons are really helpful to the children, especially katong sa grade 1. A pretest and post-test shall be conducted to measure learning outcomes, and reading competition shall be conducted at the end of the EOSY classes to showcase the learning gained in the said activity. So hopefully we can have a differentiated, if we have differentiated activity, differentiated instructions, we will also have a differentiated competition. So last year, we already conducted our reading festival for the motivated learners. We will not call them struggling learners, but we will call them motivated learners. Each school may enhance the template for the smooth implementation of the end of school year classes. It is also encouraged to establish strong partnership from stakeholders for additional resources like supplementary instructional materials and human resources. So you can encourage your community, your parents, your local officials to volunteer as volunteer teachers and also to support your activity through providing learning materials and other activities for the children. It could be snacks or meals or whatever. Each school shall seek permission. So it was already discussed by Ma'am Eva to seek permission from the local IATF. Okay, this is now the addendum since there are queries nga, ma'am, what are we going to do if we don't have learners having grades 75 to 79 or will undergo or having failing up subjects. So this is now the addendum in support also to the RX Adobe Road to Learning Recovery Phase 1. So this office reiterates the inclusion of remediation and enhancement activities for literacy and numeracy in the conduct of the end of school year class. Each school is encouraged to have their contextualized recovery plan or EOSY intervention plan to address the identified learning gaps in reading and all other different learning areas with specific interventions. So the reading plan shall be anchored on Project CNR and Project iCare. So you were already given the brochure no, sa Project iCare, so at least you have an idea. And also, do not worry. Since you have already your reading program, you can continue implementing the activities in your reading program. You can initiate more activities. Then list of learners who are eligible for the EOSY classes shall be submitted to this link. So this was provided by the regional office. Ma'am, what if wala pa mi ka submit sa among list dito sa link ka, entry sa link. Still, kay napa may changes, no? Napay madugang. So, still available pa na siya nga link. So, still update your entry on that link. All other provisions indicated in the previous memorandum shall remain in force. So, lastly, post pictures of the reading activities at the FB group page Project iCare. So please don't forget, dito na to i-post ang atong pictures sa atong reading activities dito sa atong Project iCare. And I will share now to you the PhilErie post-test results. So based atong link ka among gina-forward sa field. So sa grade 2, still, we still have frustration, learners at the frustration level. So ang pre is 11,000. Then after the post-test, we still have 8,632. So there's a reason for us to conduct remediation. And still in the instructional level and individual level, we still have to conduct enrichment o enhancement para dili pon mag-backslide ang ilang performance. Then the grade 3, we still have 2,334 learners at the frustration level. Then the grade 4, we still have 1,624. Grade 5, 1,218. And the grade 6, we have 1,093. For the grade 7, we have 1,491 learners at the frustration level. So sa grade 1, since wala man sila PhilErie, we have the word category. So mo na ilang mga category, short vowel words like nap, bed, dog. So out of 29,545, only 21,343 can read the short vowel words. So i-renter ko na lang ni, at least na mo'y idea, what are the activities, what are the lessons to be given to those learners, especially sa grade 1 or grade 2 learners. Since you have the idea already kung unsa tong mga words na dapat ilahang matunan at their grade level. So we have consonant blends. So out of 29, only 18,479 learners can read. So consonant digraphs, change, chill, shake, that. So only 17,900 can read. Long vowel words ending in silent E. So out of 29,545, only 17,814 can read. The words with vowel digraphs, the pie, the boat, and the toe. So only 17,413 can read. Words with vowel diphthongs. So only 17,563 out of 29,545. So I am requesting the school administrators to give more activities on the follower approach for grade 1. And also follower approach materials reading materials for grade 2 para ma-enhance sila, ma-improve pa ang ilahang reading level, ilang fluency when it comes to these categories. So, muna siya, short O, then short U or short U. Then words with L blends, words with R blends, then words with S blends, words with ending consonant blends. So, muna siya nga mga kanang words, sample words. Only 18,000 can read those kinds of words. Then we have the words with beginning and ending consonant digraphs. Chair, lock, lunch, night, cheese. Then words with long vowel sound with silent E at the end. Then long I words, item, silent, final, pilot. Sample words lang na siya. Then we have this. Okay. And also, I am also asking permission from our MTB MLE supervisor, Ma'am Ging, if we can share the progress monitoring assessment tool for our teachers in the conduct of their end of school year class. Ma'am Gingging, okay kayo daw. So later, we will, Ma'am Gingging, no, through sa Young GC, she will be sharing to us, to you, the progress monitoring tool in the conduct of the end of school year class. At least guided ang teacher, directed siya sa iyang next nga step on how to conduct the remediation, especially sa reading para sa atong mga bata. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Carol.
Thank you, Sir John.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so check your time pieces. It's now a minute before the hour of 12 at noon. So I guess we are going to have our lunch. And can we ask our Schools Division Superintendent for a declaration of recess? Sir?
Sir, sir. Oh.
So I guess we're still waiting for Sir Eddie, if Sir Eddie is still around. So can we declare a recess? And then we'll be back at exactly 1 in the afternoon. So shout out muna tayo sa ating mga school principals na up to now still hooked on our YouTube link. So hello ka Ma'am Charlene Aying, Sir Rolando Asarcon, Ma'am Venus Palangan, Ma'am Imelda Sundad. Ma'am Imelda Sundad, so loading. Oh my God. Talaga ba, ma'am? Hello also to Ma'am Apipa Rinandang, Ma'am Amelia Colorado, Ma'am Elshura Batingal, Ma'am Jocelyn Alforque, Sir Candao Kabugatan, Ma'am Vilma Manggubat. Hello po. Again, lunch break na muna tayo. So we'll be back at exactly 1 in the afternoon. So may nagpapa-shoutout dito sa ating MS Teams. Babasahin ko lang. Shoutout daw kay Sir Rogelio Itol, Sir Tamar Moto, Ma'am Felicita Bawas, Ma'am Bibi, hello po. Sir Elver, maniud to ta mga padian madi. Ma'am Jahani Aragon, Ma'am Rowena Luntaya, Ma'am Gladys Villacorta, hello po. Ma'am Wilma Ubatay, Ma'am Elizabeth Barlisan, Ma'am Cora Pinkian, hello po sa lahat. Ay, so maniud to sa tamtanan. Ma'am Nivi Villa Flores is waving also. Ma'am Zoraida Kyoyo is also with us. Ma'am Joy Ababa and Ma'am Vilma. We have Ma'am Helen Torres, hello. Madi Rogelio Itol, regards ko sa imuhang kuan kaning bangs. Shout out sa Maigo District School Heads and PSDS nga bibo kayo natapok sa library hub from Ma'am Joy Camiging. Hello ma'am, salamat. Marfe Rondes, maniud to ta. Yes ma'am. Shout out po daw sa MC niyon si Ma'am Zoraida Yuyo. Ma'am Elizaida Adap, hello po. Sir Arafat Daluma. Okay, maniud to na ta.
Hello,
See you
Sir John.
later.
Sir John, katong bitaw na yung mga certificates, ipa-claim nila diri sa office. Katong na yung mga certificates ba?
Pero hindi, ito, nasa may magulo.
Julio, si Juan Puday, si Ma'am Zoraida.
Isa pa rin si Ma'am Kyuyo nga, nag-Mickey Mouse, man sad niya.
Mga effects na Chief.
Effective. Pag-sure din. Hello, Kamay. Good morning. Hello, Ma'am Welma. Good morning. Kaon sa ko, ha? Si attorney, mga ano ta attorney?
Sige, Chief.
Dili kita maglangay mga higala adton kita sa atong laing hanay sa atong balita. DepEd Region 10 ni patibabaw sa pag-uhay pa lang nga gipahigayon nga DepEd EdTech Awards 2022. DepEd Region 10 ikuha og daghang prestihosong award na may kalambigitan sa DepEd TV broadcaster sa science, health o technical nga kategorya. Lakip na usab ang EdTech Innovation iya sa gipahigayon nga DepEd EdTech Awards 2022 nga gisalmot sa Teacher Camp Baguio City kaniadto nga mikalabay nga Hunyo 22 adlaw nga Miyerkules. Gikomenda ni DepEd Regional Director Arturo B. Bayukot ang mga awardee isip dako nga ehemplo iya sa pagkuha og outstanding performance sa pagpalambo sa television learning resources ug education technology. Usa sa gitagaan og Most Outstanding Award as Teacher Broadcaster sa Health ug Best in Costume Design si Grace B. Galon. Usa ka magtutudlo sa Libertad Elementary School, Division of Lanao del Norte. Si Earl M. Tolero as Best in Visual Effects na magtutudlo sa Kapatagan National High School. Og lakip na usab mga higala ang ato ang kauban sa una sa Department of Education na si Paul Patrick Alguenzon nga gitagaan og Most Outstanding Award as Teacher Broadcaster sa Science nga usa ka magtutudlo sa Dalipugan National High School ug kasamtangang RBI teacher sa Teleradyo Eskwela Numero 1 Division of Ligan City. Lakip na usab sa finalist sa DepEd TV si Kija Ann L. Prosianos magtutudlo sa Lalan National High School. Isip a broadcaster sa science o si Cliff I. Suwareng nga magtutudlo sa Samburon Integrated School as Best in Animation. Samtang isa-usab sa gihatagan o isa-usab sa finalist si Paul Patrick Alguenzon isip a finalist sa Makadios Episode of the Year. Si Grace B. Galon sa Gender Sensitive Lesson o daghan pang uban na na-awardan ni DepEd EdTech Awards of 2022. Dako ang pasalamat sa DepEd Region 10 sa dako nga kalampusan ug dungog na nahatag sa mga awardee iya sa paghatag og gikalidad nga edukasyon alang sa mga kabatan-unan. Pero mga higala adto kita sa laing hanay sa atong balita. Gisunda
to protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education, the Department of Education, Division of Lanao del Norte, through the leadership of the Schools Division Superintendent, Edelberto L. Oplinaria, CESO-5, strengthens schools and learning centers' capacity through the Schools Governance and Operations Division to create a conducive environment for the teaching-learning process, provide for the holistic development of learners, and ensure their readiness to learn. Through the effort and the technical assistance given by the School Governance and Operations Division personnel, headed by the Chief Education Supervisor, Dr. Maria Carmela Tiamin, the SJOD programs, activities, and projects were effectively and efficiently implemented, which resulted in the following remarkable achievements. Brigada Escuela 2020 Best Implementing School, Regional Level, Medium School Category. First place, the Lama Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen O. D. Guzman, and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Cheryl C. Taro. Large School Category, second place, Baroy Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Raquel J. Cabusas, and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Janice Faith Carcedo Daiho. Mega School Category, third place, Maranding Central Elementary School, through the leadership of Dr. Mary Grace B. Yap and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Mary Ella L. Toco.
The education of the youth in the entire province is the concern of everyone here in the Division of Lanao del Norte. The successful collaboration of all is essential, ensuring that our children go to school and are provided with free, liberating, and quality education.
The Lama Central Elementary School is one of the schools of Baroy South District, Lanao del Norte, with 15 teachers joining hand in hand to cater the needs of our learners for school year 2019-2020. We are very much privileged that DepEd Lanao del Norte, headed by SDS Edelberto L. Oplinaria, and our very supportive PSDS Sir Joselito C. Effie, together with a strong partnership with our LGU, barangay officials, GPTA, NGOs, alumni, and other stakeholders.
And projects by our stakeholders, teachers were able to continue quality education amidst pandemic without compromising everyone's health and safety.
Superintendent of Lanao del Norte, I commend the Lama Central Elementary School for resolving so many challenges and preparation for the opening of classes last year.
DepEd Lanao del Norte Division also showcased the school's excellence and outstanding implementation of Nestle Wellness Campus Program for school year 2020-2021. 9 schools of the Lanao del Norte Division we're part of the representatives of DepEd Region 10 to the National Search for Nestle Wellness Campus of the Year. The school's division office of Lanao del Norte also conducted appropriate, relevant, and related activities for learners and their families about the campaign of promoting awareness against illegal drugs. The following schools were the regional winners of Gawad Club 2020 Search for Barkada Contra Droga Best Implementing Schools. Third place, Placida Niquiabas National High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Belmalo L. Montilao, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Maricel B. Usores. Consolation, Binoni Dimulugan National High School, through the leadership of school principal, Dr. Pablo Pinis Nisan, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Fidelin A. Lagascar. We also intensified the implementation of the Gulayan sa Paaralan program through the efforts and initiatives of the SGOD personnel. DepEd Lanao del Norte has produced regional winner for the Search for Gulayan sa Paaralan program Best Implementer. Second place, Jubila C.Q. Branson National High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Imelda C. Hirali, and School Gulayan sa Paaralan Program Coordinator, Judith T. Ingito. For the school-based management level of practices, the Division of Lanao del Norte has produced 4 national qualifiers for the SBM Level 3 validation. Tao Ragat Agro-Industrial High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Nerminda Makakiling Limpao. Galama Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen O. D. Guzman. Kapatagan Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Grace M. Deloria. Linamon Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Jasmine M. Marmon. The School Governance and Operations Division personnel constantly ensure the capacity of the organization to continuously improve and be strategic in managing the environment for which teaching and learning takes place.
It is purely great and genuine love for the school children that enabled Lanao del Norte educators to relentlessly embark on strategies to guarantee that education continues despite the absence of face-to-face instruction. And by educating with a heart, we are seeing the impact of our labor as we are succeeding in our effort to keep our school children stay focused on learning as well as on making themselves productive individuals. Educating with a heart has become our conviction that reminds every teacher and leader to be nurturing and to serve with respect for human dignity and to push harder to achieve our goal of providing quality education by treating every learner with utmost love and care. The Division of Lanao del Norte therefore takes pride in making educating with a heart its slogan, every school's guiding light, and every personal's direction, as each one contributes meaningfully in creating dynamic and well-coordinated actions to raise educational standards amid the pandemic. The Department of Education Division of Lanao del Norte has always put emphasis in delivering quality education and in providing complete and free access to basic education to all learners in our province. In its quest to be competitive in the global arena, concerted effort has been made to address resource shortages, promote inclusive education, ensure effective teaching and learning in basic education, and strengthen the system of good governance. However, despite numerous efforts to propagate a culture of excellence through improved academic performance, majority of the learners in the entire province struggle to achieve the national passing standard of 75%. Results of the National Achievement Test for school year 2014-2015 show that the mean percentage score of grade 10 learners is only 50.19, while for school year 2017-2018, grade 6 learners fell short in their performance as they recorded a very low MPS of only 32.6. What could have been the cause of this low performance among Lanao del Norte learners when program developers and implementers have been trying their best to provide quality, accessible, and culture-based basic education, and when the division has enough human, material, and financial resources? The division has a total of 5,271 teaching and 418 non-teaching personnel and 378 school heads, leading the 414 public, private, and SUCs. The challenge of low performance among learners, plus the closure of schools brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, prompted educational leaders to work on more plausible modalities, strategies, and enabling mechanisms for education to continue. Immediately after President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's declaration that the entire country is put under community quarantine with some areas under lockdown, the Department of Education released DepEd Order Number 12, Series of 2020, directing schools divisions to craft the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, which purpose is to formulate a roadmap to guide all internal and external stakeholders grounded on the result of the STEEP analysis: situational, technological, economic, environmental, and political.
As a response, the Division of Lanao del Norte, under the leadership of Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plinaria, CESO 5, the BELCP was crafted after the series of consultations and conferences which determined the most appropriate distance learning modalities considering available resources, teacher capability, stakeholders' commitment, among many others. This document served as a guide for the education sector as it consists of school readiness, operationalization, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation. With more than a year of implementation, this division continues to seek for better strategies and enabling mechanisms to solidify its curricular programs, with Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plinaria, CESO 5, taking the lead in formulating program log frames and in developing curricular program designs through a series of lecture discussions, consultations, and feedback giving. ASDS Rosemary Team Assessor, SGOD Chief Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin, and her team, Accountant Mr. Thor Aurelio Ardon, Budget Officer Emily Padayhag, and Administrative Officer Armando B. Pasok also gave inputs and recommendations to improve the program designs. The overall goal of this initiative is to identify program goals by looking into viable inputs, outcomes, and with the consideration and success measures, means of verification, and important assumptions. The following programs of the Curriculum Implementation Division developed by the Education Program Supervisors are aimed at creating an impact beneficial to the learners. These are not only hoped to bring about change in educational culture, but also to motivate the entire DepEd LDN community to collaborate and exercise a sense of ownership and oneness to achieve a unified goal, and that is to deliver a quality, equitable, complete, and culture-based basic education.
Program Impact CIA, integrated management of programs to achieve curricular targets for curriculum, instruction, and assessment.
Science, strengthening opportunities for learners through intellectual development. Solid. Math, mathematical approaches in teaching real-life innovative learning experience. Matrix. English, restructured instruction for students in English. RISE. Filipino, Filipino ko, pagyamanin at mahalin mo. Feel mo ko, PM mo. Araling panlipunan, enhancing skills in teaching to improve learning outcomes. Estelo. EPP, TLE, TVL, strengthening technological proficiency through exhibitions of performances and products assessment. STEP. ESP, upholding students' morale and academic resilience and transformation. U-SMART. Kindergarten, developing understanding towards learning and assessment. DULA. MTB-MLE, underlining scaffolds in mother tongue to warrant accomplishments of goals. USWAG. MAPE, teachers accelerating learning effectiveness by nurturing talents of students. Talents. Journalism, La Norte Jorn Star. Alive, intensive supervision of alive learners' achievement through monitoring and evaluation. Islamic. ALS, mobilizing outcomes through varied and enhanced resources and support. Movers. IPED, enhancing learning and understanding mechanisms through ancestral domain-based learning resources. Lumad. LRMDS, developing supplementary innovative reading resources. Desire. SPED, intensifying learners' acceptance and worth. ILAW. Reading, improving children's ability to read. I Care.
Each of these programs is unique in itself, as it has its own rationale, objectives, timeliness, and monitoring and evaluation methods. And the uniqueness of each will greatly contribute to the attainment of this division's overall goal of improving every learner's quality of life by unleashing one's potential and increasing academic, technical, and technological capabilities by providing an opportunity to transform curriculum content, learning environment, and teaching and assessment practices. With the Instructional Management Team's IMT organized right after the crafting of the division's BELCP in 2020, operationalization will take full swing as the IMT is composed of education program supervisors, public schools district supervisors, and district in charge, school heads, and presidents of teachers' organizations are tasked to oversee, provide technical assistance, and regularly share feedback on strengths and weaknesses. The full support of the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent will ensure that every aspect of the program is carefully and diligently managed, monitored, and evaluated. Moreover, the online systems such as the enhanced delivery of distance instruction in education for curriculum, instruction and assessment, or EDI-CIA, electronically delivered digitized indicator for effective performance system, or EDI-PMS. Online backup system and online leave system will guarantee a more efficient monitoring and evaluation system. Initiatives were made possible because of our aspiration to deliver the best education for our children. May our slogan, Educating with the Heart, reverberate amongst us as we continue to lighten our children's path towards a better future.
Dili kita maglangay mga igala adto kita sa atong laing hanay sa atong balita. DepEd Region 10 ni patibabaw sa pag-uhay pa lang nga gipahigayon nga DepEd EdTech Awards 2022. DepEd Region 10 ikuha og daghang prestihosong award na may kalambigitan sa DepEd TV broadcasters sa science, health o technical nga kategorya. Lakip na usab ang EdTech Innovation iya sa gipahigayon nga DepEd EdTech Awards 2022 nga gisalmot sa Teacher Camp Baguio City kaniadto nga mikalabay nga Hunyo 22 adlaw nga Miyerkules. Gikomenda ni DepEd Regional Director Arturo B. Bayukot ang mga awardee isip dako nga ehemplo iya sa pagkuha og outstanding performance sa pagpalambo sa television learning resources ug education technology. Usa sa gitagaan og Most Outstanding Award as Teacher Broadcasters Health ug Best in Costume Design si Grace B. Galon. Usa ka magtutudlo sa Libertad Elementary School, Division of Lanao del Norte. Si Earl M. Tolero as Best in Visual Effects nga magtutudlo sa Kapatagan National High School. Og lakip na usab mga igala ang ato ang kauban sa una sa Department of Education na si Paul Patrick Alguenzon nga gitagaan og Most Outstanding Award as Teacher Broadcaster sa Science nga usa ka magtutudlo sa Dalipuga National High School ug kasamtangang RBI teacher sa Teleradyo Eskwela Numero 1 Division of Ligan City. Lagi na usab sa finalist sa DepEd TV si Kizja Ann L. Prusianos magtutudlo sa Lalan National High School. Isip broadcaster sa science o si Cliff Aya Suwaring nga magtutudlo sa Samburon Integrated School as Best in Animation. Samtang isa-usab sa gihatagan o isa-usab sa finalist si Paul Patrick Alguenzon isip finalist sa Makadios Episode of the Year. Si Grace B. Galon sa Gender Sensitive Lesson o daghan pang uban na na-awardan ni ining DepEd EdTech Awards of 2022. Dako ang pasalamat sa DepEd Region 10 sa dako nga kalampusan ug dungog nga nahatag sa mga awardee iya sa paghatag og gikalidad nga edukasyon alang sa mga kabatan-unan. Pero mga igala adto kita sa laing hanay sa atong balita. Gisundan
To protect and promote the right of every Filipino to quality, equitable, culture-based, and complete basic education, the Department of Education, Division of Lanao del Norte, through the leadership of the Schools Division Superintendent, Edelberto L. Oplinaria, SESUFIDE, strengthens schools and learning centers' capacity through the Schools Governance and Operations Division to create a conducive environment for the teaching-learning process, provide for the holistic development of learners, and ensure their readiness to learn. Through the effort and the technical assistance given by the School Governance and Operations Division personnel, headed by the Chief Education Supervisor, Dr. Maria Carmela T. Amin, the SJOD programs, activities, and projects were effectively and efficiently implemented, which resulted in the following remarkable achievements. Brigada Eskwela 2020 Best Implementing School, Regional Level, Medium School Category, First Place, Dalama Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen O. D. Guzman, and School Brigada Eskwela Coordinator, Cheryl C. Taro. Large School Category, Second place, Baroy Central Elementary School, through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Raquel J. Cabusas, and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Janice Faith Carnicedo Daihon. Mega Schools category, third place, Maranding Central Elementary School, through the leadership of Dr. Mary Grace B. Yap and School Brigada Escuela Coordinator, Mary Ella L. Coco.
The education of the youth in the entire province is the concern of everyone here in the division of Lanao del Norte. The successful collaboration of all is essential, ensuring that our children go to school and are provided with free, liberating, and quality education.
The Lama Central Elementary School is one of the schools of Baroy South District, Lanao del Norte, with 15 teachers joining hand in hand to cater the needs of our learners for school year 2019-2020. We are very much privileged that DepEd Lanao del Norte, headed by SDS Edelberto L. Oplinaria, and our very supportive PSDS Sir Joselito C. Epi, together with a strong partnership with our LGU, barangay officials, GPTA, NGOs, alumni, and other stakeholders.
And projects by our stakeholders, teachers were able to continue quality education amidst pandemic without compromising everyone's health and safety.
Superintendent of Lanao del Norte, I commend the Lama Central Elementary School for resolving so many challenges and preparation for the opening of classes.
DepEd Lanao del Norte Division also showcased the school's excellence and outstanding implementation of Nestle Wellness Campus Program for school year 2020-2021. 9 schools of Lanao del Norte Division were part of the representatives of DepEd Region N in the national search for Nestle Wellness Campus of the Year. The school's division office of Lanao del Norte also conducted appropriate, relevant, and related activities for learners and their families about the campaign of promoting awareness against illegal drugs. The following schools were the regional winners of Gawad Club 2020 Search for Barkada Contra Droga Best Implementing Schools. Third place, Placida Niquelbas National High School, through the leadership of the school principal, Belmalo L. Montilao, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Maricel B. Usores. Consolation, Binoni Dimulugan National High School, through the leadership of school principal, Dr. Pablo Dinis Nisan, and Barkada Contra Droga Advisor, Fidelin A. Lagasca. We also intensified the implementation of the Gulayan sa Paaralan program through the efforts and initiatives of the SGOD personnel. DepEd Lanao del Norte has produced regional winner for the Search for Gulayan sa Paaralan program Best Implementer. Second place, Jovila C. Quebranza National High School through the leadership of the school principal, Imelda C. Hirali, and School Gulayan sa Paralan Program Coordinator, Judith T. Ingito. For the school-based management level of practices, the Division of Lanao del Norte has produced 4 national qualifiers for the SBM Level 3 validation. Tauragat Agro-Industrial High School through the leadership of the school principal, Nerminda Makakiling Limpao. Dalama Central Elementary School through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Ellen O. D. Guzman. Kapatagan Central Elementary School through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Grace M. Deloria. Linamon Central Elementary School through the leadership of the school principal, Dr. Jocelyn M. Marumon. The School Governance and Operations Division personnel constantly ensure the capacity of the organization to continuously improve and be strategic in managing the environment for which teaching and learning takes place.
It is purely great and genuine love for the school children that enabled Lanao del Norte educators to relentlessly embark on strategies to guarantee that education continues despite the absence of face-to-face instruction. And by educating with a heart, we are seeing the impact of our labor as we are succeeding in our effort to keep our school children stay focused on learning as well as on making themselves productive individuals. Educating with a heart has become our conviction that reminds every teacher and leader to be nurturing and to serve with respect for human dignity and to push harder to achieve our goal of providing quality education by treating every learner with utmost love and care. The Division of Lanao del Norte therefore takes pride in making educating with a heart its slogan, every school's guiding light, and every personal's direction, as each one contributes meaningfully in creating dynamic and well-coordinated actions to raise educational standards amid the pandemic. The Department of Education Division of Lanao del Norte has always put emphasis in delivering quality education and in providing complete and free access to basic education to all learners in our province. In its quest to be competitive in the global arena, concerted effort has been made to address resource shortages, promote inclusive education, ensure effective teaching and learning in basic education, and strengthen the system of good governance. However, despite numerous efforts to propagate a culture of excellence through improved academic performance, majority of the learners in the entire province struggle to achieve the national passing standard of 75%. Results of the National Achievement Test for school year 2014-2015 show that the mean percentage score of grade 10 learners is only 50.19, while for school year 2017-2018, Grade 6 learners fell short in their performance as they recorded a very low MPS of only 32.6. What could have been the cause of this low performance among Lanao del Norte learners when program developers and implementers have been trying their best to provide quality, accessible, and culture-based basic education, and when the division has enough human, material, and financial resources? The division has a total of 5,271 teaching and 418 non-teaching personnel and 378 school heads, leading the 414 public, private, and SUCs. The challenge of low performance among learners, plus the closure of schools brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, prompted educational leaders to work on more plausible modalities, strategies, and enabling mechanisms for education to continue. Immediately after President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's declaration that the entire country is put under community quarantine with some areas under lockdown, the Department of Education released DepEd Order Number 12, Series of 2020, directing schools divisions to craft the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, which purpose is to formulate a roadmap to guide all internal and external stakeholders grounded on the result of the STEEP analysis: situational, technological, economic, environmental, and political.
As a response, the Division of Lanao del Norte, under the leadership of Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plinaria, SESO 5, the BELCP was crafted after the series of consultations and conferences which determined the most appropriate distance learning modalities considering available resources, teacher capability, stakeholders' commitment, among many others. This document served as a guide for the education sector as it consists of school readiness, operationalization, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. With more than a year of implementation, this division continues to seek for better strategies and enabling mechanisms to solidify its curricular programs, with Schools Division Superintendent Edelberto L. Plinaria, SESO 5, taking the lead in formulating program log frames and in developing curricular program designs through a series of lecture discussions, consultations, and feedback giving. ASDS Rosemary Team Assessor, XGOD Chief Dr. Maria Carmela T. Ablin and her team, Accountant Mr. Thor Arivio Ardon, Budget Officer Emily Padayag, and Administrative Officer Armando B. Pasok also gave inputs and recommendations to improve the program designs. The overall goal of this initiative is to identify program goals by looking into viable inputs, outcomes, and purposes, and with the consideration and success measures, means of verification, and important assumptions. The following programs of the Curriculum Implementation Division developed by the Education Program Supervisors are aimed at creating an impact beneficial to the learners. These are not only hoped to bring about change in educational culture, but also to motivate the entire DepEd LDN community to collaborate and exercise a sense of ownership and oneness to achieve a unified goal, and that is to deliver a quality, equitable, complete, and culture-based basic education.
Program Impact CIA, integrated management of programs to achieve curricular targets for curriculum, instruction, and assessment.
Science, strengthening opportunities for learners through intellectual development. Solid. Math, mathematical approaches in teaching real-life innovative learning experience. Matrix. English, restructured instruction for students in English. RISE. Filipino, Filipino ko, pagyamanin at mahalin mo. Feel mo ko, PM mo. Araling panlipunan, enhancing skills in teaching to improve learning outcomes. Estelo. EPP, TLE, TVL, strengthening technological proficiency through exhibitions of performances and products assessment. STEP. ESP, upholding students' morale and academic resilience and transformation. U-SMART. Kindergarten, developing understanding toward
Hello, mga test.
Nag-live na ta, Sir Floor. All right, so calling everybody to kindly get back now to your computer and laptops and your gadgets so that we can proceed with the afternoon session of our 3rd Division Management Committee virtual conference. So I guess everybody has his or her lunch. And so it's a really good afternoon after having a very sumptuous meal coming from Ma'am Connie Imborong. So we wish you well. We wish you luck, Ma'am Connie, as the new chief of TRC Cagayan de
Panas ko
Oro
na yung
City.
burong. Goodbye na.
Goodbye.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Ma'am Connie. So your good works will surely be remembered here in the Department of Education, SDO Lanao del Norte. Thank you so much for your service to the Department of Education. Shift na siya padulong sa Professional Regulations Commission, Cagayan de Oro City. Okay, so once again, good afternoon, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. So may this bright afternoon bring fulfillment to our goals and desires for our division management committee meeting. And so before we'll start, I think Ma'am Inday is still preparing her slides. Shout out muna tayo sa ating mga friends now joining us through the YouTube link. Maayong hapon sa ato ang mga friends. Ma'am Jonalyn Yap of Sukadan ES, Ma'am Imelda Sundad, Ma'am Loselyn Lumukso, Ma'am Eleanor Togonon, Ma'am Sara Mapandi, Ma'am Vilma Manggubat, Ma'am Apipa Rinandang, Ma'am Sani Maaso, Ma'am Leslie Cao. Sa YouTube sa Kugauna, I'll be doing the shout out later for our MS Teams participants. Sir Camilo Bainosa, Ma'am Charlene Aying, Ma'am Jasmine Maruho, Ma'am Jamila Maui, Pulingan Kalandada, Sir Amin Marabong, good afternoon. Ma'am City Noor Raja, Ma'am Joylyn Pangasian, Ma'am Naima Lakoto, hello po. Of course, Bro Mio Datsao, Ma'am Sunaya Usman, Ma'am Charlene Aying, good afternoon po ma'am. And of course, shout out muna tayo sa ating MS teams na mga participants. Beverly Villa, Ma'am Rowena Lantayo, Ma'am Ashley Rahmat, Bilyante Di Masindel, hello po. Sir Selmar, maayong hapon. Ma'am Chahani Aragon, mayong hapon. Ma'am Zalika Mucha, Ma'am Kamalia Bani, Ma'am Salima Gubat, Ma'am Edna Chan, hello. Ma'am Sigrid Espinosa, Ma'am Winda Palang, Ma'am Heidi Ea, Ma'am Edita Tawan-Tawan, Sir Hill Uwano, and Ma'am Wilma Obatay. Ayan, so I guess our speaker for this afternoon is ready. So I would like you to give a virtual round of applause. Paki-click ng ating mga clap na icon as we give our warm welcome to our budget officer, Emily Inday Padayhag. Take it away, Ma'am Inday.
Hello, maayong hapon sa tanan. Let me share with you my presentation. COA Circular number 2022-004. Guidelines on the implementation of Section 23 of the General Provisions of Republic Act RA number 11639. So yung provision po ng GAA FY 2022 which I shared during sa ating orientation no, sa procurement also. So the content of the COA circular are the following. So first is the rationale, then coverage, definition of terms, implementing guidelines, operating plan, financial plan, and effectivity. So for the rationale, 1.1, Section 23 of the General Provisions of RA number 11639 or the FY 2022 GAA provides that tangible items below 50,000 shall be accounted as expendable property. The increase in the capitalization threshold was envisioned to lead to a more efficient utilization of funds in the procurement of goods. No, so before...
Ma'am Inday, sorry to bother po, Ma'am Inday.
Yes, sir.
Hinay daw kay imong audio, ma'am. Pakilapit daw sa imong microphone. Unsay imong gigamit nga microphone. Hinay daw imong audio.
Hello, Mike. Test. Hello.
Iduol lang daw ang imong kuan. Kana. Okay na siya. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, clearer na siya, clearer.
Okay. So, during sa ating orientation sa procurement, sinasabi ko na doon na isa sa provision po ng ating FY 2022 GAA is the increase po ng threshold ng ating capitalization threshold from 15,000 to 50,000. So, meaning, sa provision po ng GAA is we are allowed na to buy capital outlay in nature ng mga items, no, mga equipments, which is below 50,000. So, nag-increase po siya. So, that is the provision of the JAA FY 2022, which was approved earlier in January 2022. However, as stated in the President's veto message, the implementation of the provision for the increase in the capitalization threshold from below 15,000 to below 50,000 shall be subject to the issuance by COA of appropriate accounting and auditing rules and regulations. Pending the issuance from COA, the agencies, entities shall still apply the existing accounting and auditing rules and regulations. So sinasabi ko din noon na we could not implement it yet since we are still waiting for the COA circular to be issued, no? So andun po siya sa President's veto na need pa po ng COA circular to implement the below 50,000 threshold. So 1.2, in view of the above-mentioned developments and in consonance with the rule-making function of this commission, as provided under Section 2 of Article 9-D of the 1987 Philippine Constitution and Section 25, Chapter 2, Title 1 of Presidential Decree Number 1445 or the Government Auditing Code of the Philippines, this circular is issued to prescribe the guidelines on the implementation of Section 23 of the General Provisions of FY 2022. So now, so for the information of everyone, no, so COA already issued the circular, no, that allow us to implement the provision po sa ating GAA na allow us to procure capital outlay in nature below 50,000. So, yan po yung ating hinihintay na circular. So, sa circular nito yung ini-explain ko po. Ini-issue na po ng COA. So, the coverage of the circular shall be implemented by all NGAs. So, where DepEd belongs, so national government agencies, and then local government units, and GCs or the government controls corporation. So, yan po yung saklaw ng coverage po ng circular. So, for the definition of terms, for the purpose of the circular, the following terms shall be construed to mean as follows. 3.1, the semi-expendable property. So, that is tangible items which meet the definition and recognition criteria of property, plant, and equipment, but below the capitalization threshold of 50,000. So, before, yung threshold natin is below 15,000, no? So, above 15,000 and above, it is considered already as capital outlay and will be accounted po sa accounting na property, plant, and equipment at sa supply. So, sa ngayon po is may expendable na yung below 50,000 pesos. Capitalization threshold refers to the monetary value of which an entity elects to capitalize tangible assets that are used in operations and that have initial useful lives extending beyond a single reporting period. Current replacement cost is the cost the entity would incur to acquire the asset in the reporting date. Then tangible assets or items are identifiable non-monetary assets with physical substance. So let's proceed with the implementing guidelines. So 4.1, tangible items which meet the definition and recognition criteria of PPA but cost is below 50,000 pesos shall be accounted in the books of accounts of the agencies as expendable property. This shall be supported by the issuance of the inventory custodian slip to establish accountability by the end user. So, upon implementation po ng ating below 50,000 capitalization threshold is nag-i-issue po, it is supported with the issuance ng inventory custodian slip by the here in the division office is the supply officer, while on the school level is the administrative officer too. The ICS shall be issued to the end user and shall be renewed every 3 years or every time there is a change in custodian or user of the property. So the threshold shall be applied on an individual asset or per item basis. Each item within the bulk acquisition, such as library, books, small equipment, computer peripherals, work animals, and the like, will need to meet the amount of below 50,000 pesos to be recognized as semi-expendable property. So since the school level po, you don't have the capital outlay fund, so MOA po yung fund nyo. That is why you could not purchase above 50,000 and above because wala po kayong capital outlay. So MOA lang, and then 50,000, below 50,000 na po yung threshold. So it is considered now as the semi-expendable items. And then yung AO po natin is mag-i-issue po siya ng inventory custodian slip, renewable every 3 years or every time na nag-change po yung ating accountable officer. Like for example, ni-retire, tapos meron ng bagong, ini-endorse niya sa bagong nag-replace. So, mag-issue siya ng ICS, new ICS for that. So, the increase in the capitalization threshold from 15,000 to 50,000 shall be considered as change in accounting policy and shall be applied retrospectively. So, meaning, kahit somewhere, I think July last part, June, I think, last part ng June po na-approve yung circular. So, it is retrospectively, so retroactive po siya. So, starting January po, pwedeng ma-apply po yung ating increase po ng 50,000. So, all the items po na binili from January onwards, 50,000 below is considered already as semi-expendable items. For issued tangible items acquired prior to CY 2022, amount from 15,000 to below 50,000 previously classified as PPE. So before po the issuance and the provision of GAA, FY 2022, yung above 15,000 is considered as PPE na po siya, property, plant, and equipment. Yung source of fund niya na ma-charge po yung PPE is under capital outlay. So the carrying amount shall be expense charged the following account as applicable. So number 1, for the national government agencies, it is accounted as accumulated surplus or deficit. And then for the government-controlled corporation, it will be accounted as retained earnings or deficit. And then for the government LGUs, prior period adjustment and government equity for LGUs. The corresponding accumulated depreciation and accumulation impairment loss shall be closed in the books of accounts. So the existing property acknowledgement receipts for these items may be retained by the end users and shall serve as the ICS until their accountabilities for such items are extinguished. Thus, the existing parts need not be replaced with new ICS. So ano pong meaning yan? Meaning po niyan is kung sakaling, di ba noon po yung mga capital outlay in nature is yung ini-issue po ni supply officer is property acknowledgement receipt. And then for the changes po sa ngayon na nagiging semi-expendable siya, so kung sa sinasabi dito is retain pa rin yung PAR, no? Pero pag mag-change po ng accountable person, so mag-extinguish na po yung PAR, ang i-issue na po, it will be replaced to a new ICS, yung inventory custodian slip na po yung ini-issue sa pag na-change po yung accountable officer sa ngayon. For additional control and safeguard, please refer to paragraph 4.8.b and 4.9.b of this circular. So 4.4, for tangible items acquired prior to CY 2022 with amount from 15,000 to below 50,000 previously classified as PPA, which are still in the custody of the supply and or property division unit, this item shall be reclassified to the appropriate semi-expandable property account. So, meaning po niyan, halimbawa, last 2021, meron pong binili yung school or yung division office ng 15,000 below na mga items, 50,000 na mga items, tapos 2022 halimbawa, January or February, andun pa po yung mga items na yan sa supply officer natin or sa AO natin. And then, so these items, ma-follow na po yung ating circular, no, na magiging ma-reclassify po yung item into semi-expendable property na po siya. Hindi na po siya PPA. No, hindi na po siya saklaw doon sa capital outlay po sa semi-expendable na po yung pag-account po ng item. No? If yung item, kahit binili po siya last year, is ano pa po siya, andun pa po yung custody niya sa supply officer or sa AO2. B, the property cards being maintained by the supply and or property division unit for this item shall serve as semi-expendable property card until these items are issued. No? So, ang gagawin ni supply officer, nag-maintain po siya ng property card, no, for this item. So, ang pangalan po niya is semi-expendable property card. So, yan po yung mini-maintain ni supply officer at saka ni AO2 po sa school. Then, the property, letter C, the property plant and equipment ledger cards being maintained by the accounting division unit for this item shall serve as semi-expendable property ledger card. So, naman po, sa accounting side naman po, is before, PPA equipment ledger card po yung mini-maintain ni accounting. So, with this circular po, with the implementation of this circular, instead po, ma-reclassify po yung PPA ledger card into semi-expendable property ledger card until these items are issued. So for tangible items acquired prior to CY 2022 with amount below 15,000, which are already classified as semi-expendable property and are still in the custody of the supplier, the stock cards being maintained by the supply or property division unit for these items shall be as semi-expendable property card until these items are issued. Then the supply ledger card being maintained by the accounting division unit for these items shall serve as these semi-expendable property ledger card until these items are issued. 4.6, a change in accounting policy requires retrospective application. The entity shall adjust the opening balance of each affected component of net assets or equity for the earliest periods presented, and the other comparative amounts disclosed for each prior period presented as if the new accounting policy has always been applied. So in a way, sa ano po ito sa accounting entries po ito sa ano. So it means that the entity shall restate the amounts for prior periods in the comparative financial statement to reflect the change in accounting policy. To strengthen controls over the semi-expendable property, the following forms, registry, and reports are prescribed as annexes. So we have annexes, 4.7.1, Annex 8.1, that is semi-expendable property card. This form shall be maintained in the supply or property division unit for each class of semi-expendable property to record promptly the acquisition based on the inspection acceptance report and other supporting documents issued or transfer disposal on the description information about the asset. No? So ito po yung prepare sa school level is CAO po. So hindi ka po basta-basta na bibili lang. So it should be properly recorded po ng ating AO, no, para tag po talaga yung accountable person, no, na nakatanggap po ng ng proper ng item na yan. Then 4.7.2 Annex 8.2 semi-expendable property ledger card. This form shall be kept in accounting division unit to record promptly the acquisition, description, custody, impairment, issue, transfer, or disposal, repair, history, and other information about the property. So, kanina is si supply, no? So, ito is mini-maintain to ni accounting. So, kanina is supply, semi-expendable property card. So sa accounting naman, ang mini-maintain niya is semi-expendable property ledger card. So dito pala sa sa semi-expendable property card, I talked with the with our supply officer in the division to properly record po ng ating mga na-procure po sa school kasi dapat po accounted din po yan dito sa division. We agreed that yung niyo po, yung mga reports niyo po, lalong-lalo na po dun sa inventory custodian slip, it needs to be initialed po ni supply officer so that she can account po ng ating mga procurement na semi-expendable po sa school. So para ma-account po niya, malalaman po niya kung kanino po nakatag yung accountability po ng item na yan. So pag mag-retire or mag-transfer po yung person na yon, di ba, meron pong mga clearance. So yan ni Ms. Cheribet, no, titingnan niya kung properly na-return po ba yung yung item na yon or saan na siya. So hindi pipirma si Cheribet po, hindi po siya magsasign ng kung hindi po cleared po yung accountability ng item na yon. So 4.7.3 Annex 8.3 Inventory Custodian Slip. This form is used by the property or supply unit to issue tangible items amounting less than 50,000 to any user to establish accountability over them. Then Annex 8.4 Registry of Semi-Expendable Property issued. This registry shall be maintained of the property or supply division unit for each class of issued semi-expendable property. The property and or supply custodian shall record promptly the issue, return, reissue, disposal, and other information about the property if returned and description or information about the asset it shall be maintained by fund. So by fund po yung pag-maintain, pag-prepare po ng ating registry of semi-expendable property issued. So ano po bang meaning ng by fund? So meaning pag meron pong yung fund na ginagamit sa pagbili doon is from MOE, so separate po yung registry ng mga items na yan taken from MOE. Pero pag meron pong halimbawa donation, so separate din po yung registry for the donation. Pag galing po sa SAF fund, so separate din po yung registry of the semi-expendable property for the SEF. So by fund po siya yung pag-prepare ng registry. Course 27.4, Annex 8.4, Registry of Semi-Expendable Property issued. ICS shall be maintained continuously and recorded in sequential manner to keep track of any missing ICS. This function is similar to SPC, however, only a registry is recommended to be maintained since issued semi-expendable property are already recognized in the books of accounts. So, itong registry na to is parang po siyang summary sa lahat po ng issuance ng inventory custodian slip, no? So, summary po siya. So, dito po sa registry na to is malalaman po natin kung may mga missing ICS po siya. So, matatrack po ng kung sino pang gustong magtatrack na mayroon pong mga missing ICS, so missing item. 4.7.5, Annex 8.5, Inventory Transfer Report. The report shall be used every time there is a transfer of inventory, such as donation, reassignment, relocation, and the like, from an outgoing officer to his successor, from one accountable officer or employee to another of the same another entity, or from one entity or agency to another entity or agency. So, it means po na sakali, halimbawa, lalo na sa school, no, di ba, every time po mayroon pong, ano ba yun? Transfer po ng mga, transfer po ng mga principal to other school, no, reshuffling. So, it needs pala, inventory transfer report, no, before po relieve po yung accountability po ng na nabigyan po ng item. So, hindi po basta-basta na iwan nyo lang po doon yung mga items sa school nyo or dinadala nyo po sa school na pagtatransferan nyo. So, ang mangyayari, halimbawa, iniwan nyo lang doon, pero hindi po kayo na-relieve doon sa, kahit iniwan nyo doon, hindi na-relieve po yung accountability nyo po sa item na binigay po sa inyo. So, when you will retire, no, so doon po magkakaproblema kasi hahanapin po yun kasi nakatag po yung name nyo doon sa item na yun. So, it needs to have, you need to have to secure inventory transfer report, no, every time po ito turn over nyo po yung mga item, no. So, kasi marami ng nangyayari dyan na hindi nakapag-retire dahil hindi po properly turned over po yung mga items na binigay po sa kanya. No? So, mas okay sana na when there will be reshuffling of school heads, no, it's very okay po pag mag-secure po talaga ng yung clearance, no, para po malalaman na wala pong yung mga items po is siya ma-properly turn over po sa successor po sa school na yan, no? Kasi minsan wala kasing parang walang yung reshuffling is wala po kahit nakasaad doon na it needs to be na siya pa ng dapat pa sila ng clearance pero parang sa program hindi po sila nagpa-clear talaga yung mga transfer ng mga school head. So, Annex 816, receipt of returned semi-expendable property. This form should be prepared by the accountable officer or who returned of semi-expendable property, whether serviceable or unserviceable. So sa mga countable officer that you wish to return po ng sa mga items. So you need to secure receipt of returned semi-expendable property. Para ma-relieve po kayo sa accountability niyo sa item na yan. Then 4.7.7, Annex 8.7, report of semi-expendable property issued. This report shall be prepared by the property and or supply division or unit to report or summarize all issued semi-expendable property. May semi-expendable property number at least weekly. So, weekly po siyang ina-update po siya weekly, no? By the supply officer po dito sa division, and yung counterpart niyo po sa school is the AO2. So it shall be prepared by the property or supply custodian based on the inventory custodian slip and shall be used by the accounting division or unit as basis for the preparing of the journal entry voucher to recognize the semi-expendable property issued. So itong report na to is very needed po sa ating accounting division para po mabook po nila tama po yung booking po ng item na mabook po nila doon sa semi-expendable expenses po. Annex 8.7, report of semi-expendable. In this form, the ICS number is indicated and the agency can check anytime. This is the continuation. If there are missing ICS at hand, since ICS is the only accountability form for the issuance of the semi-expendable property. Property keeping and monitoring the ICS by the property or supply officer is recommended. The property supply officer shall conduct a periodic monitoring of all ICS issued to ensure that the accountability of concerned employees is checked. No, so ito po yung napagkasunduan namin kanina ni Ms. Cherry Beth, no? We're talking on how we are going to na lahat po ng halimbawa bibili po si school ng semi-expendable items ng below 50,000. So si AO is mag-issue po siya ng inventory custodian slip. So para po ma-account ni supply officer dito sa division, dapat po si Ma'am Cheribet is naka po siya initial doon sa ICS po ng ng school, no? So si si accounting naman, so we will talk with the accounting also that they will not entertain po ng liquidation na wala pong walang initial si si supply officer para po accounted po talaga. Na accounted ni supply officer, accounted din po ni accounting. Kasi ang nangyayari po previously, not all the items na binili po ng school is accounted po ni Ms. Churibet, pero na-account ni sa accounting. So meron pong unbalance po yung ating mga account po ng mga reports, no? So maybe it could help, no, sa ating reporting din. Then Annex 8.8, report on the physical count of semi-expendable property. Dito pala sa sa report of semi-expendable property issued, it says here that the supply officer shall conduct a periodic monitoring of all ICS. So kaya po si si supply officer with the committee po is nag-inventory po sila sa school annually, no? So mas okay kasi na mayroong record na siya doon, tapos pagpunta niya sa school is i-account na lang niya kung andun pa talaga yung mga item na yan or kanino na po siya nakatag sa school, baka lang sila doon, hindi na pala yun yung nasa record niya na taong accountable, mayroong accountability noon sa school is iba na pala. So yan po is very important na na-account talaga ni supply officer, but it would help her also in her inventory po sa school level. This form shall be a report on the physical count of the semi-expendable property. This form shall be used to report the physical count of semi-expendable property which are owned by the agency or entity by type or property still in the custody of the property and or supply division unit as at given date. It shows the balance of semi-expendable items per card and per count and or shortage or overage, if any. It shall be prepared annually and by fund by the inventory committee. So ito po yung sasabi ko kanina na si supply officer as part of the inventory committee is nagpupunta po sila sa school for the inventory. So dito sa inventory committee, meron pong delegation. Meron kasali po dyan si COA po, no? Sa inventory committee, and it should be dapat annual po yung pag-inventory po ng ating inventory committee. So, report of lost, stolen, damaged, or destroyed semi-expendable property. So, this report should be used with the accountable officer or employee to report or notify within 30 days the officials concerned of the loss, theft, damage, or destruction of the semi-expendable property, whether issued or unissued. So, the report of lost, stolen, damaged, or destroyed semi-expendable property shall support the subsequent request for lift from property and accountability. So, dito po, kung sakaling na-lost po siya, na-stolen po siya, or na-damage, or na-destroy yung ating item, so, hindi ka po, yung accountable officers, hindi po ma-relieve sa kanyang accountability kung hindi po siya magsisecure sa report na to. No, yung Annex 8.9. So, kung sakaling mayroong ganitong situation no, sa school, so please take note that you need to secure report of lost, stolen, damaged, or destroyed semi-expendable property. No? So, ito po yung one of the requirement na ma-relieve po kayo sa accountability. So, Annex 8.10, Inventory and Inspection Report of Unserviceable Semi-Expendable Property. This report shall be used to account for all unserviceable semi-expendable property of an entity which is subject to disposal. It shall be prepared by the supply unit, no? Property and or supply unit, no? Sa division office is a supply officer, then AO to po sa ating sa mga schools. So dito po ang report nito is laman po ng report na to is ano po siya for the unserviceable semi-expendable property, no? Yung mga hindi na po magagamit kasi sirang-sira na po talaga. For additional control and to safeguard the semi-expendable property, considering that more valuable items shall be covered by the new capitalization threshold, the semi-expendable property shall be divided into two categories. So, yung semi-expendable items pala natin is mayroong dalawang categories. So, first category is low-valued items. So, items na yung cost niya, which item is 5,000 or less. So 5,000 or less, it is considered as low-valued items. Then high-valued items is cost of each item is more than 5,000 but less than 50,000. So please take note po no sa kasi mayroon po siyang segregation po ng ating semi-expendable. So first is low-valued items 5,000 or less, then high-valued items 5,000 but not less than 50,000. So the accountability for semi-expendable property shall also be segregated based on categorization as follows. So yung accountability is based on sa category ng ating item. So first is low-valued items. Accountability shall be extinguished upon expiration of the estimated useful life or upon return of the property before the end of its useful life, whether serviceable or non-serviceable, to the property and or supply division unit. So, ano po bang meaning yan? Sa low-valued items na category. So, sinasabi dito na yung accountability daw sa mga low valued items is may expire po siya pag na-reach na po ng item yung estimated useful life. No? Halimbawa, 5 years lang po yung useful life. Halimbawa, yung calculator. So, 5 years lang siya. So, after po umabot na po yung 5 years is na na po siya, na-relieve na po yung accountability niyo doon sa sa item na yon, or upon return of the property before the end of its useful life. Kung sakaling hindi pa umabot po sa useful life, halimbawa yung sinasabi ko kanina na calculator 5 years, so hindi pa umabot, tapos isauli niyo na kasi for some reason. So, then doon then is nare-relieve po din yung accountability niyo. Whether it is serviceable or non-serviceable, no? So, for the high-valued items, accountability shall only be extinguished upon return of the item to the property and or supply division unit, or in case of loss upon approval of the request for relief from property accountability, regardless of the expiration of the estimated useful life. So, ito po yung difference niya, no? Sa high-valued items is po siya, ma-relieve lang po kayo sa accountability niyo kung isasauli niyo po yung item. O kung sakali nawala po siya, pero need niyo din pong i-secure po yung mga, in-explain ko kanina, yung mga forms needed, no, kung nawala po siya or na-damage po siya. So, regardless po ito ng expiration of the estimated useful life. So, kahit po, halimbawa, 5,000, 5 years yung estimated life, pero po siya, kahit na umabot na po ng 5 years, no, yung estimated useful life ng items, na halimbawa nag-10 years na siya, hindi pa rin ma-relieve po yung accountability ng accountable person pag hindi niya po sinasauli yung yung item. So, unlike po sa low value, no, na pag umabot ka na po sa useful life, so pwede ka na pong ma-relieve po. Pwede na pong ma-relieve sa accountability po ng item na yan. So, upon expiration of the estimated useful life for low-valued semi-expendable property, the issued ICS to end user shall be automatically cancelled. So, ito po yung nasabi ko noon, na-relieve. So, automatically naka-cancel po yung ini-issue po na ICS. No, after for the low-valued, no? After po, ma-reach po yung yung useful life niya. So, the end of its useful life means the end of the accountability of the end user. However, if the low-valued semi-expendable property is deemed unserviceable before the end of its useful life, it shall be returned to the property under supply or cancellation for cancellation to ICS and proper disposal. No, kung sakali na tira na po siya na hindi po umaabot sa useful life, so for you to be relieved of the accountability, you need to return the items to the supply officer or to the AO2 po sa school, no, para po makakancel po yung ini-issue niya na inventory custodian slip. So the return of low-valued items by the end user shall be recorded in the ITRUSP. Another or new semi-expendable property of the same nature or use shall not be issued unless justifiable before the expiration of the estimated useful life or cancellation of the ICS previously issued to the end user. So 4.11, for issued high-valued semi-expendable property which have become unserviceable, this shall be reported by the property supply officer and the MRAC USP upon return by the end user. So anyway, no po itong mga forms na to, as what we've agreed with our supply officer, it will be, maybe she will have, separate orientation po sa ating mga AO on how they are going to to implement po sa mga forms na binabanggit po kanina. The agencies shall determine or provide the estimated useful life of each semi-expendable property, subject to the post-audit of the COA auditors concerned. So the agency, so meaning po dito is the agency pala po yung mag-determine po ng ating useful life pero subject to the post-audit po ng ating COA auditors. So the agency is the best position to estimate the useful life of their semi-expendable property. The agency shall also issue an update policy memorandum determining providing the estimated useful life as necessary. So regarding this matter, I also talked with our supply officer not to facilitate this, the estimated useful life po ng ating mga semi-expendable items, no? Para po alam din po ng ma-relate po sa school, no, yung mga estimated useful life po ng mga items. Then to serve as guide, a range of estimated useful life per class is provided as follows, no? So ito po yung range, no, na usual po na ginagamit po for the estimated useful life per class. So semi-expendable machinery and equipment. So for machinery and equipment, so it will be 5 to 15 years po yung kanyang useful life, no? For semi-expendable furnitures, pictures, and books, so 2 to 15 years siya, no? So mas matagal yung sa machinery and equipment, no? Yung furnitures and pictures and books, 2 years, pwede 2 years lang po yung to 15 years yung useful life. The above lifespan of semi-expendable property may be used unless a more appropriate estimated useful life of semi-expendable property is determined by the agency based on the nature of its operation and mission, among others. No? So sabi ko kanina na yung si agency po yung mag-determine kung ano po yung mga useful life po ng ating mga items with the post-audit of the COA. Based on the above lifespan, the entity shall prepare the estimated useful life for each semi-expendable property based on its experience of the life of its asset and copy furnish the COA auditor. So kung makapag-craft na talaga po ng yung agency with the COA, the agency also will give a copy to the COA auditors, no? Kung sa naagrihan po na lifespan po ng ating mga semi-expendable. So, for proper maintenance of ICS, the property or supply division unit shall assign separate ICS control number for low-valued items and high-valued items. Segregation of ICS for semi-expendable property will ensure proper monitoring of accountability, particularly for high-valued items, which accountability only expires after the return of the items or in case of loss upon approval of the request for relief from property accountability. No, so dapat pala, no, so pag-maintain po ng mga ICS is nakaseparate po yung mga low-valued items, no? And then separate din po yung high-valued items, no? Kasi mas mas mabigat po kasi yung mas mabigat po kasi yung sa high-valued items, no? Kasi ma-relieve ka lang po sa accountability kung nare-return mo po yung item or na loss or na damage, provided that nag-request ka po ng relief from property accountability, no, with all the reports, no, needed, no, for that. So sa low valued kasi pag na-exceed na po meet na po yung lifespan niya is automatic po siya na naka-cancel po yung accountability po ng taong nagbigyan. So the acquisition of semi-expendable property shall comply with the prevailing procurement policies and procedures prescribed in RA number 9184 and its revised implementing rules and regulations. So meaning po, dito sa semi-expendable, still, we need to follow the RN 9184, no? In procuring po sa mga semi-expendable items, no? So, paano po yan? So, dapat, di ba, sa RA 9184, there shall be no procurement that will be undertaken not unless it is in accordance with the approved APP. So, kung wala po siya sa approved APP natin na nakaplan, is we could not implement po sa ating dito sa circular na to or sa provision po ng gaan na below 50,000 yung threshold niya. No? So, dapat talaga na po siya, integrated na sa ating mga Ps, no? WFP, PPMP, at saka APP. No? So, semi-expendable property shall be covered with the policies of International Public Sector Accounting Standard, EPSAS, 12 inventories. Hence, they are not subject to depreciation but subject to impairment. So, hindi po siya subject for depreciation na halimbawa every year nag-depreciate po yung yung cost po ng item, not subject to impairment. When high-valued semi-expendable property is lost by an user, the accountable officer shall apply the existing policies and guidelines for requests for relief from property accountability of lost government property. So, dito klarong-klaro na hindi po pagkawala po ng item, hindi po verbal lang na nawala siya, tapos nawala na din yung accountability. No? You need to apply for the request for relief from property accountability, no? At saka meron siyang yung binabanggit ko kanina na mga reports, no? Needed, no? Na para ma-approve po siya. At saka si COA po kasi doon po sa COA yan isa-submit, so si COA po yung decide, no? Kung relief po ba talaga yung accountable person na yun. So, in case of loss of an issued semi-expendable property, the property supply officer shall notify the accounting department through the RLSDF, which serve as a notice of loss as basis for the recognition in the books of accounts. The loss shall be charged to accounts loss of assets at its carrying account and credited to the appropriate inventory account semi-expendable. So, ano pong meaning na nito? So, kung sakali po daw, yung property or yung item is hindi pa po nasa custody pa po siya ng ating AO or ng ating supply officer. So, si supply officer o si AO daw shall notify the accounting department, no, through RLSD DPSP. So, report yan, no, nabasihan din ni accounting, no, para account po, no, na accounting for the recognition po sa books of account. So, kung sa school, si AO2 po yung mag-notify doon sa bookkeeper po. Should the property or supply officer fail to file pursuant to Section 73 of the Presidential Decree number 1445 and Section 5 of the 2009 Revised Rules of Procedures of the COA, a request for relief from accountability within 30 days from date of submission of our LSDDSP. The Chief Accountant shall record a debit to due from officers and employees account and or credit to other deferred credits amounts the amount of the loss. Once the request for relief from property accountability is granted, the letter of the shall be reversed. So, sinasabi dito na pag yung supply officer na-failed po siya, no, sa pag-file po ng yung mga yung request, no, for relief of accountability, no, sa mga items. So, hindi po niya na yung mga reports hindi niya po na na comply. So, accountant, no, the accounting division, pwede niyo pong i-record po yung kung magkano po yung item na yun, is i-record po niya due from officers and employees. So meaning po, babayaran po yan ni supply officer po or ni AO2, no? Saka lang siya ma-reverse, mawala yung name ni AO2, doon sa due from officers and employees kung nababayaran po niya yung yung amount ng item. Kung na po siya na failure po sa pag request for relief of accountability, hindi po niya na-file. When a SEMEX waiver is lost before the end of its useful life and the position of the official employees to whom it is issued, the loss shall be recorded by the chief accountant upon the receipt of RLSD DSP as debit to due from officers and employees and a credit to account to other deferred credits and its current replacement cost with the same condition as at the same time. So, at the time of loss. So, kung sakali ang property naman is nai-issue na po doon sa accountable officer, halimbawa, si AO2, nai-issue na po niya ni principal, and then, nawala po yung item, and then, i-record po yan ni accountant no sa with upon receipt po ng RLSDDAP as debit to due from officers and employees. So meaning yung amount po ng item na yon is na nakatag po sa sa taong nakatanggap po ng item, no, kung sakaling hindi siya nakakomply din sa mga failure to file po sa patong request for relief of accountability. So babayaran po yan sa accountable person kung sino po yung nakatanggap, no. So ma-reverse lang din po siya kung makabayad siya. Matatanggal po yung name niya doon sa mga financial reports sa accounting kung makabayad po siya sa sa amount na yan. So Annex B of this circular enumerates the procedures to be followed in the receipt, inspection, acceptance, and recording of the deliveries of semi-expendable property. Procedures in the requisition and issue of semi-expendable property and procedures of the transfer, return, reissue, and disposal of semi-expendable property. So please, na lang ha, read din po sa circular, no? Annex B, no? For you to have the kanang proper guidance po, no, kung paano po kung ano po yung procedure, no, sa mga forms po natin na binabanggit po kanina. So saving clause, any clarifications or requests for assistance on the implementation of the circular or cases not covered herein shall be referred to this commission through the government accountancy sector. Repealing clause, all circulars, memoranda, and other issuances or any parts thereof inconsistent with the provisions of the circular are hereby amended, modified, or revoked accordingly. Effectivity, this circular shall take effect within its publication and newspaper or general circulation. So, information now to everyone. So, since we have this, we have this circular, no, allowing us to procure below 50,000 items which are capital outlay in nature. So we would like to emphasize, no, na only important items, no, lang yung yung natin, kasi meron din pong maraming i-consider po sa school. So that is for classroom teaching equipment, halimbawa. So ano po ba yan? Mga makatulong po sa ating classroom teaching. Halimbawa, mga laptops ba or printers ba ng mga teachers, or ano pa ba? TV siguro kung gumagamit ng TV medium of instruction dun sa classroom. Then for the office equipments po sa ating office, no, ganun din, mga kadalasan talaga is yung mga ICT equipments, no, yun po yung needed talaga po, no, sa ating sa school. So please take note also, no, yung priority po sa uses po sa ating MOE. So you need to prioritize first the mandatory expenses, no, kasi baka naubos na po yung yung pera nyo kaka-budget po sa mga semi-expendable items, tapos wala na pala kayong pambayad po ng kuryente. So sayang lang din yung equipments nyo na hindi nyo nagagamit kasi napuputulan po kayo ng ng kuryente kasi na short, no? So as of now, siguro, it's not the right time, I think, no, to implement this one since ending na po siya ng year. No? If you need to implement this, you need to prepare, you need to change your WFP, no? PPMP, APP, no, for you to implement this one. So if you're planning to implement the provision po ng GAA, so much better po siguro sa 2023 budget natin. And then, since malapit na din yung natin, no? Malapit na din yung preparation natin, no? So, maybe you could plan for the inclusion, no? Sa mga items na to. So, as reminders lang po, no? Yung mga mandatory expenses natin, ito po yung ang ating mga utilities such as electricity, water, internet. Then for the communication expenses also, since talaga siya sa DepEd order, no, that we are obliged to give 1,000 communication expenses, no, for the principal. So nagiging mandatory siya. Janitorial expenses also, since we need to keep, no, sa cleanliness and sa ating school. Then, lalo na ngayon is mag-face-to-face na po tayo. Then, security services din. So, mandatory din siya kasi it's the responsible po ng principal, no, sa mga items, no, na within po sa property po na within po sa school. So, paano po niya mababantayan yun kung wala pong security services. So, you need to consider all of these items before you could go on with the procurement po ng ating mga semi-expendable expenses. And then just an advance information, no? So we are now at the last part, no, ng July, and August is malapit na next week. And then most probably then by August, our national expenditure program will be issued, no, will be released. So, we'll be ready na din po, no, for the budget execution documents preparation for the budget FY 2023, no? And then, yung schedule po nito is we will be waiting po para sa issuance po ng NEP 2023. Then, when we have the, yung breakdown po per school, budget per school, no, sa NEP natin is, yung next process po natin is mag-i-issue po kami sa school ng letter, no, para malalaman nyo po yung budget nyo per school, no, and then per object of expense yan. So we could not proceed with the preparation po ng ating budget execution documents kung hindi nyo po matanggap yung mga budget nyo for 2023 galing sa amin. So we still need to provide that one and prepare that one, no, after the NEP issuance. And then one thing also, no, I'd like to remind everyone, no, that one of the requirements pala for the preparation ng ating budget execution documents is the approved school improvement plan, no. Since yung SIP natin is nag-expire po siya December 2022. So you need to have, since yung budget natin is 2023, so you need to have the approved SIP, no, 2023 to 2026. According to Sir Bridget, no, you have the deadline August 10. I hope everybody, no, can submit, no, para kasi submission pa lang yan. So dapat pa yung tingnan sa ating sa ating mga tao din sa taas sa SGU din, no, kung okay pa, pag-approve na, so much better kung ma-approve siya earlier since, baka yung iba is, meron kasing iba na pabalik-balik pa yung nila, no, yung SIP nila. So, after the approval of the SIP, so the school can proceed with the preparation po ng ating annual implementation plan for 2023. No, so you could not also prepare budget execution documents report kung wala pa din po kayong, kahit meron kayong SIPs, dapat meron kayong annual implementation plan kasi yan for 2023, kasi yan yung basis natin kung ano po ba yung priority priority programs that you are going to implement no for 2023. So yung WFP natin is dapat naka-align din sa inyong mga AIP. So we are going to require that one, and i-check namin po yan kung yung mga activities nyo is naka-align din po sa inyong AIP. Then once you have the AIP, you can have your budget consultation, no? So it's also needed, no, for the budget execution documents. Hindi lang si principal at saka si ICT yung gumagawa po ng dapat involved po yung lahat ng teachers kung maaari, kahit janitor, para alam nila kasi minsan may pupunta sa school, kumusta yung MOA? Hindi namin alam yan, ma'am, ano yung MOA. So dapat aware po lahat, no, sa school level, no, kung ano po yung MOA, magkano po yung MOA na sa school, para wala talagang masasabi yung mga natin. Tapos as a reminder then, during budget consultation, you need to include also yung ating mga stakeholders, no. So they are very important, no, during budget consultation, para alam nila, ay ganito lang pala yung budget ng school na ito, kailangan pala natin silang tulungan, no? Kasi meron pa silang mga programang hindi talaga kayang tustusan po ng kanilang budget, no? So hindi na kayo mahihirapan, no, na kung sakaling andun po yung ating stakeholders, alam nila yung situation po financially po ng ating school. So I think walang siguro, no? So thank you. And good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Inday. And that's our budget officer explaining to us some matters and important reminders about our financial matters here in the division of Lanao del Norte. So, since attorney Myra Flora Armas is not around, she's on maternity leave right now. So we'll immediately proceed to our schools division superintendent for her time, for ASDS time. Let's all welcome back our goal-driven ASDS, Dr. Rosemary Tolod Masesar. Ma'am Rose.
Hello. Happy Tuesday afternoon to all of us. Of course, I'm back. So this time around, I will be discussing something which is very important because it has something to do with our department's merit selection plan. But before that, may I discuss first other matters which concerns our school heads. Ayos na siya. Ayos na. Unang siya na po. Para ma-plaster ko na yung. So, just a reminder for our school heads because these are the following things that I noticed whenever I work on the online leave system. Okay, so please make sure that the teacher or non-teaching personnel who applied for a leave will sign the online leave form, because there are times when I will not approve the leave, I will not act on the leave because walay signature. And there was even one nag-apply for maternity leave. Wala gyapon ako gi-recommend to our SDS for approval because walay signature. So just make sure that before you will click and recommend your teacher or non-teaching personnel for the leave that they are applying for, na signature sa nila. And then I noticed that up to now there are still mga leaves na gi-file as of mga December, January, February, and karon pagyud na forward. And I think the last time that we had a MANCOM, I reminded the school heads to always check on your online leave system. So make sure na at least once a week, you will check on your online leave system because there might be a teacher or a non-teaching personnel who plan to have a leave or to file a leave. So para pod on your part na if you cannot do it weekly kay gamay raman yung teacher, so dili gid pwede nga ma-weekly na ninyo, and not all of them will also file a leave or not one of them will file out a leave at least once a week. You can ask your your teachers or non-teaching personnel to inform you whenever they will apply or file for a leave. Okay, so mo lang natong blush na. Excuse me. Para dili ta magproblema nga dili na ninyo ma-click kay mo lagi na ngay uban kuan pa December, January, February karon pa i-submit ang leave. So wala po na ako gi-actionan pod ang uban because I wanted na to call the attention first of the school head concerned nga nung wala niya na-click, nadugay naman ka ito. And then with regards to the DTR, nga reminders lang almost 2 years na ko ga-remind ani, but minus naman ang concern sa DTR pero naa gihapon. And hopefully ang kanang nakulang attention nila or those DTRs nga gibalik or wala gi-actionan, mga new school heads na. Otherwise, kung old school heads, medyo basig makaduda ta kung nakasabot ba sa instruction or not. So again, some of you might find this having reminders irritating kay sige balik, but for those na wala up to now have not been following instructions, for the DTR, use only black pen. Walay red, walay blue. And write or fill, do not leave your kanang DTR blank, especially if kung holiday, you write there holiday. Ayaw mi patag-an na unsa na nga kung ano wala man is kanang gi-write din ha nga time. Then again, no erasures, and do not forget to attach the needed documents in case nag-leave ka or you are on official business, certificate ng appearance, and then after the OLS, DTR, my other concern is the IPCRF. So if you rated your teacher or non-teaching personnel outstanding, please submit the supporting documents or MOVs for verification here at my office. Okay, amo nang itan-naaw if the teacher or the non-teaching personnel really deserve to be rated outstanding based on the documents submitted. We have no problem. Personally, I have no problem if you rated them outstanding for as long as the teacher or non-teaching personnel deserve it. And of course, with supporting documents. So ana lang. And then again, I noticed na ay mga IPCRFs nga na ay erasures. So since this document will be used most often for promotion, so we do not want nga na ay mga erasures. Otherwise, magduda unya ang PSB, o nganong naman na erasure, masig na ay magic ana na ay gi-change. So as much as possible, limpyo gyud ang IPCRF nga ni-submit. And then, if not sure as to who the signatories are sa IPCRF, you ask. And most especially, be sure of the spelling of the name of the person. So naaga po yung mabantayan, no? Matingala ko nga dugay-dugay naman gid si Sir Eddie dire sayop kya po ng iyang ngalan. Then hindi na lang lagi nag-ako kay bag-ubag pa ko, pero i-compare ko ni Sir Eddie, dugay na kang Sir Eddie naga po yung masayop. So make sure that you will write or encode the correct spelling of the name of the person. Pero kani wala may labot si Sir Eddie sa uban niyang concerns. Okay. Next is when you write the name of the ratee, if you encode the name of the ratee and approving authority, make sure nga pareho ano na ko example i-flash on screen ha. Makita gyud din ha kuan gyud kanang dili bitaw sa next page nga ang naman uban ang ratee, rater ug approving authority sa next page na, which is dili gyud dapat kay basin unya sa kani nga kuan, for example kani akong gi-flash basin unya butangan unya nag lahi na nga rate asa ni gisign na niya dili mao ang rating. Did you get it? Kay na may uban ang rater, ang ratee, rater o approving authority sa next page. Dili na direct the same page as na makita ang overall accomplishment or rate sa teacher. Klaro man gid kaayo. Sample ra ni siya, ha? So there are some nagibalik jud nako, pabalik nako or wala nako gisaynan kay tungod naa sa next page ang naka-encode ang ratee, rater o approving authority. So of course na majority na naman diri hinoon, no? So hopefully by tomorrow mahuman na ako ang naa diri sa taas and those that will be forwarded here in the office. Kay naa na ra ba po yung mga OPCRF nga akong i-attend to. Then for the authority to travel, reminders lang to follow what is written in the memo, especially if you will be attending a seminar training. So if it's indicated there that it's an official business, pakibutang, especially sa mga ayos, no, nga sila may magpuan, kamo may maghimo sa inyong travel order, i-forward naman lang na nilirelease sa division office. Kay there was one school ang the activity is supposed to be official time, pero nasa nalipat ko na official business, may galit kay nakita ni sir, otherwise makalusot to siya ma-official business when it was supposed to be official time. So kung official time, ibutang gid yung official time, not official business. Okay. Then of course, let me remind you also that unless if the notice for a travel is given ultima hora or at the last minute, like today, this afternoon, you will receive a notice that you will be asked to attend a seminar or a meeting in Cagayan de Oro or in Bukidnon. Unless kung ultima hora, as much as possible, you file for a authority to travel at least a week before you travel. And there are times when the signatories are not around. So, kung saan na lang. Diba, when you travel, before you travel rather, you make sure that your authority to travel was approved, already approved. Otherwise, it's a risk on your part if ni-travel mo and then you do not have in your possession the authority to travel. Especially simba kulang kung God forbid na ay na mahitabo. So, dekado na. So, make sure na when you travel, before you go on travel, you secure first, you get first, reclaim first through your mga AO2s, your authority to travel from the record section. And na siya. So let me now proceed to the main topic that I will discuss to you. So as I've said earlier, I will discuss DepEd Order number 19 series of 2022, which is the Department of Education's Merit Selection Plan. Why will I discuss this to you? Because this DepEd order will take effect starting September 1, 2022. Okay? So, let me read Let me read to you the contents of DepEd Order number 19, series of 2022. The Department of Education issues the enclosed merit selection plan, which establishes a competency-based agency merit selection plan to ensure that in all governance levels, the department hires and retains the right people for the right job at the right time by strictly adhering to the principles of merit, fitness, competence, equal opportunity, transparency, and accountability. The basic principles, policies, general procedures, and rules that govern the recruitment, selection, and placement system of the department shall guide its personnel and stakeholders in the selection, hiring, appointment, and promotion of individuals in the teaching, school administration, related teaching, and non-teaching positions in all governance levels. So all DepEd orders, rules, and regulations and other related issuances to include but not limited to the following and or provisions therein which are inconsistent with this order and its provisions are hereby repealed, rescinded, or amended accordingly. So these are just some of the DepEd orders, MECs that I will flash on screen na which is included in this order. Anything which is inconsistent with this order and its content is hereby repealed, rescinded, or amended accordingly. So I have here the Department of Education's Merit Selection Plan rationale. So dili na lang nako basahon kay daghan kain na, but I will go directly to the definition of terms because there will be terminologies that will be introduced in DepEd Order 19 Series 2022, which will take effect on September 1, 2022. And para po ma-familiar mo, some of the terms though are nakadungog na mo, some are new. So for purposes of this policy, the following terms are defined and understood as follows. So accountability refers to the obligation of DepEd officials and employees to accept responsibility for the selection of employees in adherence to the basic principles stated herein, to explain, clarify, and justify human resource actions, disclose the results in a transparent manner, and be responsible to one's actions. Okay, next na term to be defined is background information. In the past, it was not reflected, this was not reflected in the terminologies or definition of terms, but now this is included, background investigation or BI. It refers to the verification of an applicant's credentials, behavior, and previous performance, if any, by validating the information and records declared by the applicant in their personal data sheet or PDS, such as contacting their identified reference persons in their current or previous workplace or through other means of methods. Although we have been doing this in the past, but kuan lang, in rare instances, kung siguro na ay doubts or we just want to make sure kung the applicant really reflected honestly what is in his or her PDS. But this time around, this will be part of the department's merit selection plan, wherein before we will hire applicants, there is really a need to have background investigation. Sometimes the record is clean, the information reflected is correct, but there are times we need to also ask about the person and his or her attitude towards work, his or her personality. Kay, syempre, during interviews, they will always show their best. And sometimes we cannot determine if the person is really that nice in reality. Kay nga naman, kay sometimes, most often, and I'm sure kung kamo po siguro, if you will subject yourself to an interview, once upon a time when all of us also went through an interview to apply for a job or to apply in DepEd, we also tried our best na maayo po ng atong kuan dating sa atong interviewers. So, i-check kung kayo usahay maayo ang records, as I've said, but then if we will look into or try to contact his or her mga sige po employees or former boss, we might discover nga ay kana si kuan medyo naanay something attitude problem, sige nag-absent ana, pero maayo ang grades, maayo ang iyang kuan kanang siguro performance, kay I do not know why, but when you ask the colleagues of that person sa iyang previous workplace, na siya something like attitude problem or work attitude nga which is not welcome in DepEd, because in DepEd we make sure that we only hire the best, especially now that our secretary is our vice president herself, na ang iyang yung pronounce is just like the previous mga secretaries, we always want the best for our department because we are dealing with children. And next is behavioral events interview. It refers to the conduct of a direct inquiry with the applicant, focusing on their display of desired behavior or behaviors when subjected to specific situations or conditions in their previous or current workplace. Okay, excuse. This BEI is a good style of interviewing applicants because klaro yun na din in some ways who the applicant is. Only there is really need to ask the mga probing questions which will really dig deeper into the core of the person or the personality of the applicant. So in other words, dili basta-basta ang questions to be asked, ani. I think some of our supervisors were able to attend a training on this behavioral events interview. Specifically, this was used before among senior high school applicants, but this time around, we will be using this already for all applicants, whether elementary, junior, most of all, senior high school. Okay, next is bona fide resident. Of course, I think everybody knows this. It refers to an applicant who is a resident for at least 6 months in a barangay, municipality, city, or province in that order, where the vacancy exists as evidenced by the applicant's PEDS and voter's ID or any proof of residency. Okay, I don't need to elaborate on that. Clarix kaayo. Then comparative assessment refers to the procedure or method of determination of top candidates for possible appointment. It involves the use of multiple evaluation techniques to evaluate the competencies of a qualified applicant vis-a-vis the competencies required by the position to be filled. So, kanang i-evaluate ang documents submitted by the applicants, and then i-determine kung kinsa among them are qualified. Then what is the difference between comparative assessment and comparative assessment result? Kanisha, it refers to the report prepared by the HRM-PSB that shall guide the appointing officer or authority, in our case, the SDS, Superintendent Eddie, in the exercise of sound discretion in selecting, insofar as practicable, the candidate deemed most qualified for appointment. It shall contain the complete list of all candidates for appointment, highlighting the top 5 ranking candidates based on the total scores obtained from the evaluative assessments. So comparative, katong a comparative assessment, between comparative assessment result o comparative assessment result of the Registry of Qualified Applicants na akong pasabot, CAR-RQA. So CAR-RQA refers to the CAR for teaching positions containing only the candidates who have met the cutoff score as specified in the teacher hiring guidelines. And we all know that the cutoff score for the teacher hiring, for those applying for teaching positions is 70. So katong mga nakaabot sa cutoff score and above, ikuha ng ilang name sa CAR-RQA. Okay. Next is competence. This refers to the ability to perform tasks efficiently and effectively by exhibiting behaviors that demonstrate the necessary knowledge, skills, and attitudes. Then competencies, so kani bright kay taani, this refers to knowledge, skills, attitudes, and key behaviors that are necessary for the efficient and effective performance of the duties and responsibilities of a position. Then, of course, education refers to formal or non-formal academic, technical, or vocational studies that enable an applicant to successfully perform the duties and responsibilities of a position. But take note, whenever they will this can be proven kanang unsa ang ilang na kuan highest possible educational attainment, highest educational attainment, this can only be proven by passing a transcript of record, and then hopefully the transcript of record naagid na siya SO, or especially kung nakagraduate MA or PhD, kung car, it must be indicated in the POR na they were able to have the complete academic requirements. So kanang certification murag di kay nga na mo i-honor because we need to have the TOR. Okay. Na instances na sige ito nga wala na mo honor na mo ang certification, especially kaning mga state colleges and universities kay wala man na sila SO kanang board resolution ra man na ila, so the certification will suffice kung especially if wala pa sila par pa sila, but mas maayo gyud if it's reflected in the TOR. Then of course eligibility refers to the result of passing a merit and fitness test which may be determined as far as practicable by competitive examinations or based on highly technical qualifications, other tests of merit and fitness conducted by the civil service. Like kanang kanang mga panghatag sa civil service, kanang sub-prof o professional. And then of course, teachers board, kanang for mga Supreme Court, they will conduct bar examinations, mga other board examinations conducted by the Philippine Regulation Commission or PRC, Teachers Board, and sa panang mga board exams, nursing board, and for our nurses. Okay, and then Career Executive Service Board for third level officials. Okay, next is equal opportunity, refers to the non-discrimination principle that allows any applicant within or outside DepEd to apply for a position irrespective, take note, of age, sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity. This is something new, sexual orientation and gender identity, civil status, disability, so dili na to i-discriminate ang katong mga applicants who have mga physical or any disability for that matter. Kay in fact kanang sa Prime HRM, if I remember it right, pangutanon ta sa taga civil service if we were able to hire people with disabilities. If we did that, then na-satisfy nato ng ginatawag inclusive nga hiring of applicants, and then non-discrimination principles. Principle rather. And then of course, religion, ethnicity, or political beliefs. Equal opportunity yun. It doesn't matter kung unsay imong position, past nga position, age, sex, sexual orientation, like sa na naman karon LGBTQA. Okay, maski asa ka na, aside from male and female, you will be accepted. Then of course, sample ra na ha, or aning political beliefs pod. It doesn't matter kung asa ka, pulahan, dilawan, unsa pa ng mga pinklawan, for as long as you are qualified for the job, you will be given equal opportunity to apply for a certain position in DepEd. Then evaluative assessment refers to the multiple evaluation techniques in the determination of competency of an applicant, that which will require competencies of the position to be filled. And then of course, executive and managerial position refers to a second level position whose functions involve exercising management over people, resource, and or policy, as well as planning, organizing, directing, coordinating, controlling, and overseeing the activities of an organization, unit thereof, or of a group, and requires some degree of professional, technical, or scientific knowledge and experience. So, ga-fall under ani nga kuan are kamo mga school heads, principals, PICs, SICs, our public schools district supervisors, our education program supervisors, our chiefs, our section heads. Next, experience, of course, I think everybody knows this refers to the previous jobs in either the government or private sector, whether full-time or part-time, which are certified by the Human Resource Management Officer or authorized officials of the previous employer are functionally related to the duties in the position description form of the position to be filled. Okay. Of course, man ginatawag nato nga kanang experience which is related to the position that the applicant is applying for. And then first level position refers to a position involved in structured work in support of office operations or engaged in clerical, trades, crafts, or custodial service which involves sub-professional work in a non-supervisory or supervisory capacity. Ang atong mga utilities, kanang atong mga those are kanang mga doing clerical jobs. Then fitness, of course, refers to the principle of ensuring that the competencies of an individual match with the competency requirements of a position. So fitness is ang iyahang qualification, ang iyang competencies na swak sa competency requirements sa position nga iyahang gi-applyan. So fitness here does not refer to kanang physical fitness nga kinahanglan kanang toned iyahang abs, guwapo ang iyang lawas. So it has something to do with making sure that the competencies that the individual, the applicant possesses matches that with the competency requirements of the position that he or she is applying for. Okay, so head of office, klaro ka ay I don't have to discuss on this. Sa ato, of course, is the Schools Division Superintendent. Si Sir Eddie sa Regional Office, of course, si RDR, Regional Director, and sa Central Office is the Secretary. Sa karon, present, we have our Vice President, Sara Duterte. Then, for our highly specialized positions, this refers to a position with highly specialized and unique duties requiring specialized education, training, or skills which may not be acquired through formal education, training, programs, or experience gained from service-wide positions. So highly specialized positions like usually kaning honestly pang haon nga kanang dili basta-basta nga ang training or education nga ilang gi-undergo mga scientist, mga basta those highly specialized na positions na not we do not normally hire, but which we often would want to have in our department so that we will be properly guided, especially sa atong mga gipang-offer karon sa senior high school, no? We need their expertise, their experience, and their wisdom. Then we also have here the initial evaluation results, or IER. This refers to the report submitted by the HRMO, which contains the list of qualified and disqualified applicants vis-a-vis the minimum qualifications required by the position to be filled as indicated in the CSC approved qualification standards. So when the applicants will submit their documents here at the division office, of course, the record section, i-forward sa mga personnel sa record section to the HR. Now, we will the HR or the HRM PSB will conduct an initial evaluation based, of course, on the QS as to who among those who submitted applications are qualified for the job based on their compliance of what is in the qualification standards. Okay. And from there, mabawaan din kinsay qualified and disqualified. Okay. But dili man maayo ang disqualified oy. So maybe we will find a term that will not be that kanang itong makasakit sa tao na disqualified. But that is the term being used. Then we also, all of us are familiar with this next terminology, key result areas. Kaya naaman ni sa atong OPCRF o mga IPCRF sa teachers. This refers to a broad category of general outputs or outcomes. It is the mandate or function of the office or individual employee. So diyan nato makita what is the mandate of our office or function, mandate or function of the office or the individual, our mandate or function. The KRA is the reason why a position or job exists. It is an area where the individual employee is expected to focus on. So that is why sa atong mga IPCRF sa atong mga teachers o atong mga inyong mga OPCRFs, our dealer school heads and our mga supervisors, diha man gibasinghan ang inyong performance, right? Okay. Next is learning and development. This refers to formal or non-formal training courses and human resource development interventions such as but not limited to coaching, mentoring, job rotation, seminars, or workshops that are part of the applicant's individual or career development plan, aligned with existing competency standards or their current tasks and functions. So, whenever a teacher or you, my dear school heads and supervisors would like to attend a training, whether it is formal or non-formal, as much as possible, it is related to the current task, function, or job. Otherwise, that is why among our applicants, as much as possible, ang ila yung i-submit lang those kanang trainings na ilahang whether formal or non-formal na ilahang na undergo that are relevant to the job that they are applying for. Ay para magamit yun. Otherwise, kung nag-NC2 sila, kukiri unya ang iyahang tudluan is math, unsa may relation ana, no? Okay. So kinahanglan something to do nga makatabang sa iyaha to become a good math teacher for that matter. Next is kaning management. Ito na lang na nakubasahon ang iyang definition. Let's go to merit, which refers to the necessary qualifications and competencies to perform the duties and responsibilities of the position to be filled. Okay, so would like to believe na all of us ni follow ani no because we are qualified and we have the competency to perform our duties and responsibilities of the position that we are in right now. Then next in rank position refers to a position which by reason of the hierarchical arrangement of positions in the agency is determined to be in the nearest degree of relationship to a higher position as contained in the agency's system of ranking position. Okay. So, di na lang sa ako mo kuan ana, mo padayon ta sa non-teaching position. So, non-teaching position refers to a position whose primary duties and responsibilities contribute to the delivery of basic education services and achievement of agency outcomes, but do not involve nor directly support the actual conduct of teaching or delivery instruction. All of us know what this is all about. Then open ranking system. This refers to the transparent, participative conduct of comparative assessment and evaluation where applicants are made aware of the processes and corresponding results. So we have been practicing this open ranking system wherein all the applicants are around, and whenever an applicant is asked to present his or her documents, katong fellow applicants are around para makakita sila kung sa gihatag ng mga documents and whether it is acceptable to the HR and PSD or not. No, so and then of course at the end of the process appreciation of documents, they will be made to sign the atong mga points na that were given to them by the PSB, and whenever they will agree, however, with the points given kay naghatag sa ilang documents, like for example ang ilang kanang GPA is let's say for example 1.2, and what is the equivalent for that? Okay, let's say 10 points ang GPA, and then the equivalent for 1.25 is let's say 14.80. So moto ibutang to dito, isulat, and then tanan-tanan like unsay rating ana na equivalent points ana, and then towards the end of the appreciation of documents, if the applicant will agree with the points given by the PSB, o sign sila sa tanan ng mga ipanghatag na rating. So next is outstanding accomplishments refer to meritorious contributions of an applicant such as ideas, inventions, or discoveries which were duly recognized by an authorized body. So dili lang basta-basta na outstanding accomplishments. As much as possible, it has to come from a duly recognized authorized organization. Like, for example, kanang sa kuan gali, kanang 10 most outstanding teachers, kanang sa MOPSTA sa Rotary Club of Cagayan de Oro, and then of course sa Metro Bank outstanding teachers, then those mga awards given by our region and other professional organizations. Then performance refers, of course, to the assessment of how tasks, duties, and responsibilities are carried out or accomplished as evidenced by performance rating document or other means of verification. So usually, in the past, we asked for a performance rating of at least 3 rating periods, no? Good for 3 rating periods prior to application. But kung wako na sayop, murag karon medyo gilessen ang pinaka-recent. But of course, this has to be verified. Kung na ay MOVs naka-attach, the better. But no need for that, especially if naka-reflect na sa rating sa IPCRF in the case of teachers and even the principals. Next is placement, is the process of assigning a successful candidate to specific unit, location, or workplace. So ipahilo na siya kung asa siya dapat na school or office or policy determining position. So dili na po mo kuan na because dili kay ni kuan sa ato murag applicable sa ato diri. Then potential of course refers to the capacity and ability of an applicant to assume the duties and responsibilities of the position to be filled and those higher positions that are more technical in nature. So how will we determine the potential of the individual? We can determine it partially through kanang sa katong akong giingon ganyan behavioral event interview dako kay nagtabang and then of course ang iyang mga job experience or experiences based nato dito and also from the person's itong results sa iyang evaluation, performance evaluation. Okay, kaning primarily confidential position, murag wala kay ni sa ato. Wala ni sa ato sa DepEd kaayo except for those who are holding high positions in our department. Usually na siya sa central office. Then probationary period. So naana daytay probationary period. This is not only I don't know if this is only true for our senior high school teachers, but what is probationary period? It refers to the period of actual service following the issuance of a permanent appointment wherein the appointee undergoes a thorough character investigation, an assessment of capability to perform the duties of the position enumerated in the PDF. So, probationary period. So, I don't know if some of you have undergone this, but there are positions na from what I know like for example, mga state colleges and universities that some teachers and employees have to go through a probationary period before they will be appointed as regular na permanent na employee of the agency. So during this period, kuanan ka kanang obserbahan ka if you are really would ma-recommend for a permanent position. Then promotion, of course, we all know this. This is the advancement of a career employee from one position to another with an increase in duties and responsibilities as authorized by law and usually accompanied by an increase in salary. Then, of course, most often you hear about QS. So QS stands for Qualification Standards. These refer to the minimum requirements for positions in the government service in terms of qualifications in education, training, experience, eligibility, and competence. Like familiar man mo ani, my dear school heads, like for you to become a principal one, unsa may QS. At least sa education, unsa man dapat ang inyuhang ma-reach, kinahanglan ba full-fledged MA, or kuan lang car, sample na ha, training, what are the trainings that you need to undergo for you to reach the QS of the position that you're applying for. The same with experience, eligibility, and competency. Then, of course, rating period. Usually, this refers to the period covering 1 year or 12 months performance. Then, recruitment. Okay. Kabalo na taani, it refers to the procedure of searching for, attracting, and obtaining application for employment. The result is a pool of applicants from which possible appointees are selected. Okay, then related teaching position refers to a position whose primary duties and responsibility contribute to the delivery of basic education services and achievement of agency outcomes. Okay, related teaching positions, unsa ni sila? So, we'll not dwell on this. Diretso ta sa research. Research is an organized, systematic, and logical process of inquiry using empirical information or data to answer questions, solve problems, and guide actions in aid of workplace improvement through efficiency in operation, increased production, improved working standards, and or savings in government spending. So, as reported earlier by the chief of the SGOD, Dr. Ablin, ang atong research we already have a culture of research in our division. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Abalorio and Ma'am Dr. Ablin, Ma'am Chief Ablin, our division is one of the top divisions when it comes, is one of the kanang divisions nga naagyod sa murag top task nga po panasayop sa submission of researches in the regional office. Correct ko, Sir Jongjong, or Sir Bridget, Ma'am Ablin, Chief Ablin. So, we
Yes,
are
ma'am, correct.
yes,
Yes, ma'am, check.
yes. So,
Correct na
we are already having this research culture. So, ang atong mantra is I love research in our division. Kaya ang makatabang yun kayong research in the improvement of working standards and increased production, efficiency in operation of our schools, and of course, savings in government spending. Next is aning rubrics, familiar na taani din ako mukuan ani. Then school administration position, di nasad ko mo dwell ani. Second level positions. These include professional, technical, and scientific positions which involve professional, technical, and scientific work in a non-supervisory or supervisory capacity up to division chief level or its equivalent. So most of the employees in our division belong to the second level position. Then of course, selection, as we all know, this refers to the procedure by which applicants are screened, assessed, and evaluated vis-a-vis the requirements of the position to be filled. The objective is to produce comparative assessment results of candidates best suited for appointment. Okay? So klaro kaay na. So mamili jud ta. As much as possible, we will select the best, the one who is really fit for the position. Next is kaning supervisory. Klarohon ni nato. Dili kinahanglan nga supervisor ka sa position, but this refers to those those who are performing this. Refers to the oversight of people and or output of an organizational unit which involves planning, programming, delegation of tasks, monitoring of work output, and evaluation of performance, maintaining morale. Take note ha, mga school heads and supervisors, especially the PSDSs, maintaining morale and discipline among employees, appeal po din ni Ani, and developing cooperation and ensuring a well-coordinated workforce. Then, system of ranking refers to the hierarchical arrangement of positions from highest to lowest, which shall be a guide the determination of which position is next in rank, taking into consideration the following organizational structure, salary grade allocation, C, classification and functional relationship of positions, and last, geographic location. So, i-consider ni natong aning upat, no? Then, teaching position, so no need for me to discuss on that. It can be it can be someone who first a position that is directly engaged in teaching or in the delivery of instruction in the elementary and secondary levels, junior high school and senior high school. whether on full-time or part-time basis in schools and learning centers. And of course, transparency refers to the availability to the public of relevant, reliable, and timely information on recruitment, selection, and placement. However, ang atong transparency is not that transparent in a sense that we will make public everything about the person or the applicant, because we need to also adhere to the data privacy law, in which our division is already following or implementing. Okay, and then by the way, the composition of the HRMPSB in the division level for both first level positions and second level positions, including second level executive or managerial positions, the chairperson is for both first level and second level is the assistant schools division superintendent, and ang kaning first 5 members the same ni sila for both first level positions and second level positions, except for letter F. So ang regular nga members for both, nga consistent members for both first and second level positions, chief of the SGOD, si Dr. Ablin ni in our division, school head or chief of division where the vacancy exists. That's already the consistent na aday ko an. School head or chief of the division where the vacancy exists. Like for example, okay, klaro na din na ni example then. School sa second level, school head or chief of division where the vacancy exists gapon, depende ha. Same ra ang kuan nila, but depende kung unsay asa nga school or asa ang vacancy ga exist in an office, especially in the division. Then of course, administrative officer 5 for the administrative services section, si AO Armand Aning. Then administrative officer 4 HRMO, si Sir Warney. Pero you will know later on lahi na pohon. Then of course, the last kani maglahi ni depending on kaning representative of accredited employees association belonging to the first level employees. Kung naamang gali sila kanang association or sa first level employees, and the second level representative of accredited employees association belonging to the second level employees. Then sa secretariat, the same gihapon no, selected personnel from the HR or administrative services section as designated by the HRMPSB chair. So these are the important things that you need to know about DepEd Order number 19/2022. There are other very important nga mga topics under this particular DepEd order. Appeal na diri ang itong akong gi-prepare earlier but dili lang na i-discuss, which is the procedure on, especially on the submission and receipt of applications, because we will only discuss this kung mang-hire na taong mga teacher applicants. For the meantime, kanilang sa ang this was what I was instructed to discuss sa inyo so that more or less you have an idea that starting September 1, 2022, we will be implementing this DepEd Order 19 series of 2022. And kaning mga bago nga composition sa HRMPSB, aware na mo as and also with some of the terminologies that will be used in this particular DepEd order. So I think that's all, and I hope na the reminders that I gave earlier will really sink in sa atong mga beloved school heads para I will no longer have any problems when it comes sa OLS, DTRs, sa IPCRF. Then of course, the authority to travel. So thank you for listening and God bless us all.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Rose. That's our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent sharing with us the Department of Education Merit Selection Plan. That surely helps our personnel, Ma'am Rose, as well as our school heads. Thank you so much. Okay, so before we'll have the closing remarks from our Ma'am Mariam, do you have something to share? Open ang camera si Ma'am Mariam. Before we'll have the closing remarks from our Schools Division Superintendent, we would like to give time for our school heads to air your questions. If you have some queries or clarifications, kindly chat your questions at our chat box here at the MS Teams or at our chat room in our YouTube Live. So again, we'll have 30 minutes open forum. Check your time. It's 25 minutes after the hour of 3 in the afternoon. And we'll be now catering your queries and your questions, your reactions. Ma'am Gladys Villaporta said, good afternoon and thank you ASDS Ma'am Rose for your discussion. So far, wala pang questions. Let me check our YouTube Live. Wala pong questions galing sa YouTube natin. So, Ma'am Jocelyn Alforque said, good afternoon, Ma'am Rose, and thank you. From Ma'am Imelda Sundad, still watching you, pretty ASDS Ma'am Rose. Do we have questions from the group? Yes, Ma'am Marilu Apat, you're raising your virtual hand. Kindly lower down any gadget near
Hello,
you.
sir.
Yes, Ma'am Marilu.
I just would like to ask since it is announced by our DepEd Secretary Sara Duterte that the full implementation of face-to-face will be by November. So we just ask as to what are we going to do with our enrollment now? What's the situation? Are we going to cater all the learners to enroll or select only just like last year? Until such time nga there will be an instruction, complete yun ang face-to-face enrollment by November. Full implementation magbuto sa November. Please correct me if I'm wrong. That's why the announcement by Sara Duterte.
Okay, so anybody from the group? Yes, sir. Eddie? Yes, sir.
I would like to be clarified with the question of Mrs. Apat. What do you mean by select? Are we going to select the learners, the enrollees?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ang pag-enroll, sir, ba parehas ba last year nga? Ang enrollment is we will only cater katong schedule na to morning, afternoon, per week or daily na gyud ang atong schedule. 100% pod ang atong dawaton nga enrollees. Dili na siya limited.
Naglipo ko sa premise, mo question man ba? Your premise is select, pag-enroll. Then, ang imo dahil next nga kwan sa imong sentence is morning, afternoon, o meaning ang gipasabot
sir,
ang class shift, ang schedule. Your
sir.
question then is are we going to accept all the learners enrolling in all the class schedule? Mo na imong gipasabot?
Yes sir, galibog ni sir ba unsay akong among buhaton karon, limited pa bata or full na gyud ang atong acceptance sa enrollees for face to face?
Naglibog yung po ko sa akong question nimo ba? Sa tinod lang po. Anaw na lang nako niya pag-answer. We will accept all the enrollees. Dawat ha, dili kay select kun dili accept all enrollees. As regards to the kanagi idea nimo nga selection of learners, dili na selection siguro ang right term, but the scheduling of classes sa class program. Mo siguro na imong gipasabot. Okay? Ang gipasabot siguro nimo ang scheduling ba in terms of modality, mag distance learning ba? Online ba gyapon siya? Or radio-based or TV-based instruction? Or self-learning module? Mo siguro na imong gipasabot ba sa select?
Dili na siya limited sir, ang face-to-face, tanan na i-enroll.
Face-to-face na po itong istoryahan. Lahat na ba ng katong modalities gipasabot na
limited
to?
ba sir, limited.
Face-to-face. Otroho na to. Ang instruction is November ta mag-full swing sa face-to-face. That's the instruction. Now, your question is, magsugod man tag August 22, naglibog mo, ingon ka, unsaon nimo ng August 22 nga November pa man magsugod unta og full swing face-to-face. Hence, you are confused what will happen to the class organization given nga August 22 man ta magsugod, wala pa ta maabot og November, correct? Is that your confusion?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The answer is accept all the learners nga mag-enroll. Next, November pa man ta mag face-to-face nga full swing, meaning not all learners can be catered inside the classroom at the same time. What is then the strategy that you will be employing? Of course, schedule gyapon nato ang learners, but naman tay modality nga available pa, wa pa man tagi allowed pa man ta sa blended learning. So, naay unsa to katong limited face-to-face. Then, pag session na po niya sa distance learning, pwede gamit sa module, pwede po gamit sa atong recorded video lessons, or atong gingalan na to, katong TV-based instruction. Then, apoy module. Then, another group na po, mo face-to-face, katong na po na face-to-face, mubalik na po dito sa blended learning, katong mo gamit na po sila module or recorded video lessons. Ingon ana atong pag-organize sa klase. Meaning, enroll everyone, and then, as to class organization, bahinon gihapon nimo sa schedule sa limited face-to-face na apoy mag-blended learning mo gamit sa module, na apoy mo gamit sa recorded video lessons, depende sa modalities allowed ninyo diya or available mo inyong equipment. Then, it will continue up to November, last day of October. And then, pagka November, wala na tayo blended learning as pronounced everybody inside the classroom na.
That's it, sir. I do understand.
Okay. Thank you. Jong.
Muna siya.
Sir Edie, good afternoon, sir. Can I ask?
Acknowledge yung Jong.
Mr. EP, sir.
Sir Joselito EP, sir, is going to ask a question.
Okay.
Sir.
Sir Edie.
Okay.
What about the schools who were not able to apply for the face-to-face classes in the last school year? So are they still be included in the full swing of the face-to-face classes on November 2, 2022?
Those schools who mag-apply o face-to-face, then the question mo is, appeal ba gihapon sa
full swing on
sa November?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
School head ang nangutana ani sir o ikaw ra?
I'm just referring to my three schools, three administrators is in the were not able to apply for the face-to-face classes last school year, sir.
Okay. Naaman na sila naminaw karon diha, no?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sa imong paminaw ka, sir. Unsa kay maayong buhaton na sir as district supervisor?
Okay, sir. Let him apply for the for these documents needed, the intent, though they applied, sir, but still they will their documents were not approved, sir.
Okay, Ma'am Car, GOD Chief, please.
Yes, sir. Up to this moment, we received DepEd order number 34 series of 2022. That is good only for private schools na no need to apply for the face-to-face classes kaya automatic sila ipa face-to-face classes for private schools. Ang nakabutang ra gyud siya for private schools. Meaning to say, the same ra gyapon ang mahitabo na requirements for public. Sir, pa-achieve public o private. So there's an DepEd memorandum through to public and private schools. So kaya nakaingon anak. Kuan kaning refer to DepEd order number 34 series of 2022. Kana mo itan-awa, sir. Bago na siya nagawas. 34 series of 2022. Just research the DepEd order number 34 series of 2022. Yeah.
Thank you, Chief Ablin. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, sir, Eddie.
So that you will be guided.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Eddie and Chief Ablin. Do we still have questions from the group? And friendly reminder lamang po, please do update yourselves with the issuances from the Department of Education, especially the latest one. Okay, sorry. Thank you so much, Sir Eddie and Dr. Ablin, Chief Ablin. Thank you so much. Again, please be reminded, kindly update ourselves with the recent issuances of the Department of Education. Basa-basa po tayo mga mahaman, sir. Again, our DepEd order for the full implementation of the classes by November. So please do read our DepEd order number 34 series of 2022 for all the guidelines. Doon po tayo mag-base. Let us always go back to the assurances from the Department of Education regarding our guidelines and queries about the implementation of the face-to-face classes by November. So klaro man kaayo siguro to, as explained, you still have to submit the needed requirements for those schools na hindi pa nakakuha ng safety seals. So by November, dapat full implementation na. So lahat na ng public schools sa SDO Lanao del Norte dapat nakasecure na tayong lahat sa ating mga safety seals. And PSDSS, it's our job and our responsibility to guide always our school heads in this the issuances from our LGU with regards to the safety seals and also for the application of the safety seal here in the division office. So do we still have questions from the group? Let me see our YouTube live. Wala tayong question sa YouTube live. And let me check from our MS Teams. We have a question from Ma'am Anisa Sinal, the school head of Lanao del Norte National Comprehensive High School. This is for the personnel section. The question is, what is the status now of our teachers' deployment?
Ikaw ba, Rebe? Ikaw to bag?
I-review na lang ang result, sir.
Ikaw to bag ako. Okay? Jong, I will answer the question, Jong, because ESDS is also, we are having discussion with SGOD Chief and CID Chief in my office with our back secretariat. As regards to the question, what is the status of teachers' deployment? Does it refers to newly hired teacher or the teacher transfer? Sa kaya gipasabot dili. Pagkatubag si Ma'am Anissa. Ma'am Anissa, are you referring to teacher transfer or hiring a new teacher applicant?
Newly hired and substitute.
Good afternoon, sir.
Newly hired and substitute.
Good afternoon, newly hired and substitute.
Yes, sir. I'm referring to the newly hired and substitute teacher.
Okay. For the newly hired, we are still ascertaining and reviewing the accuracy and correctness of the registry of qualified applicants for the secondary as well as in the elementary. For the substitute teacher, of course, common sense will tell us that we can only hire substitute at the start of the school year. That is when classes have started. So given that we are still on the summer vacation, although it's not summer anymore, but we are at the end of the school year, we are not hiring substitute because we'll be questioned by the Commission on Audit. What is then the function of the teachers to be hired? But in fact, there are no children to manage inside the classroom. So we will only deploy substitute teacher upon the resumption of classes. Second, as regards to the newly hired teacher applicant, we are reviewing the accuracy of the RQA, and the deployment will proceed as soon as before the start of the classes. I think that's the allowable time given to us by the CON. And also we should not be questioned also by the Commission on Audit hiring people when in fact there is no work yet to do. Okay? I hope it's clear.
Thank you so much, Sir Eddie. I hope that's clear, Ma'am Anissa Sinal. So do we still have questions from the group? Giving you the last 5 minutes for our open forum.
Sir Jong, Wahab is raising his hand.
Okay, Sir Wahab Smith, you are acknowledged.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. No. Regarding sa transfer of teachers, sir, for example, sir, naanay mga teacher nga excess, pwede mi makarecommend nga i-turnover na mo sa inyo sa division for reassignment? Meaning the excess teacher.
Wala na naganay, Sir Wahab, ng mga maestra, Sir Jong. Yan ay recommend.
Jungjong.
Yes, sir. Yes, Sir Eddie.
Please request Mr. Wahab to say the question again because SGOD chief is returning to her table after our discussion, and she will be answering the question of Mr. Wahab. Mr. Wahab, please say it again for SGOD chief to listen.
Yes, sir.
Repeat ng question, sir.
Ma'am, sa mga ang akong pangutan na ma'am, ang mga excess teacher ba, pwede ba na mo i-turn over sa inyo aron ma-reassign ninyo to another station?
Who is your teacher? Sa imong school, in your school, Sir Wahab? You have HT teachers?
Oh, excess.
Excess? Do you have excess?
Excess ba? Sobra.
Oo.
Sobra.
Dayon, what do you want?
Pananglitan, ma'am, is nanay teacher nga sobra kay gamay manggid mi nga school. Unya, kanang excess teacher, amo nang Selby, i-turnover na mo sa inyo aron ma-reassign usab sa another station. Pwede ba na?
So don't worry then. Then that do not ask any more teachers from us. Okay? I-reassign na mo man. But do not ask any more teachers from us. Okay, Sir Wahab?
Yes, okay, ma'am.
Okay, so do not ask any more teachers, ha? We will reassign based on records nga naa sa inyo ang application for transfer, but we will not anymore give you teachers. Okay, sis, sagod ka. Okay, Sir Wahab?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so basta ha? Why pa kayo ay maestra? Sige.
Okay, thank you, Chief, for clarifying that one. Gipulaan na siguro si Sir Wahab sa iyang maestra. Kaya naman ipanghatag. Sakto to Sir Elver.
Dili siguro na mga gwapa kay wala man niya gimahal.
Ikaw, Elber, di ka mga tag maestra. Kaya mong ibaliin.
Di siya ko, Jeff, kay okay ra kung maestra na Jeff.
Pang sure the Elver ay kiat lang naong nimo.
Nagkatawa si John.
Anang ipangatag nga maestra taga imi.
Nagkatawa si Ma'am Jam Arupa.
Sir Jom.
High school magod ko, high school elementary pa.
Intan, kanindot na nag-exist pa.
Kung elementary, ihatag sa amo. Pa siya na kinahanglan sa atong kuhaon.
Ang mga detail, pwede na mo iuli kung ahas sila mga school nga gikan.
Dako kay kasing-kasing ni Sir Wahab kay
maghatag ang kalubat sa
or else ikaw na lang kay Balino. Para dili ka exist.
Okay, so I guess wala na yung mga questions. We'll now be giving the floor to our school's division superintendent as he will now give us the closing remarks. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, our SDS, Edelberto Leonis Opinaria, SSO5. Sir?
Jongjong?
Yes, sir.
What's the other questions?
Wala na po tayong question, sir. It's your closing na po, sir.
Okay, I'm so sorry, my dear school heads. I am doing multitasking while I am listening to you. I am also signing bunch of documents because the back secretariat is with me right now, and our two chief with our ESDS. So pasensya yun, I am doing multitasking. But still, I try to endeavor myself to listen all the questions so that I'll be able to fully understand before I answer. Again, first of all, I am thanking you so much for your participation in today's activity, our Division MANCOM. As informed to us by our Assistant Superintendent this morning, today's activity should have been done face-to-face, and we could have been accommodated in a very good and beautiful place somewhere in Lanao del Norte. But then I opted to have this via virtual because we are so busy with our activities. And in fact, as I have said, I am doing multitasking now. And tomorrow I have also some concerns to attend to. Not only one, but also there are 3 concerns that I'll be attending tomorrow with our ESDS. So that's why we are doing this not face-to-face but virtually. Nonetheless, we try ourselves to deliver what is need to be delivered to you, especially the most important information that all of you should take note. Also, I am informing you that most of the information we shared to you this morning are those information coming from the recently concluded regional MANCOM that we attended with ESDS and our 2 chief at Iligan City. Okay, I hope that all our school heads were able to digest and fully understood the procedures of enrollment as shared to us by our chief, the School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Maricarti Ablin. Also, I hope that you have fully digested all the information shared to us by our Curriculum Instruction Division Chief, Dr. Maraiba Sairi Idon, such as the end of school year activities. Also, I hope that you have fully understood all the information pertaining to the increase of MOOE, not allocation, but MOOE ceiling when it comes to spending, which used to be 15,000, but this time we are allowed up to 50,000. But please be careful and do not be overwhelmed, because while we are allowed to purchase materials up to 50,000 this time, the MOOE allotment in your school did not increase, meaning you'll be using the same amount of money, and so you should be very cautious in spending. Also, take note that you cannot buy materials worth 50,000 if it is not included in your PPMP and APP. And that's basic in Republic Act 9184. Another information this out to you this morning is on And that this afternoon is on the teacher positions. Okay. And that this morning with SGOD chip about the teacher position. That today, this year, we already have teacher 4 positions up to teacher 7. And the nomenclature and some positions of the schools are already changed. But the position responsibility are the same as well as the qualification for the position. Please take note of that because the executive order was already signed by our former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and hence it will be up for implementation. Okay? And this afternoon, our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent shared to us the latest merit selection plan of the Department of Education. And I hope that you have also fully understood. In the event you have some clarifications which you failed to ask this afternoon, please spend time reading the guidelines for the merit selection plan, the guidelines for the uh, enrollment procedure, because there are new nomenclatures also given, like the ALS enrollment focal person, the school enrollment focal person, and other highly technical topics such as when the learners came from private school and there is no credentials because the learners has failed to pay the the school balances in their tuition fees in the previous private school. You should know how to to manage that situation because there were previous issuances governing of that kind. Again, we are not allowed to refuse enrollment. Okay? Take note of the period also for the temporary enrollment. Take note of that so that you will also be guided in making follow-up to the parents as regards to the lacking school credentials that they are supposed to bring with them when they enroll in your respective schools. And I think those are the complete recapitulations of all the important matters that we have discussed today. And again, my my thanks to all of you, to the President of the Division Association of Secondary Public School Heads, headed by Dr. Marilu Apat, our President of the Philippine Elementary School Principals Association, PESPA, headed by Dr. Hasmin Maruhom, and all the officials of the two associations, our education program supervisors in attendance, our public schools district supervisors in attendance, and all personnel in the schools. Iba, was it announced that tomorrow there is a training for newly designated school heads? Was it announced? Okay. So again, we'll be conducting training also for our newly designated school heads tomorrow because I want them to be fully equipped with all the nitty-gritties that they should learn when it comes to handling and managing schools. Again, we have our new DepEd secretary, young as she is, no less than our vice president. And we should always be cautious because kusog kuno ni siya musuroy, basig bukalit o kabot sa imong eskwelahan diha. Di ta kaila, gamotora, dugay ra ba na mo puwas og helmet, basin pagpuwas yung helmet na sa motubangan, makurat na ka. Okay lang makurat ka, ing abot sa imong eskwelahan. What if nakurat ka, kay wa ka dito sa imong eskwelahan? Okay? Lisod yun ang kurata dyan. Duga ko magunahuna, lisod ispilingon. Okay? So, magbantay ta sa trabaho, kay ang atong sekretary ron, dili basta-basta. Okay? Again, I hope we learned plenty of things today. And once again, thank you so much for your indulgence. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Bye-bye.
Mabuhay po kayo, Sir Eddie. Thank you so much. How about a virtual round of applause, please, for everybody? And for our katame, go to tinyurl.com/LDN 2022 MANCOM. Again, that's tinyurl.com/LDN 2022 MANCOM, all in small case. So I've posted that in our meeting chat. So again, thank you to Sir Eddie. I guess we've covered everything that's on the list of our 3rd Division Management Committee meeting. And if no one has anything else to add, I think we'll wrap this up with a group photo So I would like to invite everybody to open your cameras, please, and take your masks off so that we can have a group photo. Wait lang muna, change natin into together mode para makita natin lahat ng mga tao. Third floor. Okay, ayan na. Apply. Yes, kindly open na, sir. Together mode. Open your cameras, please. Take your mask off. Ayan, ang dami natin. Okay, get ready. Pakikuha po ng mga mask. May nakita ko nagmamask ng pink, ng blue. Pakikuha. Okay, everybody.
Kaya nagtampok mo din, Jong.
Yes, sir. Kindly open your camera, sir.
Okay, tanawa kay with me surrounded by angels and one bodyguard.
Get ready.
Okay.
Maglisod og kuan, sir. Capture sa inyo, sir. Basta daghan kaayo. Dapat ano lang siya, 2 person in 1 camera.
Asa man ang roll di?
Di madaghan kay siya, sir. Dili siya maklaro.
Kinsay mo balhin?
Tinood ba na imo, Jong? Kasi binuwang na, Jong.
Kwaon lang ang background, sir. Kay
Para mo ni makapakuan siya.
sige na.
Klaro ra, Sir Jong?
Wala pa. Kuha asan yung background palihog pa.
Background siya, palihog siya. Tabandar na ko. Nag-background din doon.
Sir Eddie ra ang maklaro. Naasto nga si Sir Eddie. Get ready.
Ayosa. Wala na kami na mag-iba. Ayosa. Paansa na mo ang background. Sir Jong, please. Ayosa.
Okay, Ma'am Rose. We'll wait for you.
Yes, nagyod.
Okay, naklaro na. Nana si Ma'am Arlene sad. Okay, get ready. And 1, 2, 3, smile. Isa pa. Get ready and tama si Ma'am Rose Lapita.
Derami.
Sir Floor, wala ikita, nawala kalit. Paki-assist Ma'am siya kay wala pa naklaro si Sir si Ma'am Rose.
Naklaro kasi Ma'am Rose. Kita ko ni Ma'am Rose si Sir Islies ang wala na ko nakita.
Sir Islies. Asto nga.
Sabi lang kayo smile o kanang heart sa Korean.
Klaro kayo, klaro.
Sige, ready and 1, 2. Okay. Thank you so much everyone. Sir Eddie, Ma'am Rose, Chief.
Bye. God bless.
Happy birthday. Tantan mo ro, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, kamaki birthday me.
Birthday ni Sir Tantan.
Pagpadali do, pagpadala.
Sir Tantan mo ro, happy birthday.
Happy birthday yun, Iksoon Tantan.
Hi, Sir Tantan. Happy birthday. Juan lang. Sa may ato.
Happy birthday, Sir Tantan.
Congrats si Sir Ruben.
Madawat mi og kuan kanang sana. Unsa galing nata kanang mo delivery? Nabata diri? Grab. Tata. Tanim pa. Isa ta oy kay nang nagkuan Ninoy Aquino man kata. Sige, kay Ma'am Connie. This will be your last MANCOM. Si Ma'am Connie mag-chief naman siya puhon sa PRC CBO. Bye everybody.
Na-schedule oy, August. After sa OP. Dapat ang OP September man. Tungkol sa na siya